Chapter 1 of Historical Tales, Volume 5, German. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Historical Tales, Volume 5, German, by Charles Morris. Chapter 1 Hermann, the Hero of Germany. In the days of Augustus, the Emperor of Rome, in its golden age of prosperity, an earnest effort was made to subdue and civilize barbarian Germany. Drusus, the stepson of the Emperor, led the first army of invasion into this forest-clad land of the north, penetrating deeply into the country and building numerous forts to guard his conquests. His last invasion took him as far as the Elbe. Here, as we are told, he found himself confronted by a supernatural figure in the form of a woman, who waved him back with lofty and threatening air, saying, "How much farther wilt thou advance, insatiable Drusus? It is not thy lot to behold all these countries. Depart hence, the term of thy deeds and of thy life is at hand." Drusus retreated, and died on his return. Tiberius, his brother, succeeded him, and went far to complete the conquest he had begun. Germany seemed destined to become a Roman province. The work of conquest was followed by efforts to civilize the free-spirited barbarians, which, had they been conducted wisely, might have led to success. One of the Roman governors, Sentius, prefect of the Rhine, treated the people so humanely that many of them adopted the arts and customs of Rome, and the work of overcoming their barbarism was well begun. He was succeeded in this office by Varus, a friend and confidant of the Emperor, but a man of a very different character, and one who not only lacked military experience and mental ability, but utterly misunderstood the character of the people he was dealing with. They might be led, they could not be driven, into civilization, as the new prefect was to learn. All went well as long as Varus remained peacefully in his headquarters, erecting markets, making the natives familiar with the attractive wares of Rome, instructing them in civilized arts, and taking their sons into the imperial army. All went ill when he sought to hasten his work by acts of oppression, leading his forces across the Weser into the land of the Cherusci, enforcing there the rigid Roman laws, and chastising and executing free-born Germans for deeds which in their creed were not crimes. Varus, who had at first made himself loved by his kindness, now made himself hated by his severity. The Germans brooded over their wrongs, awed by the Roman army, which consisted of 30,000 picked men, strongly entrenched, their camps being impregnable to their undisciplined foes. Yet the high-spirited barbarians felt that this army was but an entering wedge, and that if not driven out, their whole country would gradually be subdued. A patriot at length rose among the Cherusci, determined to free his country from the intolerable Roman yoke. He was a handsome and athletic youth, Arminius, or Hermann, as the Germans prefer to name him, of noble descent and skilled alike in the arts of war and of oratory, his eloquence being equal to his courage. He was one of the sons of the Germans who had served in the Roman armies, and had won there such distinction as to gain the honours of the knighthood and citizenship. Now, perceiving clearly the subjection that threatened his countrymen, and filled with an ardent love of liberty, he appeared among them and quickly filled their dispirited souls with much of his own courage and enthusiasm. At midnight meetings in the depths of the forests, a conspiracy against Varus and his legions was planned, Hermann being the chosen leader of the perilous enterprise. It was not long before this conspiracy was revealed. The German control over the Cherusci had been aided by Segestus, a treacherous chief, whose beautiful and patriotic daughter, Thusnelda, had given her hand in marriage to Hermann against her father's will. Filled with revengeful anger at this action, and hoping to increase his power, Segestus told the story of the secret meetings which he had discovered to Varus, and bade him beware, as a revolt against him might at any moment break out. He spoke to the wrong man. Pride in the Roman power and scorn of that of the Germans had deeply infected the mind of Varus, and he heard with incredulous contempt this story that the barbarians contemplated rising against the best trained legions of Rome. Autumn came, the autumn of the year 9 A.D. the long rainy season of the German forests began. Hermann decided that the time had arrived for the execution of his plans. He began his work with a deceitful skill that quite blinded the too trusting Varus, inducing him to send bodies of troops into different parts of the country, some to gather provisions for the winter supply of the camps, others to keep watch over some tribes not yet subdued. The Roman force thus weakened, the artful German succeeded in drawing Varus with the remainder of his men from their entrenchments by inducing one of the subjected tribes to revolt. The scheme of Hermann had so far been completely successful. Varus, trusting to his representations, had weakened his force, and now prepared to draw the main body of his army out of camp. Hermann remained with him to the last, dining with him the day before the starting of the expedition, and inspiring so much confidence in his faithfulness to Rome that Varus refused to listen to Segestus, who earnestly entreated him to take Hermann prisoner on the spot. He even took Hermann's advice, and decided to march on the revolted tribe by a shorter than the usual route, oblivious to the fact that it led through difficult mountain passes, shrouded in forests, and bordered by steep and rocky acclivities. The treacherous plans of the patriotic German had fully succeeded. While the Romans were toiling onward through the straitened passes, Hermann had sought his waiting and ambushed countrymen, to whom he gave the signal that the time for vengeance had come. Then, as if the dense forests had borne a sudden crop of armed men, the furious barbarians poured out in thousands upon the unsuspecting legionaries. A frightful storm was raging. The mountain torrents, swollen by the downpour of rain, overflowed their banks and invaded the passes, along which the Romans, encumbered with baggage, were wearily dragging onward in broken columns. Suddenly, to the roar of winds and waters was added the wild war-cry of the Germans, and a storm of arrows, javelins, and stones hurtled through the disordered ranks, while the barbarians, breaking from the woods and rushing downward from the heights, fell upon the legions with sword and battle-axe, dealing death with every blow. Only the discipline of the Romans saved them from speedy destruction. With the instinct of their training they hastened to gather into larger bodies, and their resistance, at first feeble, soon became more effective. The struggle continued until nightfall, by which time the surviving Romans had fought their way to a more open place, where they hastily entrenched. But it was impossible for them to remain there. Their provisions were lost or exhausted, thousands of foes surrounded them, and their only hope lay in immediate and rapid flight. Sunrise came. The soldiers had recovered somewhat from the fatigue of the day before. Setting fire to what baggage remained in their hands, they began a retreat, fighting as they went, for the implacable enemy disputed every step. The first part of their route lay through an open plain, where they marched in orderly ranks, but there were mountains still to pass, and they quickly found themselves in a wooded and pathless valley, in whose rugged depths defence was almost impossible. Here they fell in thousands before the weapons of their foes. It was but a small body of survivors that at length escaped from that deadly defile, and threw up entrenchments for the night in a more open spot. With the dawn of the next day they resumed their progress, and were at no great distance from their stronghold of Aliso, when they found their progress arrested by fresh tribes, who assailed them with murderous fury. On they struggled, fighting, dying, marking every step of the route with their dead. Varus, now reduced to despair, and seeing only slaughter or captivity before him, threw himself on his sword, and died in the midst of those whom his blind confidence had led to destruction. Of the whole army, only a feeble remnant reached Aliso, which fort they soon after abandoned, and fought their way to the Rhine. While this was going on, the detachments which Varus had sent out in various directions were similarly assailed, and met the same fate as had overtaken the main body of the troops. No more frightful disaster had ever befallen the Roman arms. Many prisoners had been taken, among them certain judges and lawyers, who were the chief objects of Hermann's hate, and whom he devoted to a painful death. He then offered sacrifices to the gods, to whom he consecrated the booty, the slain, and the leading prisoners, numbers of them being slain on the altars of his deities. These religious ceremonies completed, the prisoners who still remained were distributed among the tribes as slaves. The effort of Varus to force Roman customs and laws upon the Germans had led to a fearful retribution. When the news of this dreadful event reached Rome, that city was filled with grief and fear. The heart of Augustus, now an old man, was stricken with dismay at the slaughter of the best soldiers of the empire. With neglected dress and person he wandered about the rooms and halls of the palace, his piteous appeal, "Varus, give me back my legions," showing how deeply the disaster had pierced his soul. Hasty efforts were at once made to prevent the possible serious consequences of the overthrow of the slain legions. The Romans on the Rhine entrenched themselves in all haste. The Germans in the imperial service were sent to distant provinces, and recruits were raised in all parts of the country, their purpose being to protect Gaul from an invasion by the triumphant tribes. Yet so great was the fear inspired by the former German onslaughts, and by this destructive outbreak, that only threats of death induced the Romans to serve. As it proved, this defensive activity was not needed. The Germans, satisfied as it seemed with expelling the Romans from their country, destroyed their forts and military roads, and settled back into peace, with no sign of a desire to cross the Rhine. For 6 years peace continued. Augustus died, and Tiberius became Emperor of Rome. Then, in the year 14 A.D., an effort was made to reconquer Germany, an army commanded by the son of Drusus, known to history under the name of Germanicus, attacking the Marsi when intoxicated and unarmed after a religious feast. Great numbers of the defenceless tribesmen were slain, but the other tribes sprung to arms and drove the invader back across the Rhine. In the next year Hermann was again brought into the fray. Segestus had robbed him of his wife, the beautiful patriot Thusnelda, who hitherto had been his right hand in council in his plans against the Roman foe. Hermann besieged Segestus to regain possession of his wife, and pressed the traitor so closely that he sent his son Sigismund to Germanicus, who was again on the German side of the Rhine imploring aid. The Roman leader took instant advantage of the promising opportunity. He advanced and forced Hermann to raise the siege, and himself took possession of Thusnelda, who was destined soon afterwards to be made the leading feature in a Roman triumph. Segestus was rewarded for his treason, and was given lands in Gaul, his life being not safe among the people he had betrayed. As for the daughter whom he had yielded to Roman hands, her fate troubled little his base soul. Thusnelda is still a popular character in German legend, there being various stories extant concerning her. One of these relates that when she lay concealed in the old fort of Châlons-Pyrmont, she was warned by the cries of a faithful bird of the coming of Romans, who were seeking stealthily to approach her hiding-place. The loss of his beloved wife roused Hermann's heroic spirit, and spread indignation among the Germans, who highly esteemed the noble-hearted consort of their chief. They rose hastily in arms, and Hermann was soon at the head of a large army, prepared to defend his country against the invading hosts of the Romans. But as the latter proved too strong to face in the open field, the Germans retreated with their families and property, the country left by them being laid waste by the advancing legions. Germanicus soon reached the scene of the late slaughter, and caused the bones of the soldiers of Varus to be buried. But in doing this he was obliged to enter the mountain defiles in which the former army had met its fate. Hermann and his men watched the Romans intently from forest and hilltop. When they had fairly entered the narrow valleys, the adroit chief appeared before them at the head of a small troop, which retreated as if in fear, drawing them onward until the whole army had entered the pass. Then the fateful signal was given, and the revengeful Germans fell upon the legionaries of Germanicus as they had done upon those of Varus, cutting them down in multitudes. But Germanicus was a much better soldier than Varus. He succeeded in extricating the remnant of his men after they had lost heavily, and in making an orderly retreat to his ships, which awaited him upon the northern coast, whence he had entered the country. There were 2 other armies, one of which had invaded Germany from the coast of Friesland, and was carried away by a flood, narrowly escaping complete destruction. The third had entered from the Rhine. This was overtaken by Hermann while retreating over the long bridges which the Romans had built across the marshes of Münsterland, and which were now in a state of advanced decay. Here it found itself surrounded by seemingly insuperable dangers, being in part of its route shut up in a narrow dell, into which the enemy had turned the waters of a rapid stream. While defending their camp, the waters poured upon the soldiers, rising to their knees, and a furious tempest at the same time burst over their heads. Yet discipline again prevailed. They lost heavily, but succeeded in cutting their way through their enemies and reaching the Rhine. In the next year, 17 A.D., Germanicus again invaded Germany, sailing with 1,000 ships through the northern seas and up the Ems. Flavus, the brother of Hermann, who had remained in the service of Rome, was with him, and addressed his patriotic brother from the riverside, seeking to induce him to desert the German cause by painting in glowing colours the advantage of being a Roman citizen. Hermann, furious at his desertion of his country, replied to him with curses, as the only language worthy to use to a traitor, and would have ridden across the stream to kill him, but that he was held back by his men. A battle soon succeeded, the Germans falling into an ambuscade artfully laid by the Roman leader, and being defeated with heavy loss. Germanicus raised a stately monument on the spot as a memorial of his victory. The sight of this Roman monument in their country infuriated the Germans, and they attacked the Romans again, this time with such fury and such slaughter on both sides that neither party was able to resume the fight when the next day dawned. Germanicus, who had been very severely handled, retreated to his ships and set sail. On his voyage the heavens appeared to conspire against him. A tempest arose in which most of the vessels were wrecked and many of the legionaries lost. When he returned to Rome shortly afterwards, a fort on the Taunus was the only one which Rome possessed in Germany. Hermann had cleared his country of the foe, yet Germanicus was given a triumph in which Thusnelda walked, laden with chains, to the capital. The remaining events in the life of this champion of German liberty were few. While the events described had been taking place in the north of Germany, there were troubles in the south. Here a chieftain named Marbodius, who, like Hermann, had passed his youth in the Roman armies, was the leader of several powerful tribes. He lacked the patriotism of Hermann, and sought to ally himself with the Romans, with the hope of attaining to supreme power in Germany. Hermann sought to rouse patriotic sentiments in his mind, but in vain, and the movements of Marbodius having revealed his purposes, a coalition was formed against him, with Hermann at its head. He was completely defeated, and southern Germany saved from Roman domination, as the northern districts had already been. Peace followed, and for several years Hermann remained general-in-chief of the German people, and the acknowledged bulwark of their liberties. But envy arose, he was maligned, and accused of aiming at sovereignty, as Marbodius had done, and at length his own relations, growing to hate and fear him, conspired against and murdered him. Thus ignobly fell the noblest of the ancient Germans, the man whose patriotism saved the realm of the Teutonic tribes from becoming a province of the Empire of Rome. Had not Hermann lived, the history of Europe might have pursued a different course, and the final downfall of the Colossus of the South been long averted, Germany acting as its bulwark of defence instead of becoming the nursery of its foes. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Historical Tales, Volume 5, German. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 5, German, by Charles Morris. Chapter 2 Alboin and Rosamund. Of the Teutonic invaders of Italy, none are invested with more interest than the Lombards, the Longbeards to give them their original title. Legend yields us the story of their origin, a story of interest enough to repeat. A famine had been caused in Denmark by a great flood, and the people, to avoid danger of starvation, had resolved to put all the old men and women to death in order to save the food for the young and strong. This radical proposition was set aside through the advice of a wise woman named Gambara, who suggested that lots should be drawn for the migration of a third of the population. Her counsel was taken, and the migration began under the leadership of her two sons. These migrants wore beards of prodigious length, whence their subsequent name. They first entered the land of the Vandals, who refused them permission to settle. This was a question to be decided at sword's point, and war was declared. Both sides appealed to the gods for aid, Gambara praying to Freya, while the Vandals invoked Odin, who answered that he would grant the victory to the party he should first behold at the dawn of the coming day. The day came, the sun rose. In front of the Danish host were stationed their women, who had loosened their long hair and let it hang down over their faces. "Who are these with the long beards?" demanded Odin, on seeing these Danish Amazons. This settled the question of the victory, and also gave the invaders a new name, that of Longobardi, due, in this legend, to the long hair of the women instead of the long beards of the men. There are other legends, but none worth repeating. The story of their king Alboin, with whom we have particularly to deal, begins, however, with a story which may be in part legendary. They were now in hostile relations with the Gepidae, the first nation to throw off the yoke of the Huns. Alboin, son of Audoin, king of the Longobardi, killed Thurismund, son of Turesend, king of the Gepidae, in battle, but forgot to carry away his arms, and thus returned home without a trophy of his victory. In consequence, his stern father refused him a seat at his table, as one unworthy of the honour. Such was the ancient Lombard custom, and it must be obeyed. The young prince acknowledged the justice of this reproof, and determined to try and obtain the arms which were his by right of victory. Selecting 40 companions, he boldly visited the court of Turesend, and openly demanded from him the arms of his son. It was a daring movement, but proved successful. The old king received him hospitably, as the custom of the time demanded, though filled with grief at the loss of his son. He even protected him from the anger of his subjects, whom some of the Lombards had provoked by their insolence of speech. The daring youth returned to his father's court with the arms of his slain foe, and won the seat of honour of which he had been deprived. Turesend died, and Cunimund, his son, became king. Audoin died, and Alboin became king. And now new adventures of interest occurred. In his visit to the court of Turesend, Alboin had seen and fallen in love with Rosamund, the beautiful daughter of Cunimund. He now demanded her hand in marriage, and as it was scornfully refused him, he revenged himself by winning her honour through force and stratagem. War broke out in consequence, and the Gepidae were conquered, Rosamund following to Alboin as part of the trophies of victory. We are told that in this war Alboin sought the aid of Bacan, Chagan of the Avars, promising him half the spoil and all the land of the Gepidae in case of victory. He added to this a promise of the realm of the Longobardi in case he should succeed in winning for them a new home in Italy, which country he proposed to invade. About 15 years before, some of his subjects had made a warlike expedition to Italy. Their report of its beauty and fertility had kindled a spirit of emulation in the new generation, and inspired the young and warlike king with ambitious hopes. His eloquence added to their desire. He not only described to them in glowing words the land of promise which he hoped to win, but spoke to their senses as well, by producing at the royal banquets the fairest fruits that grew in that garden land of Europe. His efforts were successful. No sooner was his standard erected, and word sent abroad that Italy was his goal, than the Longobardi found their strength augmented by hosts of adventurous youths from the surrounding peoples. Germans, Bulgarians, Scythians, and others joined in ranks, and 20,000 Saxon warriors, with their wives and children, added to the great host which had flocked to the banners of the already renowned warrior. It was in the year 568 that Alboin, followed by the great multitude of adventurers he had gathered, and by the whole nation of the Longobardi, ascended the Julian Alps, and looked down from their summits on the smiling plains of northern Italy, to which his success was thenceforward to give the name of Lombardy, the land of the Longobardi. 4 years were spent in war with the Romans, city after city, district after district falling into the hands of the invaders. The resistance was but feeble, and at length the whole country watered by the Po, with the strong city of Pavia, fell into the hands of Alboin, who divided the conquered lands among his followers, and reduced their former holders to servitude. Alboin made Pavia his capital, and erected strong fortifications to keep out the Burgundians, Franks, and other nations which were troubling his new-gained dominions. This done, he settled down to the enjoyment of the conquest which he had so ably made and so skilfully defended. History tells us that the Longobardi cultivated their new land so skilfully that all traces of devastation soon vanished, and the realm grew rich in its productions. Their freemen distinguished themselves from the other German conquerors by labouring to turn the waste and desert tracts into arable soil, while their king, though unceasingly watchful against his enemies, lived among his people with patriarchal simplicity, procuring his supplies from the produce of the farms, and making regular rounds of inspection from one to another. It is a picture fitted for a more peaceful and primitive age than that turbulent period in which it is set. But now we have to do with Alboin in another respect, his domestic relations, his dealings with his wife Rosamund, and the tragic end of all the actors in the drama of real life which we have set out to tell. The Longobardi were barbarians, and Alboin was no better than his people, a strong evidence of which is the fact that he had the skull of Cunimund, his defeated enemy and the father of his wife, set in gold, and used it as a drinking cup at his banquets. Doubtless this brutality stirred revengeful sentiments in the mind of Rosamund. An added instance of barbarian insult converted her outraged feelings into a passion for revenge. Alboin had erected a palace near Verona, one of the cities of his new dominion, and here he celebrated his victories with a grand feast to his companions in arms. Wine flowed freely at the banquet, the king emulating or exceeding his guests in the art of imbibing. Heated with his potations, in which he had drained many cups of Rhaetian or Falernian wine, he called for the choicest ornament of his sideboard, the gold-mounted skull of Cunimund, and drank its full measure of wine amid the loud plaudits of his drunken guests. "Fill it again with wine," he cried. "Fill it to the brim. Carry this goblet to the queen, and tell her that it is my desire and command that she shall rejoice with her father." Rosamund's heart throbbed with grief and rage on hearing this inhuman request. She took the skull in trembling hands, and murmuring in low accents, "Let the will of my lord be obeyed," she touched it to her lips. But in doing so she breathed a silent prayer, and resolved that the unpardonable insult should be washed out in Alboin's blood. If she had ever loved her lord, she felt now for him only the bitterness of hate. She had a friend in the court on whom she could depend, Helmichis, the armor-bearer of the king. She called on him for aid in her revenge, and found him willing but fearful, for he knew too well the great strength and daring spirit of the chief whom he had so often attended in battle. He proposed, therefore, that they should gain the aid of a Lombard of unequalled strength, Perideus by name. This champion, however, was not easily to be won. The project was broached to him, but the most that could be gained from him was a promise of silence. Failing in this, more shameful methods were employed. Such was Rosamund's passion for revenge that the most extreme measures seemed to her justifiable. Perideus loved one of the attendants of the queen. Rosamund replaced this frail woman, sacrificed her honor to her vengeance, and then threatened to denounce Perideus to the king unless he would kill the man who had so bitterly wronged her. Perideus now consented. He must kill the king, or the king would kill him, for he felt that Rosamund was quite capable of carrying out her threat. Having thus obtained the promise of the instruments of her vengeance, the queen waited for a favorable moment to carry out her dark design. The opportunity soon came. The king, heavy with wine, had retired from the table to his afternoon slumbers. Rosamund, affecting solicitude for his health and repose, dismissed his attendants, closed the palace gates, and then, seeking her spouse, lulled him to rest by her tender caresses. Finding that he slumbered, she unbolted the chamber door, and urged her confederates to the instant performance of the deed of blood. They entered the room with stealthy tread, but the quick senses of the warrior took the alarm. He opened his eyes, saw two armed men advancing upon him, and sprang from his couch. His sword hung beside him, and he attempted to draw it, but the cunning hand of Rosamund had fastened it securely in the scabbard. The only weapon remaining was a small footstool. This he used with vigor, but it could not long protect him from the spears of his assailants, and he quickly fell dead beneath their blows. His body was buried beneath the stairway of the palace, and thus tragically ended the career of the founder of the kingdom of Lombardy. But the story of Rosamund's life is not yet at an end. The death of Alboin was followed by another tragic event, which brought her guilty career to a violent termination. The wily queen had not failed to prepare for the disturbances which might follow the death of the king. The murder of Alboin was immediately followed by her marriage with Helmichis, whose ambition looked to no less a prize than the throne of Lombardy. The queen was surrounded by a band of faithful Gepidae, with whose aid she seized the palace and made herself mistress of Verona, the Lombard chiefs flying in alarm. But the assassination of the king who had so often led them to victory filled the Longobardi with indignation. The chiefs mustered their bands, and led them against the stronghold of the guilty couple, and they, in their turn, were forced to fly for their lives. Helmichis and Rosamund, with her daughter, her faithful Gepidae, and the spoils of the palace, took ship down the Adige and the Po, and were transported in a Greek vessel to the port of Ravenna, where they hoped to find shelter and safety. Longinus, the Greek governor of Ravenna, gave willing refuge to the fugitives, the more so as the great beauty of Rosamund filled him with admiration. She had not been long there, indeed, before he offered her his hand in marriage. Rosamund, moved by ambition or a return of his love, accepted his offer. There was, it is true, an obstacle in the way: she was already provided with a husband. But the barbarian queen had learned the art of getting rid of inconvenient husbands. Having perhaps grown to detest the tool of her revenge, now that the purpose of her marriage with him had failed, she set herself to the task of disposing of Helmichis, this time using the cup instead of the sword. As Helmichis left the bath he received a wine-cup from the hands of his treacherous wife, and lifted it to his lips. But no sooner had he tasted the liquor, and felt the shock that it gave his system, than he knew that he was poisoned. Death, a speedy death, was in his veins, but he had life enough left for revenge. Seizing his dagger, he pressed it to the breast of Rosamond, and by threats of instant death compelled her to drain the remainder of the cup. In a few minutes both the guilty partners in the death of Alboin had breathed their last. When Longinus was, at a later moment, summoned into the room, it was to find his late guests both dead upon the floor. The poison had faithfully done its work. Thus ended a historic tragedy than which the stage possesses few of more striking dramatic interest and opportunities for histrionic effect. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Historical Tales, Volume 5, German. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 5, German, by Charles Morris. Chapter 3 The Career of Grimewald. The Avars, led by Kakan, their king, crossed in the year 611 the mountains of Illyria and Lombardy, killed Gisulf the Grand Duke with all his adherents in battle, and laid siege to the city of Friuli, behind whose strong walls Romilda, the widow of Gisulf, had taken refuge. These events formed the basis of the romantic and perhaps largely legendary story we have to tell. One day, so we are told, Romilda, gazing from the ramparts of the city, beheld Kakan, the young Khan of the Avars, engaged in directing the siege. So handsome to her eyes appeared the youthful soldier that she fell deeply in love with him at sight, her passion growing until, in disregard of honour and patriotism, she sent him a secret message, offering to deliver up to him the city on condition of becoming his wife. The Khan, though doubtless despising her treachery to her people, was quick to close with the offer, and in a short time Friuli was in his hands. This accomplished, he returned to Hungary, taking with him Romilda and her children, of whom there were 4 sons and 4 daughters. Kakan kept his compact with the traitress, marrying her with the primitive rites of the Hungarians, but her married life was of the shortest. He had kept his word, and such honour as he possessed was satisfied. The morning after his marriage, moved perhaps by detestation of her treachery, he caused the hapless Romilda to be impaled alive. It was a dark end to a dark deed, and the perfidy of the woman had been matched by an equal perfidy on the part of the man. The children of Romilda were left in the hands of the Avars. Of her daughters, one subsequently married a Duke of Bavaria, and another a Duke of Alemannia. The 4 sons, one of whom was Grimewald, the hero of our story, managed to escape from their savage captors, though they were hotly pursued. In their flight, Grimewald, the youngest, was taken up behind Tafo, the oldest, but in the rapid course he lost his hold and fell from his brother's horse. Tafo, knowing what would be the fate of the boy should he be captured, turned and galloped upon him lance in hand, determined that he should not fall alive into the hands of his cruel foes. But Grimewald's entreaties and Tafo's brotherly affection induced him to change his resolution, and snatching up the boy he continued his flight, the pursuing Avars being now close at hand. Not far had they ridden before the same accident occurred. Grimewald again fell, and Tafo was now obliged to leave him to his fate, the fierce pursuers being too near to permit him either to kill or save the unlucky boy. On swept Tafo, up swept the Avars, and one of them, halting, seized the young captive, threw him behind him on his horse, and rode on after his fellows. Grimewald's peril was imminent, but he was a child with the soul of a warrior. As his captor pushed on in the track of his companions, the brave little fellow suddenly snatched a knife from his belt, and in an instant had stabbed him to the heart with his own weapon. Tossing the dead body from the saddle, Grimewald seized the bridle and rode swiftly on, avoiding the Avars, and in the end rejoining his flying brothers. It was a deed worthy the childhood of one who was in time to become a famous warrior. the fugitives reached Lombardy, where Taffo was hospitably received by the king, and succeeded his father as Grand Duke of Friuli. Grimoald was adopted by Erigil, Duke of Benevento, in whose court he grew to manhood, and in whose service his courage and military ability were quickly shown. There were wars between Benevento and the Greeks of southern Italy, and in these the young soldier so greatly distinguished himself that on the death of Erigil he succeeded him as Duke of Benevento. Meanwhile troubles arose in Lombardy. Taffo had been falsely accused by an enemy of the queen of criminal relations with her, and was put to death by the king. Her innocence was afterwards proved, and on the death of Arievald the Lombards treated her with the greatest respect, and raised Rotharis, her second husband, to the throne. He too died, and Eribert, uncle of the queen, was next made king. On his death his two sons, Bertheric and Godebert, disputed the succession. A struggle ensued between the rival brothers, in the course of which Grimoald was brought into the dispute. The events here briefly described had taken place while Grimoald was engaged in the Greek wars of his patron Duke Erigel. When he succeeded the latter in the ducal chair, the struggle between Bertheric and Godebert was going on, and the new Duke of Benevento declared in favour of the latter, who was his personal friend. A scheme of treachery of a singular character put an end to their friendship and to the life of Godebert. A man who was skilled in the arts of dissimulation, and who was secretly in the pay of Bertheric, persuaded Godebert that his seeming friend, Duke Grimoald, was really his enemy, and was plotting his destruction. He told the same story to Grimoald, making him believe that Godebert was his secret foe. In proof of his words, he told each of them that the other wore armour beneath his clothes, through fear of assassination by his assumed friend. The suspicion thus artfully aroused produced the very state of things which the agent of mischief had declared to exist. Each of the friends put on armour, as a protection against treachery from the other, and when they sought to test the truth of the spy's story it seemed fully confirmed. Each discovered that the other wore secret armour, without learning that it had just been assumed. The two close friends were thus converted by a plotting Iago into distrustful enemies, each fearing and on guard against assassination by the other. The affair ended tragically. Grimoald was no sooner fully convinced of the truth of what had been told him than he slew his supposed enemy, deeming it necessary to save his own life. The dark scheme had succeeded. Treason and falsehood had sown death between two friends. Bertheric, his rival removed, deemed the throne now securely his. But the truth underlying the tragedy we have described became known, and the Lombards, convinced of the innocence of Grimoald, and scorning the treachery by which he had been led on to murder, dismissed Bertheric's pretensions and placed Grimoald on the throne. His career had been a strange but highly successful one. From his childhood captivity to the Avars he had risen to the high station of King of Lombardy, a position fairly earned by his courage and ability. We are not yet done with the story of this distinguished warrior. Bertheric had taken the field against him, and civil war desolated Lombardy, an unhappy state of affairs which was soon taken advantage of by the foes of the distracted kingdom. The enemy who now appeared in the field was Constans, the Greek emperor, who laid siege to Benevento, hoping to capture it while Grimoald was engaged in hostilities with Bertheric in the north. Grimoald had left his son, Romuald, in charge of the city. On learning of the siege, he despatched a trusty friend and officer, Sesuald by name, with some troops, to the relief of the beleaguered stronghold, proposing to follow quickly himself with the main body of his army. And now occurred an event nobly worthy of being recorded in the annals of human probity and faithfulness, one little known, but deserving to be classed with those that have become famous in history. When men erect monuments to courage and virtue, the noble Sesuald should not be forgotten. This brave man fell into the hands of the emperor, who sought to use him in a stratagem to obtain possession of Benevento. He promised him an abundance of wealth and honours if he would tell Romuald that his father had died in battle, and persuade him to surrender the city. Sesuald seems to have agreed, for he was led to the walls of the city that he might hold the desired conference with Romuald. Instead, however, of carrying out the emperor's designs, he cried out to the young chief, "Be firm! Grimoald approaches!" Then, hastily telling him that he had forfeited his life by those words, he begged him in return to protect his wife and children, as the last service he could render him. Sesuald was right. Constans, furious at his words, had his head instantly struck off, and then, with a barbarism worthy of the times, had it flung from a catapult into the heart of the city. The ghastly trophy was brought to Romuald, who pressed it to his lips and deeply deplored the death of his father's faithful friend. This was the last effort of the Emperor. Fearing to await the arrival of Grimoald, he raised the siege and retreated toward Naples, hotly pursued by the Lombards. The army of Grimoald came up with the retreating Greeks, and a battle was imminent, when a Lombard warrior of giant size, Amelung by name, spurring upon a Greek, lifted him from the saddle with his lance, and rode on, holding him poised in the air. The sight of this feat filled the remaining Greeks with such terror that they broke and fled, and their hasty retreat did not cease till they had found shelter in Sicily. After this event Bertheric, finding it useless to contend longer against his powerful and able opponent, submitted to Grimoald. Yet this did not end their hostile relations. The Lombard king, distrusting his late foe, of whose treacherous disposition he already had abundant evidence, laid a plan to get rid of him by murdering him in his bed. This plot was discovered by a servant of the imperilled prince, who aided his master to escape, and the better to secure his retreat, placed himself in his bed, being willing to risk death in his lord's service. Grimoald discovered the stratagem of the faithful fellow, but instead of punishing him for it, he sought to reward him, attempting to attach him to his own service as one whose fidelity would make him valuable to any master. The honest servant refused, however, to desert his old lord for a new service, and entreated so earnestly for permission to join his master, who had taken refuge in France, that Grimoald set him free, doubtless feeling that such faithfulness was worthy of encouragement. In France, Bertheric found an ally in Clotaire II., who took up arms against the Lombards in his aid. Grimoald, however, defeated him by a shrewd stratagem. He feigned to retreat in haste, leaving his camp, which was well stored with provisions, to fall into the hands of the enemy. Deeming themselves victorious, the Franks hastened to enjoy the feast of good things which the Lombards had left behind, but in the midst of their repast Grimoald suddenly returned, and falling upon them impetuously, put most of them to the sword. In the following year, 666 A.D., he defeated another army by another stratagem. The Avars had invaded Lombardy, with an army which far outnumbered the troops which Grimoald could muster against them. In this state of affairs he artfully deceived his foes as to the strength of his army, by marching and countermarching his men within their view, each time dressed in uniform of different colours, and with varied standards and insignia of war. The invaders, deeming that an army confronted them far stronger than their own, withdrew in haste, leaving Grimoald master of the field. We are further told of the king of the Lombards, whose striking history we have concisely given, that he gave many new laws to his country, and that in his old age he was remarkable for his bald head and long white beard. He died in 671, 60 years after the time when his mother acted the traitress, and suffered miserably for her crime. After his death the exiled Bertheric was recalled to the throne of Lombardy, and Romuald succeeded his father as Duke of Benevento, the city which he had held so bravely against the Greeks. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Historical Tales, Volume 5, German. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 5, German, by Charles Morris. Chapter 4. Witikind, the Saxon Patriot. As Germany, in its wars with the Romans, found its hero in the great Arminius, or Hermann, and as in England, in its contest with the Normans, found a heroic defender in the valiant Hereward, so Saxony, in its struggle with Charlemagne, gave origin to a great soul, the indomitable patriot Witikind, who kept the war afoot years after the Saxons would have yielded to their mighty foe, and, like Hereward, only gave up the struggle when hope itself was at an end. The career of the defender of Saxony bears some analogy to that of the last patriot of Saxon England. As in the case of Hereward, his origin is uncertain, and the story of his life overlaid with legend. He is said to have been the son of Weanikind, a powerful Westphalian chief, brother-in-law of Siegfried, a king of the Danes. Yet this is by no means certain, and his ancestry must remain in doubt. He came suddenly into the war with the great Frank conqueror, and played in it a strikingly prominent part, to sink again out of sight at its end. The attempt of Charlemagne to conquer Saxony began in 772. Religion was its pretext, ambition its real cause. Missionaries had been sent to the Saxons during their great national festival at Marklow. they came back with no converts to report. As the Saxons had refused to be converted by words, fire and sword were next tried, as assumed instruments for spreading the doctrines of Christ, but really as effective means for extending the dominion of the monarch of the Franks. In his first campaign in Saxony, Charlemagne marched victoriously as far as the Weser, where he destroyed the celebrated Irminsul, a famous object of Saxon devotion, perhaps an image of a god, perhaps a statue of Hermann that had become infested with divinity. The next year, Charles being absent in Italy, the Saxons broke into insurrection under the leadership of Witikind, who now first appears in history. With him was associated another patriot, Alboin, Duke of Eastphalia. Charles returned in the succeeding year, and again swept in conquering force through the country, but a new insurrection called him once more to Italy, and no sooner had he gone than the eloquent Witikind was among his countrymen, entreating them to rise in defence of their liberties. A general levy took place, every able man crowded to the ranks, and whole forests were felled to form abattis of defence against a marching enemy. Again Charles came at the head of his army of veterans, and again the poorly trained Saxon levies were driven in defeat from his front. He now established a camp in the heart of the country, and had a royal residence built at Paderborn, where he held a diet of the great vassals of the crown, and received envoys from foreign lands. Hither came delegates from the humbled Saxons, promising peace and submission, and pledging themselves by oaths and hostages to be true subjects of Charles the Great. But Witikind came not. He had taken refuge at the court of Siegfried, the pagan king of the Danes, where he awaited an opportunity to strike a new blow for liberty. Not content with their pledges and promises, the conqueror sought to win over his new subjects by converting them to Christianity in the wholesale way in which this work was then usually performed. The Saxons were baptized in large numbers, the proselyting method pursued being, as we are told, that all prisoners of war must be baptized, while of the others all who were reasonable would be baptized, and the inveterately unreasonable might be bribed to be baptized. Doubtless, as a historian remarks, the Saxons found baptism a cool, clean, and agreeable ceremony, while their immersion in the water had little effect in washing out their old ideas and washing in new ones. The exigencies of war in his vast empire now called Charlemagne to Spain, where the Arabs had become troublesome and needed chastisement. Not far had he marched away when Witikind was again in Saxony, passing from tribe to tribe through the forests of the land, and with fiery eloquence calling upon his countrymen to rise against the invaders, and regain the freedom of which they had been deprived. Heedless of their conversion, disregarding their oaths of allegiance, filled with the free spirit which had so long inspired them, the chiefs and people listened with approval to his burning words, seizing their arms, and flew again to war. The priests were expelled from the country, the churches they had built demolished, the castles erected by the Frank monarch taken and destroyed, and the country was laid waste up to the walls of Cologne, its Christian inhabitants being exterminated. But unyielding as Witikind was, his great antagonist was equally resolute and persistent. When he had finished his work with the Arabs, he returned to Saxony with his whole army, fought a battle in 779 in the dry bed of the Eder, and in 780 defeated Witikind and his followers in 2 great battles, completely disorganizing and discouraging the Saxon bands, and again bringing the whole country under his control. This accomplished, he stationed himself in their country, built numerous fortresses upon the Elbe, and spent the summer of 780 in missionary work, gaining a multitude of converts among the seemingly subdued barbarians. The better to make them content with his rule, he treated them with great kindness and affability, and sent among them missionaries of their own race, being the hostages whom he had taken in previous years, and who had been educated in monasteries. All went well. The Saxons were to all appearance in a state of peaceful satisfaction, and Charles felicitated himself that he had finally added Saxony to his empire. He deceived himself sadly. He did not know the spirit of the free-born Saxons, or the unyielding perseverance of their patriotic leader. In the silent depths of their forests, and in the name of their ancient gods, they vowed destruction to the invading Franks, and branded as traitors all those who professed Christianity, except as a stratagem to deceive their powerful enemy. Entertaining no suspicion of the true state of affairs, Charlemagne at length left the country, which he fancied to be fully pacified and its people content. With complete confidence in his new subjects, he commissioned his generals, Gale and Adalgis, to march upon the Slavonians beyond the Elbe, who were threatening France with a new barbarian invasion. They soon learned that there was other work to do. In a brief time the irrepressible Wittikind was in the field again, with a new levy of Saxons at his back, and the tranquillity of the land, established at such pains, was once more in peril. Theodoric, one of Charlemagne's principal generals, hastily marched towards them with what men he could raise, and on his way met the army sent to repel the Slavonians. They approached the Saxon host where it lay encamped on the Weser, behind the Sundal mountain, and laid plans to attack it on both sides at once. But jealousy ruined these plans, as it has many other well-laid schemes. The leaders of the Slavonian contingent, eager to rob Theodoric of glory, marched in haste on the Saxons, attacked them in their camp, and were so completely defeated and overthrown that but a moiety of their army escaped from the field. The appearance of these fugitives in the camp of Theodoric was the first he knew of the treachery of his fellow generals and their signal punishment. The story of this dreadful event was in all haste borne to Charlemagne. His army had been destroyed almost as completely as that of Varus on a former occasion, and in nearly the same country. The distressing tidings filled his soul with rage and a bitter thirst for revenge. He had done his utmost to win over the Saxons by lenity and kindness, but this course now seemed to him useless, if not worse than useless. He determined to adopt opposite measures, and try the effect of cruelty and severe retribution. Calling together his forces until he had a great army under his command, he marched into Saxony, torch and sword in hand, and swept the country with fire and steel. All who would not embrace Christianity were pitilessly exterminated. Thousands were driven into the rivers to be baptized or drowned. Carnage, desolation, and destruction marked the path of the conqueror. Never had a country been more frightfully devastated by the hand of war. All who were concerned in the rebellion were seized, so far as Charles could lay hands on them. When questioned, they all lay the blame on Wittikind. He was the culprit, they but his instruments. But Wittikind had vanished, the protesting chiefs and people were in the conqueror's hands, and bent on making an awful example, he had no less than 4,500 of them beheaded in one day. It was a frightful act of vengeance which has ever since remained an ineradicable blot on the memory of a great king. Its effect was what might have been anticipated. Instead of filling the Saxons with terror, it inspired them with revengeful fury. They rose as one man, Wittikind and Alboin at their head, and attacked the French with a fury such as they had never before displayed. The remorseless cruelty with which they had been treated was repaid in the blood of the invaders, and in the many petty combats that took place the hardy and infuriated barbarians proved invincible against their opponents. Even in a pitched battle fought at Detmold, in which Wittikind led the Saxons against the superior forces of Charlemagne, they held their own against all his strength and generalship, and the victory remained undecided. But they were again brought to battle upon the Hase, and now the superior skill and more numerous army of the great conqueror prevailed. The Saxons were defeated with great slaughter, and the French advanced as far as the Elbe. The war continued during the succeeding year, by the end of which the Saxons had become so reduced in strength that further efforts at resistance would have been madness. The cruelty which Charlemagne had displayed, and which had proved so signally useless, was now replaced by a mildness much more in conformity with his general character, and the Saxons, exhausted with their struggles, and attracted by the gentleness with which he treated them, showed a general disposition to submit. But Wittikind and his fellow chieftain Alboin were still at large, and the astute conqueror well knew that there was no security in his new conquest unless they could be brought over. He accordingly opened negotiations with them, requesting a personal conference, and pledging his royal word that they should be dealt with in all faith and honesty. The Saxon chiefs, however, were not inclined to put themselves in the power of a king against whom they had so long and desperately fought, without stronger pledge than his bare word. They demanded hostages. Charlemagne, who fully appreciated the value of their friendship and submission, freely acceded to their terms, sent hostages, and was gratified by having the indomitable chiefs enter his palace at Paderborn. Wittikind was well aware that his mission as the Saxon leader was at an end. The country was subdued, its warriors slain, terrorized, or won over, and his single hand could not keep up the war with France. He therefore swore fealty to Charlemagne, freely consented to become a Christian, and was, with his companion, baptized at Attigny in France. The Emperor stood his sponsor in baptism, received him out of the font, loaded him with royal gifts, and sent him back with the title of Duke of Saxony, which he held as a vassal of France. Henceforward he seems to have observed good faith to Charlemagne, for his name now vanishes from history, silence in this case being a pledge of honour and peacefulness. But if history here lays him down, legend takes him up, and yields us a number of stories concerning him, not one of which has any evidence to sustain it, but which are curious enough to be worth repeating. It gives us, for instance, a far more romantic account of his conversion than that above told. This relates that, in the Easter season of 785, the year of his conversion, Wittikind stole into the French camp in the garb of a minstrel or a mendicant, and while cautiously traversing it, bent on spying out its weaknesses, was attracted to a large tent within which Charlemagne was attending the service of the Mass. Led by an irresistible impulse, the pagan entered the tent and stood gazing in spellbound wonder at the ceremony, marvelling what the strange and impressive performance meant. As the priest elevated the host, the chief with astounded eyes beheld in it the image of a child, of dazzling and unearthly beauty. He could not conceal his surprise from those around him, some of whom recognized in the seeming beggar the great Saxon leader, and took him to the emperor. Wittikind told Charlemagne of his vision, begged to be made a Christian, and brought over many of his countrymen to the fold of the true church by the shining example of his conversion. Legend goes on to tell us that he became a Christian of such hot zeal as to exact a bloody atonement from the Frisians for their murder of Boniface and his fellow priests a generation before. It further tells us that he founded a church at Enger in Westphalia, was murdered by Gerold, Duke of Swabia, and was buried in the church he had founded, and in which his tomb was long shown. In truth, the people came to honour him as a saint, and though there is no record of his canonization, a saint's day, January 7th, is given him, and we are told of miracles performed at his tomb. So much for the dealings of Christian legend with this somewhat unsaintly personage. Secular legend, for it is probably little more, has contented itself with tracing his posterity, several families of Germany deriving their descent from him, while he is held to have been the ancestor of the imperial house of the Othos. Some French genealogists go so far as to trace the descent of Hugh Capet to this hero of the Saxon woods. In truth, he has been made to some extent the Roland or the Arthur of Saxony, though fancy has not gone so far in his case as in that of the French paladin and the Welsh hero of knight-errantry, for though he and his predecessor Hermann became favourite characters in German ballad and legend, the romance heroes of that land continue to be the mythical Siegfried and his partly fabulous, partly historical companions of the epical song of the Nibelung. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Historical Tales, Volume 5, German. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 5, German, by Charles Morris. Chapter 5 The Raids of the Sea Rovers. While Central and Southern Europe was actively engaged in wars by land, Scandinavia, that nest of pirates, was as actively engaged in wars by sea, sending its armed galleys far to the south to plunder and burn wherever they could find footing on shore. Not content with plundering the coasts, they made their way up the streams, and often suddenly appeared far inland before an alarm could be given. Wherever they went, heaps of the dead and the smoking ruins of habitations marked their ruthless course. They did not hesitate to attack fortified cities, several of which fell into their hands and were destroyed. They always fought on foot, but such was their strength, boldness, and activity, that the heavy armed cavalry of France and Germany seemed unable to endure their assault, and was frequently put to flight. If defeated or in danger of defeat, they hastened back to their ships, from which they rarely ventured far, and rowed away with such speed that pursuit was in vain. For a long period they kept the Atlantic and the Mediterranean coasts of Europe in such terror that prayers were publicly read in the churches for deliverance from them, and the sight of their dragon-beaked ships filled the land with terror. In 845 a party of them assailed and took Paris, from which they were bought off by the cowardly and ineffective method of ransom, 7,000 pounds of silver being paid them. In 853 another expedition, led by a leader named Hasting, one of the most dreaded of the Norsemen, again took Paris, marched into Burgundy, laying waste the country as he advanced, and finally took Tours, to which city much treasure had been carried for safe keeping. Charles the Bald, who had bought off the former expedition with silver, bought off this one with gold. offering the bold adventurer a bribe of 685 pounds of the precious metal, to which he added a ton and a half of silver, to leave the country. From France Hastings set sail for Italy, where his ferocity was aided by a cunning which gives us a deeper insight into his character. Rome, a famous but mystical city to the northern pagans, whose imaginations invested it with untold wealth and splendor, was the proposed goal of the enterprising Norseman, who hoped to make himself fabulously wealthy from its plunder. With 100 ships filled with hardy Norse pirates, he swept through the Strait of Gibraltar and along the coasts of Spain and France, plundering as he went till he reached the harbor of Lucca, Italy. As to where and what Rome was, the unlettered heathen had but the dimmest conception. Here before him lay what seemed a great and rich city, strongly fortified and thickly peopled. This must be Rome, he told himself. Behind those lofty walls lay the wealth which he so earnestly craved. But how could it be obtained? Assault on those strong fortifications would waste time, and perhaps end in defeat. If the city could be won by stratagem, so much the better for himself and his men. The shrewd Norseman quickly devised a promising plan within the depths of his astute brain. It was the Christmas season, and the inhabitants were engaged in the celebration of the Christmas festival, though, doubtless, sorely troubled in mind by that swarm of strange-shaped vessels in their harbor, with their stalwart crews of blue-eyed plunderers. Word was sent to the authorities of the city that the fleet had come thither from no hostile intent, and that all the mariners wished was to obtain the favor of an honorable burial-place for their chieftain who had just died. If the citizens would grant them this, they would engage to depart after the funeral without injury to their courteous and benevolent friends. The message, probably not expressed in quite the above phrase, was received in good faith by the unsuspecting Lombards, who were glad enough to get rid of their dangerous visitors on such cheap terms, and gratified to learn that these fierce pagans wished Christian burial for their chief. Word was accordingly sent to the ships that the authorities granted their request, and were pleased with the opportunity to oblige the mourning crews. Not long afterwards a solemn procession left the fleet, a coffin draped in solemn black at its head, borne by strong carriers. As mourners there followed a large deputation of stalwart Norsemen, seemingly unarmed, and to all appearance lost in grief. With slow steps they entered the gates and moved through the streets of the city, chanting the death song of the great Hasting, until the church was reached, and they had advanced along its crowded aisle to the altar, where stood the priests ready to officiate at the obsequies of the expired freebooter. The coffin was set upon the floor, and the priests were about to break into the solemn chant for the dead, when suddenly, to the surprise and horror of the worshippers, the supposed corpse sprang to life, leaped up, sword in hand, and with a fierce and deadly blow struck the officiating bishop to the heart. Instantly the seeming mourners, who had been chosen from the best warriors of the fleet, flung aside their cloaks and grasped their arms, and a carnival of death began in that crowded church. It was not slaughter, however, that Hasting wanted, but plunder. Rushing from the church, the Norsemen assailed the city, looting with free hand, and cutting down all who came in their way. No long time was needed by the skilful freebooters for this task, and before the citizens could recover from the mortal terror into which they had been thrown, the pagan plunderers were off again for their ships, laden with spoil, and taking with them as captives a throng of women and maidens, the most beautiful they could find. This daring affair had a barbarous sequel. A storm arising, which threatened the loss of his ships, the brutal Hasting gave orders that the vessels should be lightened by throwing overboard plunder and captives alike. Saved by this radical method, the sea rovers quickly repaid themselves for their losses by sailing up the Rhone and laying the country waste through many miles of southern France. The end of this phase of Hastings's career was a singular one. In the year 860 he consented to be baptized as a Christian, and to swear allegiance to Charles the Bald of France, on condition of receiving the title of Count of Chartres, with a suitable domain. It was a wiser method of disarming a redoubtable enemy than that of ransoming the land, which Charles had practised with Hasting on a previous occasion. He had converted a foe into a subject, upon whom he might count for defence against those fierce heathen whom he had so often led to battle. While France, England, and the Mediterranean regions formed the favourite visiting ground of the Norsemen, they did not fail to pay their respects in some measure to Germany, and during the 9th century, their period of most destructive activity, the latter country suffered considerably from their piratical ravages. Two German warriors, who undertook to guard the coasts against their incursions, are worthy of mention. One of these, Baldwin of the Iron Arm, Count of Flanders, distinguished himself by seducing Judith, daughter of Charles the Bald of France, who, young as she was already the widow of two English kings, Ethelwulf and his son Ethelbold. Charles was at first greatly enraged, but afterwards accepted Baldwin as his son-in-law, and made him lord of the district. The second was Robert the Strong, Count of Maine, a valiant defender of the country against the sea-kings. He was slain in a bloody battle with them, near Anvers, in 866. This distinguished warrior was the ancestor of Hugh Capet, afterwards King of France. For some time after his death, the Norsemen avoided Germany, paying their attentions to England, where Alfred the Great was on the throne. About 880 their incursions began again, and though they were several times defeated with severe slaughter, new swarms followed the old ones, and year by year fresh fleets invaded the land, leaving ruin in their paths. Up the rivers they sailed, as in France, taking cities, devastating the country, doing more damage each year than could be repaired in a decade. Aix-la-Chapelle, the imperial city of the mighty Charlemagne, fell into their hands, and the palace of the great Charles, in little more than half a century after his death, was converted by these marauders into a stable. Well might the far-seeing emperor have predicted sorrow and trouble for the land from these sea-rovers, as he is said to have done, on seeing their many-oared ships from a distance. Yet even his foresight could scarcely have imagined that before he was 70 years in the grave, the Vikings of the North would be stabling their horses in the most splendid of his palaces. The rovers attacked Metz, and Bishop Wala fell while bravely fighting them before its gates. City after city on the Rhine was taken and burned to the ground. The whole country between Liège, Cologne, and Mayence was so ravaged as to be almost converted into a desert. The besom of destruction in the hands of the sea-kings threatened to sweep Germany from end to end, as it had swept the greater part of France. The impunity with which they raided the country was due in great part to the indolent character of the monarch. Charles the Fat, as he was entitled, who had the ambitious project of restoring the empire of Charlemagne, and succeeded in combining France and Germany under his sceptre, proved unable to protect his realm from the pirate rovers. Like his predecessor, Charles the Bald of France, he tried the magic power of gold and silver as a more effective argument than sharpened steel to rid him of these marauders. Siegfried, their principal leader, was bought off with 2,000 pounds of gold and 12,000 pounds of silver, to raise which sum Charles seized all the treasures of the churches. In consideration of this great bribe, the sea-rover consented to a truce for 12 years. His brother Gottfried was bought off in a different method, being made Duke of Friesland and vassal of the Emperor. These concessions, however, did not put an end to the depredations of the Norsemen. There were other leaders than the two formidable brothers, and other pirates than those under their control, and the country was soon again invaded, a strong party advancing as far as the Moselle, where they took and destroyed the city of Trèves. This marauding band, however, dearly paid for its depredations. While advancing through the forest of Ardennes, it was ambushed and assailed by a furious multitude of peasants and charcoal burners, before whose weapons 10,000 of the Norsemen fell in death. This revengeful act of the peasantry was followed by a treacherous deed of the Emperor, which brought renewed trouble upon the land. Eager to rid himself of his powerful and troublesome vassal in Friesland, Charles invited Gottfried to a meeting, at which he had the Norsemen treacherously murdered, while his brother-in-law Hugo was deprived of his sight. It was an act sure to bring a bloody reprisal. No sooner had news of it reached the Scandinavian north than a fire of revengeful rage swept through the land, and from every port a throng of oared galleys put to sea, bent upon bloody retribution. Soon in immense hordes they fell upon the imperial realm, forcing their way in mighty hosts up the Rhine, the Meuse, and the Seine, and washing out the memory of Gottfried's murder in torrents of blood, while the brand spread ruin far and wide. The chief attack was made on Paris, which the Norsemen invested and besieged for a year and a half. The march upon Paris was made by sea and land, the marauders making Rouen their place of rendezvous. From this centre of operations Rollo, the future conqueror and Duke of Normandy, now a formidable sea king, led an overland force towards the French capital, and on his way was met by an envoy from the Emperor, no less a personage than the Count of Chartres, the once redoubtable Hasting, now a noble of the empire. "Valiant sirs," he said to Rollo and his chiefs, "who are you that come hither, and why have you come?" "We are Danes," answered Rollo, proudly, "all of us equals, no man the lord of any other, but lords of all besides. We are come to punish these people and take their lands. And you, by what name are you called?" "Have you not heard of a certain Hasting," was the reply, "a sea king who left your land with a multitude of ships, and turned into a desert a great part of this fair land of France?" "We have heard of him," said Rollo, curtly. "He began well and ended badly." "Will you submit to King Charles?" asked the envoy, deeming it wise, perhaps, to change the subject. "We will submit to no one, king or chieftain. All that we gain by the sword we are masters and lords of. This you may tell to the king who has sent you. The lords of the sea know no masters on land." Hasting left with his message, and Rollo continued his advance to the Seine. Not finding here the ships of the maritime division of the expedition which he had expected to meet, he seized on the boats of the French fishermen and pursued his course. Soon afterwards a French force was met and put to flight, its leader, Duke Ragnol, being killed. This event, as we are told, gave rise to a new change in the career of the famous Hasting. A certain Tetbold or Thibault, of Northman birth, came to him and told him that he was suspected of treason, the defeat of the French having been ascribed to secret information furnished by him. Whether this were true or a mere stratagem on the part of his informant, it had the desired effect of alarming Hasting, who quickly determined to save himself from peril by joining his old countrymen and becoming again a Viking chief. He thereupon sold his countship to Tetbold, and hastened to join the army of Norsemen then besieging Paris. As for the cunning trickster, he settled down into his cheaply bought countship, and became the founder of the subsequent house of the Counts of Chartres. The siege of Paris ended in the usual manner of the Norsemen invasions of France, that of ransom. Charles marched to its relief with a strong army, but instead of venturing to meet his foes in battle, he bought them off as so often before, paying them a large sum of money, granting them free navigation of the Seine and entrance to Paris, and confirming them in the possession of Friesland. This occurred in 887. A year afterwards he lost his crown, through the indignation of the nobles at his cowardice, and France and Germany again fell asunder. The plundering incursions continued, and soon afterwards the new emperor, Arnulf, nephew of Charles the Fat, a man of far superior energy to his deposed uncle, attacked a powerful force of the piratical invaders near Louvain, where they had encamped after a victory over the Archbishop of Mayence. In the heat of the battle that followed, the vigilant Arnulf perceived that the German cavalry fought at a disadvantage with their stalwart foes, whose dexterity as foot soldiers was remarkable. Springing from his horse, he called upon his followers to do the same. They obeyed, the nobles and their men-at-arms leaping to the ground and rushing furiously on foot upon their opponents. The assault was so fierce and sudden that the Norsemen gave way, and were cut down in thousands, Siegfried and Gottfried, a new Gottfried apparently, falling on the field, while the channel of the Dial, across which the defeated invaders sought to fly, was choked with their corpses. The bloody defeat put an end to the incursions of the Norsemen by way of the Rhine. Thenceforward they paid their attention to the coast of France, which they continued to invade until one of their great leaders, Rollo, settled in Normandy as a vassal of the French monarch, and served as an efficient barrier against the inroads of his countrymen. As to Hasting, he appears to have returned to his old trade of sea rover, and we hear of him again as one of the Norse invaders of England during the latter part of the reign of Alfred the Great. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Historical Tales, Volume 5, German. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 5, German, by Charles Morris. Chapter 6 The Career of Bishop Hatto. We have now to deal with a personage whose story is largely legendary, particularly that of his death, a highly original termination to his career having arisen among the people, who had grown to detest him. But Bishop Hatto played his part in the history as well as in the legend of Germany, and the curious stories concerning him may have been based on the deeds of his actual life. It was in the beginning of the 10th century that this notable churchman flourished as Archbishop of Mayence, and the emperor maker of his times. In connection with Otho, Duke of Saxony, he placed Louis, surnamed the Child, for he was but 7 years of age, on the imperial throne, and governed Germany in his name. Louis died in 911, while still a boy, and with him ended the race of Charlemagne in Germany. Conrad, Duke of Franconia, was chosen king to succeed him, but the astute churchman still remained the power behind the throne. In truth, the influence and authority of the Church at that time was enormous, and many of its potentates troubled themselves more about the affairs of the earth than those of heaven. Hatto, while a zealous churchman, was a bold, energetic, and unscrupulous statesman, and raised himself to an almost unlimited power in France and southern Germany by his arts and influence, Otho of Saxony aiding him in his progress to power. Two of his opponents, Henry and Adelhart of Babenberg, took up arms against him, and came to their deaths in consequence. Adalbert, the opponent of the Norsemen, was his next antagonist, and Hatto, through his influence in the Diet, had him put under the ban of the empire. Adalbert, however, vigorously resisted this decree, taking up arms in his own defence, and defeating his opponent in the field. But soon, being closely pressed, he retired to his fortress of Bamberg, which was quickly invested and besieged. Here he defended himself with such energy that Hatto, finding that the outlawed noble was not to be easily subdued by force, adopted against him those spiritual weapons, as he probably considered them, in which he was so trained an adept. Historians tell us that the priest, with a pretence of friendly purpose, offered to mediate between Adalbert and his enemies, promising him, if he would leave his stronghold to appear before the assembled nobles of the Diet, that he should have a free and safe return. Adalbert accepted the terms, deeming that he could safely trust the pledged word of a high dignitary of the Church. Leaving the gates of his castle, he was met at a short distance beyond by the bishop, who accosted him in his friendliest tone, and proposed that as their journey would be somewhat long, they should break fast together within the castle before starting. Adalbert assented, and returned to the fortress with his smooth-tongued companion, took breakfast with him, and then set out with him for the Diet. Here he was sternly called to answer for his acts of opposition to the decree of the ruling body of Germany, and finding that the tide of feeling was running strongly against him, proposed to return to his fortress, in conformity with the plighted faith of Bishop Hatto. Hatto, with an aspect of supreme honesty, declared that he had already fulfilled his promise. He had agreed that Adalbert should have a free and safe return to his castle. This had been granted to him. He had returned there to break fast without opposition of any sort. The word of the bishop had been fully kept, and now, as a member of the Diet, he felt free to act as he deemed proper, all his obligations to the accused having been fulfilled. Just how far this story accords with the actual facts we are unable to say, but Adalbert, despite his indignant protest, was sentenced to death and beheaded. Hatto had reached his dignity in the Church by secular instead of ecclesiastic influence, and is credited with employing his power in this and other instances with such lack of honour and probity that he became an object of the deepest popular contempt and execration. His name was derided in the popular ballads, and he came to be looked upon as the scapegoat of the avarice and licentiousness of the Church in that irreligious medieval age. Among the legends concerning him is one relating to Henry, the son of his ally, Otho of Saxony, who died in 912. Henry had long quarrelled with the bishop, and the fabulous story goes that to get rid of his high-spirited enemy, the cunning churchman sent him a gold chain so skilfully contrived that it would strangle its wearer. The most famous legend about Hatto, however, is that which tells the manner of his death. The story has been enshrined in poetry by Longfellow, but we must be content to give it in plain prose. It tells us that a famine occurred in the land, and that a number of peasants came to the avaricious bishop to beg for bread. By his order they were shut up in a great barn, which was then set on fire, and its miserable occupants burned to death. And now the cup of Hatto's infamy was filled, and heaven sent him retribution. From the ruins of the barn issued a myriad of mice, which pursued the remorseless bishop, ceaselessly following him in his every effort to escape their avenging teeth. At length the wretched sinner, driven to despair, fled for safety to a strong tower standing in the middle of the Rhine, near Bingen, with the belief that the water would protect him from his swarming foes. But the mice swam the stream, invaded the tower, and devoured the miserable fugitive. As evidence of the truth of this story, we are shown the tower, still standing, and still known as the Mäuseturm, or Mouse Tower. It must be said, however, that this tradition probably refers to another Bishop Hatto of somewhat later date. Its utterly fabulous character, of course, will be recognizable by all. So much for Bishop Hatto and his fate. It may be said in conclusion that his period was one of terror and excitement in Germany, sufficient perhaps to excuse the overturning of ideas, and the replacement of conceptions of truth and honour by their opposites. The wild Magyars had invaded and taken Hungary, and were making savage inroads into Germany from every quarter. The resistance was obstinate. The Magyars were defeated in several severe battles, yet still their multitudes swarmed over the borders, and carried terror and ruin wherever they came. These invaders were as ferocious in disposition, as fierce in their onsets, as invincible through contempt of death, and as formidable through their skilful horsemanship, as the Huns had been before them. So rapid were their movements, and so startling the suddenness with which they would appear in and vanish from the heart of the country, that the terrified people came to look upon them as possessed of supernatural powers. Their inhuman love of slaughter and their destructive habits added to the terror with which they were viewed. They are said to have been so bloodthirsty that in their savage feasts after victory they used as tables the corpses of their enemies slain in battle. It is further said that it was their custom to bind the captured women and maidens with their own long hair as fetters, and drive them, thus bound, in flocks to Hungary. We may conclude with a touching story told of these unquiet and misery-haunted times. Ulrich, Count of Linskau, was, so the story goes, taken prisoner by the Magyars, and long held captive in their hands. Wendelgade, his beautiful wife, after waiting long in sorrow for his return, believed him to be dead, and resolved to devote the remainder of her life to charity and devotion. Crowds of beggars came to her castle gates, to whom she daily distributed alms. One day, while she was thus engaged, one of the beggars suddenly threw his arms around her neck and kissed her. Her attendants angrily interposed, but the stranger waved them aside with a smile, and said, "Forbear! I have endured blows and misery enough during my imprisonment without needing more from you. I am Ulrich, your lord." Truly, in this instance, charity brought its reward. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Historical Tales, Volume 5, German. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 5, German, by Charles Morris. Chapter 7 The Misfortunes of Duke Ernst. In the reign of Conrad II., Emperor of Germany, took place the event which we have now to tell, one of those interesting examples of romance which give vitality to history. On the death of Henry II., the last of the great house of the Othos, a vast assembly from all the states of the empire was called together to decide who their next emperor should be. From every side they came, dukes, margraves, counts, and barons, attended by hosts of their vassals, archbishops, bishops, abbots, and other churchmen with their proud retainers, Saxons, Swabians, Bavarians, Bohemians, and numerous other nationalities, great and small, all marching toward the great plain between Worms and Mayence, where they gathered on both sides of the Rhine, until its borders seemed covered by a countless multitude of armed men. The scene was a magnificent one, with its far-spreading display of rich tents, floating banners, showy armour, and everything that could give honour and splendour to the occasion. We are not specially concerned with what took place. There were two competitors for the throne, both of them Conrad by name. By birth they were cousins and descendants of the Emperor Conrad I. The younger of these, but the son of the elder brother, and the most distinguished for ability, was elected, and took the throne as Conrad II. He was to prove one of the noblest sovereigns that ever held the sceptre of the German Empire. The election decided, the great assembly dispersed, and back to their homes marched the host of warriors who had collected for once with peaceful purpose. 2 years afterwards, in 1026, Conrad crossed the Alps with an army, and marched through Italy, that land which had so perilous an attraction for German emperors, and so sadly disturbed the peace and progress of the Teutonic realm. Conrad was not permitted to remain there long. Troubles in Germany recalled him to his native soil. Swabia had broken out in hot troubles. Duke Ernst, stepson of Conrad, claimed Burgundy as his inheritance, in opposition to the emperor himself, who had the better claim. He had not only claimed it, but attempted to seize it. With him were united two Swabian counts of ancient descent, Rudolf Welf or Gelf, and Werner of Kyburg. Swabia was in a blaze when Conrad returned. He convoked a great diet at Ulm as the legal means of settling the dispute. Thither Ernst came, at the head of his Swabian men-at-arms, and still full of rebellious spirit, although his mother, Gisela, the empress, begged him to submit and to return to his allegiance. The angry rebel, however, soon learned that his followers were not willing to take up arms against the emperor. They declared that their oath of allegiance to their duke did not release them from their higher obligations to the emperor and the state, that if their lord was at feud with the empire, it was their duty to aid the latter, and that if their chiefs wished to quarrel with the state, they must fight for themselves. This defection left the rebels powerless. Duke Ernst was arrested and imprisoned on a charge of high treason. Rudolf was exiled. Werner, who took refuge in his castle, was besieged there by the imperial troops, against whom he valiantly defended himself for several months. At length, however, finding that his stronghold was no longer tenable, he contrived to make his escape, leaving the nest to the imperialists empty of its bird. 3 years Ernst remained in prison. Then Conrad restored him to liberty, perhaps moved by the appeals of his mother Gisela, and promised to restore him to his dukedom of Swabia if he would betray the secret of the retreat of Werner, who was still at large despite all efforts to take him. This request touched deeply the honour of the deposed duke. It was much to regain his ducal station. It was more to remain true to the fugitive who had trusted and aided him in his need. "How can I betray my only true friend?" asked the unfortunate duke, with touching pathos. His faithfulness was not appreciated by the emperor and his nobles. They placed Ernst under the ban of the empire, and thus deprived him of rank, wealth, and property, reducing him by a word from high estate to abject beggary. His life and liberty were left him, but nothing more, and driven by despair he sought the retreat of his fugitive friend Werner, who had taken refuge in the depths of the Black Forest. Here the two outlaws, deprived of all honest means of livelihood, became robbers, and entered upon a life of plunder, exacting contributions from all subjects of the empire who fell into their hands. They soon found a friend in Adalbert of Falkenstein, who gave them the use of his castle as a stronghold and centre of operations, and joined them with his followers in their freebooting raids. For a considerable time the robber chiefs maintained themselves in their new mode of life, sallying from the castle, laying the country far and wide under contribution, and returning to the fortress for safety from pursuit. Their exactions became in time so annoying that the castle was besieged by a strong force of Swabians, headed by Count Mangold of Thüringen, and the freebooters were closely confined within their walls. Impatient of this, a sally in force was made by the garrison, headed by the two robber chiefs, and an obstinate contest ensued. The struggle ended in the death of Mangold on the one side, and of Ernst and Werner on the other, with the definite defeat and dispersal of the robber band. Thus ended an interesting episode of medieval German history. But the valour and misfortunes of Duke Ernst did not die unsung. He became a popular hero and the subject of many a ballad, in which numerous adventures were invented for him during his career as an opponent of the emperor and an outlaw in the Black Forest. For the stepson of an emperor to be reduced to such a strait was indeed an event likely to arouse public interest and sympathy, and for centuries the doings of the robber duke were sung. In the century after his death the imagination of the people went to extremes in their conception of the adventures of Duke Ernst, mixing up ideas concerning him with the fancies derived from the Crusades, the whole taking form in a legend which is still preserved in the popular ballad literature of Germany. This strange conception takes Ernst to the East, where he finds himself opposed by terrific creatures in human and brute form, they being allegorical representations of his misfortunes. Each monster signifies an enemy. He reaches a black mountain, which represents his prison. He is borne into the clouds by an old man. This is typical of his ambition. His ship is wrecked on the Magnet Mountain, a personification of his contest with the emperor. The nails fly out of the ships, and it falls to pieces, an emblem of the falling off of his vassals. There are other adventures, and the whole circle of legends is a curious one, as showing the vagaries of imagination, and the strong interest taken by the people in the fortunes and misfortunes of their chieftains. Chapter 8 of Historical Tales, Volume 5, German. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 5, German. By Charles Morris. Chapter 8. The Reign of Otho II. Otho II, Emperor of Germany, Otho the Red, as he was called, from his florid complexion, succeeded to the Western Empire in 973, when in his 18th year of age. His reign was to be a short and active one, and attended by adventures and fluctuations of fortune which render it worthy of description. Few monarchs have experienced so many of the ups and downs of life within the brief period of 5 years, through which his wars extended. As heir to the imperial title of Charlemagne, he was lord of the ancient palace of the great emperor, at Aix-la-Chapelle, and here held court at the feast of St. John in the year 978. All was peace and festivity within the old imperial city, all war and threat without it. While Otho and his courtiers, knights and ladies, lords and minions, were enjoying life with ball and banquet, feast and frivolity, in true palatial fashion, an army was marching secretly upon them, with treacherous intent to seize the emperor and his city at one full swoop. Lothaire, King of France, had in haste and secrecy collected an army, and without a declaration of hostilities, was hastening by forced marches upon Aix-la-Chapelle. It was an act of treachery utterly undeserving of success, but it is not always the deserving to whom success comes, and Otho heard of the rapid approach of this army barely in time to take to flight, with his fear-winged flock of courtiers at his heels, leaving the city an easy prey to the enemy. Lothaire entered the city without a blow, plundered it as if he had taken it by storm, and ordered that the imperial eagle, which was erected in the grand square of Charles the Great, should have its beak turned westward, in token that Lorraine now belonged to France. Doubtless the great eagle turned creakingly on its support, thus moved by the hand of unkingly perfidy, and impatiently awaited for time and the tide of affairs to turn its beak again to the east. It had not long to wait. The fugitive emperor hastily called a diet of the princes and nobles at Dortmund, told them in impassioned eloquence of the faithless act of the French king, and called upon them for aid against the treacherous Lothaire. Little appeal was needed. The honour of Germany was concerned. Setting aside all the petty squabbles which rent the land, the indignant princes gathered their forces and placed them under Otho's command. By the 1st of October the late fugitive found himself at the head of a considerable army, and prepared to take revenge on his perfidious enemy. Into France he marched, and made his way with little opposition by Reims and Soissons, until the French capital lay before his eyes. Here the army encamped on the right bank of the Seine around Montmartre, while their cavalry avenged the plundering of Aix-la-Chapelle by laying waste the country for many miles around. The French were evidently as little prepared for Otho's activity as he had been for Lothaire's treachery, and did not venture beyond the walls of their city, leaving the country a defenceless prey to the revengeful anger of the emperor. The Seine lay between the two armies, but not a Frenchman ventured to cross its waters, the garrison of the city under Hugh Capet, Count of Paris, and soon to become the founder of a new dynasty of French kings, keeping closely within its walls. These walls proved too strong for the Germans, and as winter was approaching, and there was much sickness among his troops, the emperor retreated after having devastated all that region of France. But first he kept a vow that he had made, that he would cause the Parisians to hear a Te Deum such as they had never heard before. In pursuance of this vow, he gathered upon the hill of Montmartre all the clergymen whom he could seize, and forced them to sing his anthem of victory with the full power of their lungs. Then, having burned the suburbs of Paris, and left his lance quivering in the city gate, he withdrew in triumph, having amply punished the treacherous French king. Aix-la-Chapelle fell again into his hands, the eyes of the imperial eagle were permitted once more to gaze upon Germany, and in the treaty of peace that followed, Lorraine was declared to be for ever a part of the German realm. 2 years afterwards, Otho, infected by that desire to conquer Italy which for centuries afterwards troubled the dreams of German emperors, and brought them no end of trouble, crossed the Alps and descended upon the Italian plains, from which he was never to return. Northern Italy was already in German hands, but the Greeks held possessions in the south which Otho claimed, in view of the fact that he had married Theophania, the daughter of the Greek emperor at Constantinople. To enforce this claim he marched upon the Greek cities, which in their turn made peace with the Arabs with whom they had been at war, and gathered garrisons of these bronzed pagans alike from Sicily and Africa. For 2 years the war continued, the advantage resting with Otho. In 980 he reached Rome, and there had a secret interview with Hugh Capet, whom he sustained in his intention to seize the throne of France, still held by his old enemy Lothaire. In 981 he captured Naples, Taranto, and other cities, and in a pitched battle near Catrona defeated the Greeks and their Arab allies. Aben al-Kasem, the terror of southern Italy, and numbers of his Arab followers, were left dead upon the field. On the 13th of July, 982, the emperor again met the Greeks and their Arab allies in battle, and now occurred that singular adventure and reverse of fortune which has made this engagement memorable. The battle took place at a point near the seashore, in the vicinity of Basantello, not far from Taranto, and at first went to the advantage of the imperial forces. They attacked the Greeks with great impetuosity, and after a stubborn defence broke through their ranks and forced them into a retreat, which was orderly conducted. It was now midday. The victors, elated with their success and their hopes of pillage, followed the retreating columns along the banks of the river Corace, feeling so secure that they laid aside their arms and marched leisurely and confidently forward. It was a fatal confidence. At one point in their march the road led between the river and a ridge of serried rocks, which lay silent beneath the midday sun. But silent as they seemed, they were instinct with life. An ambuscade of Arabs crouched behind them, impatiently waiting the coming of the unsuspecting Germans. Suddenly the air pealed with sound, the Allah il Allah of the fanatical Arabs. Suddenly the startled eyes of the imperialists saw the rugged rocks bursting, as it seemed, into life. Suddenly a horde of dusky warriors poured down upon them with scimitar and javelin, surrounding them quickly on all sides, cutting and slashing their way deeply into the disordered ranks. The scattered troops, stricken with dismay, fell in hundreds. In their surprise and confusion they became easy victims to their agile foes, and in a short time nearly the whole of that recently victorious army were slain or taken prisoners. Of the entire force, only a small number broke through the lines of their environing foes. The emperor escaped almost by miracle. His trusty steed bore him unharmed through the crowding Arabs. He was sharply pursued, but the swift animal distanced the pursuers, and before long he reached the seashore, over whose firm sands he guided his horse, though with little hope of escaping his active foes. Fortunately he soon perceived a Greek vessel at no great distance from the shore, a vision which held out to him a forlorn hope of escape. The land was perilous, the sea might be more propitious. He forced his faithful animal into the water and swam towards the vessel, in the double hope of being rescued and remaining unknown. He was successful in both particulars. The crew willingly took him on board, ignorant of his high rank, but deeming him to be a knight of distinction, for whom they could fairly hope for a handsome ransom. His situation was still a dangerous one, should he become known, and he could not long hope to remain incognito. In truth, there was a slave on board who knew him, but who, for purposes of his own, kept the perilous secret. He communicated by stealth with the emperor, told him of his recognition, and arranged with him a plan of escape. In pursuance of this, he told the Greeks that their captive was a chamberlain of the emperor, a statement which Otho confirmed, and added that he had valuable treasures at Rossano, which, if they would sail thither, they might take on board as his ransom. The Greek mariners, deceived by the specious tale, turned their vessel's prow towards Rossano, and on coming near that city, shifted their course towards the shore. Otho had been eagerly awaiting this opportunity. When they had approached sufficiently near to the land, he suddenly sprang from the deck into the sea, and swam ashore with a strength and swiftness that soon brought him to the strand. In a short time afterwards he entered Rossano, then held by his forces, and joined his queen, who had been left in that city. This singular adventure is told with a number of variations by the several writers who have related it, most of them significant of the love of the marvellous of the old chroniclers. One writer tells us that the escaping emperor was pursued and attacked by the Greek boatmen, and that he killed 40 of them with the aid of a soldier named Probus, whom he met on the shore. By another we are told that the Greeks recognized him, that he enticed them to shore by requesting them to take on board his wife and treasures, which had been left at Rassano, and that he sent young men on board disguised as female attendants of his wife, by whose aid he seized the vessel. All the stories agree, however, in saying that Theophania jeeringly asked the emperor whether her countrymen had not put him in mortal fear, a jest for which the Germans never forgave her. To return to the domain of fact, we have but further to tell that the emperor, full of grief and vexation at the loss of his army, and the slaughter of many of the German and Italian princes and nobles who had accompanied him, returned to Upper Italy with the purpose of collecting another army. All his conquests in the south had fallen again into the hands of the enemy, and his work remained to be done over again. He held a grand assembly in Verona, in which he had his son Otho, 3 years old, elected as his successor. From there he proceeded to Rome, in which city he was attacked by a violent fever brought on by the grief and excitement into which his reverses had thrown his susceptible and impatient mind. He died December 7th, 983, and was buried in the church of St. Peter at Rome. The fancy of the chroniclers has surrounded his death with legends which are worth repeating as curious examples of what medieval writers offered and medieval readers accepted as history. One of them tells the story of a naval engagement between Otho and the Greeks, in which the fight was so bitter that the whole sea around the vessels was stained red with blood. The emperor won the victory, but received a mortal wound. Another story, which does not trouble itself to sail very close to the commonplace, relates that Otho met his end by being whipped to death on Mount Garganus by the angels, among whom he had imprudently ventured, while they were holding a conclave there. These stories will serve as examples of the degree of credibility of many of the ancient chronicles, and the credulity of their readers. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Historical Tales, Volume 5, German. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 5, German, by Charles Morris. Chapter 9. The Fortunes of Henry IV. At the festival of Easter in the year 1062, a great banquet was given in the royal palace at Kaiserswerth, on the Rhine. The Empress Agnes, widow of Henry III. And regent of the empire, was present with her son, then a boy of 11. A pious and learned woman was the empress, but she lacked the energy necessary to control the unquiet spirits of her time. Gentleness and persuasion were the means by which she hoped to influence the rude dukes and haughty archbishops of the empire, but qualities such as these were wasted on her fierce subjects, and served but to gain her the contempt of some and the dislike of others. A plot to depose the weakly mild regent and govern the empire in the name of the youthful monarch was made by 3 men: Otto of Norheim, the greatest general of the state; Ecbert of Meissen, its most valiant knight; and Hanno, Archbishop of Cologne, its leading churchman. These 3 men were present at the banquet, which they had fixed upon as the occasion for carrying out their plot. The feast over, the 3 men rose and walked with the boy monarch to a window of the palace that overlooked the Rhine. On the waters before them rode at anchor a handsome vessel, which the child looked upon with eyes of delight. "Would you like to see it closer?" asked Hanno. "I will take you on board, if you wish." "Oh, will you?" pleaded the boy. "I shall be so glad." The 3 conspirators walked with him to the stream, and rowed out to the vessel, the empress viewing them without suspicion of their design. But her doubts were aroused when she saw that the anchor had been raised, and that the sails of the vessel were being set. Filled with sudden alarm, she left the palace and hastened to the shore just as the kidnapping craft began to move down the waters of the stream. At the same moment, young Henry, who had until now been absorbed in gazing delightedly about the vessel, saw what was being done, and heard his mother's cries. With courage and resolution unusual for his years, he broke with a cry of anger from those surrounding him, and leaped into the stream, with the purpose of swimming ashore. But hardly had he touched the water when Count Ecbert sprang in after him, seized him despite his struggles, and brought him back to the vessel. The empress entreated in pitiful accents for the return of her son, but in vain. The captors of the boy were not of the kind to let pity interfere with their plans. On down the broad stream glided the vessel, the treacherous vassals listening in silence to the agonized appeals of the distracted mother, and to the mingled prayers and demands of the young emperor to be taken back. The country people, furious on learning that the emperor had been stolen, and was being carried away before their eyes, pursued the vessel for some distance on both sides of the river, but their cries and threats were of no more avail than had been the mother's tears and prayers. The vessel moved on with increasing speed, the three kidnappers erect on its deck, their only words being those used to cajole and quiet their unhappy prisoner, whom they did their utmost to solace by promises and presents. The vessel continued its course until it reached Cologne, where the imperial captive was left under the charge of the archbishop, his two confederates fully trusting him to keep close watch and ward over their precious prize. The empress was of the same opinion. After vainly endeavouring to regain her lost son from his powerful captors, she resigned the regency and retired with a broken heart to an Italian convent, in which the remainder of her sad life was to be passed. The unhappy boy soon learned that his new lot was not to be one of pleasure. He had a life of severe discipline before him. Bishop Hanno was a stern and rigid disciplinarian, destitute of any of the softness to which the lad had been accustomed, and disposed to rule all under his control with a rod of iron. He kept his youthful captive strictly immured in the cloister, where he had to endure the severest discipline, while being educated in Latin and the other learning of the age. The regency given up by Agnes was instantly assumed by the ambitious churchmen, and a decree to that effect was quickly passed by the lords of the Diet, on the grounds that Hanno was the bishop of the diocese in which the emperor resided. The character of Hanno is variously represented by historians. While some accuse him of acts of injustice and cruelty, others speak of him as a man of energy, yet one whose holy life, his paternal care for his see, and his zealous reformation of monasteries and foundation of churches gained him the character of a saint. Young Henry remained but a year or two in the hands of this stern taskmaster. An imperative necessity called Hanno to Italy, and he was obliged to leave the young monarch under the charge of Adalbert, Archbishop of Bremen, a personage of a very different character from himself. Adalbert, while a churchman of great ability, was a courtier full of ambitious views. He was one of the most polished and learned men of his time, at once handsome, witty, and licentious, his character being in the strongest contrast to the stern harshness of Hanno and the coarse manners of the nobles of that period. It would have been far better, however, for Henry could he have remained under the control of Hanno, with all his severity. It is true that the kindness and gentleness of Adalbert proved a delightful change to the growing boy, and the unlimited liberty he now enjoyed was in pleasant contrast to his recent restraint, while the gravity and severe study of Hanno's cloister were agreeably replaced by the gay freedom of Adalbert's court, in which the most serious matters were treated as lightly as a jest. But the final result of the change was that the boy's character became thoroughly corrupted. Adalbert surrounded his youthful charge with constant alluring amusements, using the influence thus gained to obtain new power in the state for himself, and places of honour and profit for his partisans. He inspired him also with a contempt for the rude-mannered dukes of the empire, and for what he called the stupid German people, while he particularly filled the boy's mind with a dislike for the Saxons, with whom the archbishop was at feud. All this was to have an important influence on the future life of the growing monarch. It was more Henry's misfortune than his fault that he grew up to manhood as a compound of sensuality, levity, malice, treachery, and other mean qualities, for his nature had in it much that was good, and in his after life he displayed noble qualities which had been long hidden under the corrupting faults of his education. The crime of the ambitious nobles who stole him from his pious and gentle mother went far to ruin his character, and was the leading cause of the misfortunes of his life. As to the character of the youthful monarch, and its influence upon the people, a few words may suffice. His licentious habits soon became a scandal and shame to the whole empire, the more so that the mistresses with whom he surrounded himself were seen in public adorned with gold and precious stones which had been taken from the consecrated vessels of the Church. His dislike of the Saxons was manifested in the scorn with which he treated this section of his people, and the taxes and enforced labours with which they were oppressed. The result of all this was an outbreak of rebellion. Hanno, who had beheld with grave disapproval the course taken by Adalbert, now exerted his great influence in state affairs, convoked an assembly of the princes of the empire, and cited Henry to appear before it. On his refusal, his palace was surrounded and his person seized, while Adalbert narrowly escaped being made prisoner. He was obliged to remain in concealment during the 3 succeeding years, while the indignant Saxons, taking advantage of the opportunity for revenge, laid waste his lands. The licentious young ruler found his career of open vice brought to a sudden end. The stern Hanno was again in power. Under his orders the dissolute courtiers were dispersed, and Henry was compelled to lead a more decorous life, a bride being found for him in the person of Berta, daughter of the Italian Margrave of Susa, to whom he had at an earlier date been affianced. She was a woman of noble spirit, but unfortunately was wanting in personal beauty, in consequence of which she soon became an object of extreme dislike to her husband, a dislike which her patience and fidelity seemed rather to increase than to diminish. The feeling of the young monarch towards his dutiful wife was overcome in a singular manner, which is well worth describing. Henry at first was eager to free himself from the tie that bound him to the unloved Berta, a resolution in which he was supported by Siegfried, Archbishop of Mayence, who offered to assist him in getting a divorce. At a diet held at Worms, Henry demanded a separation from his wife, to whom he professed an unconquerable aversion. His efforts, however, were frustrated by the Pope's legate, who arrived in Germany during these proceedings, and the licentious monarch, finding himself foiled in these legal steps, sought to gain his end by baser means. He caused beautiful women and maidens to be seized in their homes and carried to his palace as ministers to his pleasure, while he exposed the unhappy empress to the base solicitations of his profligate companions, offering them large sums if they could ensnare her in her natural revulsion at his shameless unfaithfulness. But the virtue of Berta was proof against all such wiles, and the story goes that she turned the tables on her vile-intentioned husband in an amusing and decisive manner. On one occasion, as we are informed, the empress appeared to listen to the solicitations of one of the would-be seducers, and appointed a place and a time for a secret meeting with this profligate. The triumphant courtier duly reported his success to Henry, who, overjoyed, decided to replace him in disguise. At the hour fixed he appeared and entered the chamber named by Berta, when he suddenly found himself assailed by a score of stout servant-maids, armed with rods, which they laid upon his back with all the vigour of their arms. The surprised Lothario ran hither and thither to escape their blows, crying out that he was the king. In vain his cries, they did not or would not believe him, and not until he had been most soundly beaten, and their arms were weary with the exercise, did they open the door of the apartment and suffer the crestfallen reprobate to escape. This would seem an odd means of gaining the affection of a truant husband, but it is said to have had this effect upon Henry, his wronged wife from that moment gaining a place in his heart, into which she had fairly cudgelled herself. The man was really of susceptible disposition, and her invincible fidelity had at length touched him, despite himself. From that moment he ceased his efforts to get rid of her, treated her with more consideration, and finally settled down to the fact that a beautiful character was some atonement for a homely face, and that Berta was a woman well worthy his affection. We have now to describe the most noteworthy event in the life of Henry IV., and the one which has made his name famous in history, his contest with the great ecclesiastic Hildebrand, who had become pope under the title of Gregory VII. Though an aged man when raised to the papacy, Gregory's vigorous character displayed itself in a remarkable activity in the enhancement of the power of the Church. His first important step was directed against the scandals of the priesthood in the matter of celibacy, the marriage of priests having become common. A second degree of equal importance followed. Gregory forbade the election of bishops by the laity, reserving this power to the clergy, under confirmation by the Pope. He further declared that the Church was independent of the State, and that the extensive lands held by the bishops were the property of the Church and free from control by the monarch. These radical decrees naturally aroused a strong opposition, in the course of which Henry came into violent controversy with the Pope. Gregory accused Henry openly of simony, haughtily bade him to come to Rome, and excommunicated the bishops who had been guilty of the same offence. The Emperor, who did not know the man with whom he had to deal, retorted by calling an assembly of the German bishops at Worms, in which the Pope was declared to be deposed from his office. The result was very different from that looked for by the volatile young ruler. The vigorous and daring pontiff at once placed Henry himself under interdict, releasing his subjects from their oath of allegiance, and declaring him deprived of the imperial dignity. The scorn with which the Emperor heard of this decree was soon changed to terror when he perceived its effect upon his people. The days were not yet come in which the voice of the Pope could be disregarded. With the exception of the people of the cities and the free peasantry, who were opposed to the papal dominion, all the subjects of the empire deserted Henry, avoiding him as though he were infected with the plague. The Saxons flew to arms, the foreign garrisons were expelled, the imprisoned princes were all released, all the enemies whom Henry had made rose against him, and in a diet held at Oppenheim the Emperor was declared deposed, while the interdict continued, and the Pope was invited to visit Augsburg, in order to settle the affairs of Germany. The election of a successor to Henry was even proposed, and to prevent him from communicating with the Pope, his enemies passed a decree that he should remain in close residence at Spires. The situation of the recently great monarch had suddenly become desperate. Never had a decree of excommunication against a crown ruler been so completely effective. The frightened emperor saw but one hope left, to escape to Italy before the princes could prevent him, and obtain release from the interdict at any cost, and with whatever humiliation it might involve. With this end in view he at once took to flight, accompanied by Bertha, his infant son, and a single knight, and made his way with all haste towards the Alps. The winter was one of the coldest that Germany had ever known, the Rhine remaining frozen from St. Martin's Day of 1076 to April 1077. About Christmas of this severe winter the fugitives reached the snow-covered Alps, having so far escaped the agents of their enemies, and crossed the mountains by the St. Bernard Pass, the difficulty of the journey being so great that the empress had to be slid down the precipitous paths by ropes in the hands of guides, she being wrapped in an ox-hide for protection. Italy was at length reached, after the greatest dangers and hardships had been surmounted. Here Henry, much to his surprise, found prevailing a very different spirit from that which he had left behind him. The nobles, who cordially hated Gregory, and the bishops, many of whom were under interdict, hailed his coming with joy, with the belief that the emperor was coming to humiliate the haughty Pope by the power of the sword. He might soon have had an army at his back, but that he was too thoroughly downcast to think of anything but conciliation, and to the disgust of the Italians insisted on humiliating himself before the powerful pontiff. Gregory was little less alarmed than the emperor on learning of Henry's sudden arrival in Italy. He was then on his way to Augsburg, and in doubt as to the intentions of his enemy, took hasty refuge in the castle of Canossa, then held by the Countess Matilda, recently a widow, and the most powerful and influential princess in Italy. But the alarmed Pope was astonished and gratified when he learned that the emperor, instead of intending an armed assault upon them, had applied to the Countess Matilda, asking her to intercede in his behalf with the pontiff. Gregory's acute mind quickly perceived the position in which Henry stood, and with great severity he at first refused to speak of a reconciliation, but referred all to the Diet. Then, on renewed entreaties, he consented to receive Henry at Canossa, if he would come alone and as a penitent. The castle was surrounded with 3 walls, within the second of which Henry was admitted, his attendants being left without. He had laid aside every badge of royalty, being clothed in penitential dress and barefoot, and fasting and praying from morning to evening. For a second and even a third day was he thus kept, and not until the 4th day, moved at length by the solicitations of Matilda and those about him, did Gregory grant permission for Henry to enter his presence. An interview now took place, in which the Pope consented to release the penitent emperor from the interdict. One of the conditions of this release was that he should leave Gregory the settlement of affairs in Germany, and to give up all exercise of his imperial power until he should be granted permission to exercise it again. This agreement was followed by a solemn mass, after which Gregory spoke to the following effect. As regarded the crimes of which Henry had accused him, he could easily bring evidence in disproof of the charges made, but he would invoke the judgment of God alone. "May the body of Jesus Christ, which I am about to receive," he said, "be the witness of my innocence. I beseech the Almighty thus to dispel all suspicions, if I am innocent, to strike me dead on the spot, if guilty." He then received 1/2 the sacred host, and turning to the king, offered him the remaining half, bidding him to follow his example, if he held himself to be guiltless. Henry refused the ordeal, doubtless because he did not dare to risk the penalty, and was glad enough to escape from the presence of the Pope a humble penitent. This ended Henry's career of humiliation. It was followed by a period of triumph. On leaving the castle of Canossa he found the people of Lombardy so indignant at his cowardice that their scorn induced him to break the oath he had just taken, gather an army, and assail the castle, in which he shut up the Pope so closely that he could neither proceed to Augsburg nor return to Rome. This siege, however, was not of long continuance. Henry soon found himself recalled to Germany, where his enemies had elected Rudolf, Duke of Swabia, emperor in his stead. A war broke out, which continued for several years, at the end of which Gregory, encouraged by a temporary success of Rudolph's party, pronounced in his favour, invested him with the empire as a fief of the papacy, and once more excommunicated Henry. It proved a false move. Henry had now learned his own power, and ceased to fear the Pope. He had strong support in the cities and among the clergy, whom Gregory's severity had offended, and immediately convoked a council, by which the Pope was again deposed, and the Archbishop of Ravenna elected in his stead under the title of Clement III. In this year, 1080, a battle took place in which Rudolph was mortally wounded, and the party opposed to Henry left without a leader, though the war continued. And now Henry, seeing that he could trust his cause in Germany to the hands of his lieutenants, determined to march upon his pontifical foe in Italy, and take revenge for his bitter humiliation at Canossa. He crossed the Alps, defeated the army which Matilda had raised in the Pope's cause, and laid siege to Rome, a siege which continued without success for the long period of 3 years. At length the city was taken, Wilprecht von Groitsch, a Saxon knight, mounting the walls and making his way with his followers into the city, aided by treachery from within. Gregory hastily shut himself up in the castle of St. Angelo, in which he was besieged by the Romans themselves, and from which he bade defiance to Henry with the same inflexible will as ever. Henry offered to be reconciled with him if he would crown him, but the vigorous old pontiff replied that he could only communicate with him when he had given satisfaction to God and the Church. The emperor thereupon called the rival pope, Clement, to Rome, was crowned by him, and returned to Germany, leaving Clement in the papal chair and Gregory still shut up in St. Angelo. But a change quickly took place in the fortunes of the indomitable old pope. Robert Guiscard, Duke of Normandy, who had won for himself a principality in Lower Italy, now marched to the relief of his friend Gregory, stormed and took the city at the head of his Norman freebooters, and at once began the work of pillage, in disregard of Gregory's remonstrances. The result was an unusual one. The citizens of Rome, made desperate by their losses, gathered in multitudes and drove the plunderers from their city, and Gregory with them. The Normans, thus expelled, took the Pope to Salerno, where he died the following year, 1085, his last words being, "I have loved justice and hated iniquity, therefore do I die in exile." As for his imperial enemy, the remainder of his life was one of incessant war. Years of battle were needed to put down his enemies in the state, and his triumph was quickly followed by the revolt of his own son Henry, who reduced his father so greatly that the old emperor was thrown into prison and forced to sign an abdication of the throne. It is said that he became subsequently so reduced that he was forced to sell his boots to obtain means of subsistence, but this story may reasonably be doubted. Henry died in 1106, again under excommunication, so that he was not formally buried in consecrated ground until 1111, the interdict being continued for 5 years after his death. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Historical Tales, Volume 5, German. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 5, German, by Charles Morris. Chapter 10. Anecdotes of Medieval Germany. The Wives of Weinberg. In the year of grace 1140, a German army, under Conrad III, Emperor, laid siege to the small town of Weinsberg, the garrison of which resisted with a most truculent and disloyal obstinacy. Germany, which for centuries before and after was broken into warring factions, to such extent that its emperors could truly say, "Uneasy lies the head that wears a crown," was then divided between the 2 strong parties of the Welfs and the Waiblingers, or the Guelfs and the Ghibellines, as pronounced by the Italians, and better known to us. The Welfs were of noble family, whose ancestry could be traced back to the days of Charlemagne. The Waiblingers derived their name from the town of Waiblingen, which belonged to the Hohenstaufen family, of which the Emperor Conrad was a representative. And now, as often before and after, the Guelfs and Ghibellines were at war, Duke Welf holding Weinsberg vigorously against his foes of the imperial party, while his relative, Count Welf of Altorf, marched to his relief. A battle ensued between emperor and count, which ended in the triumph of the emperor and the flight of the count. And this battle is worthy of mention, as distinguished from the hundreds of battles which are unworthy of mention, from the fact that in it was first heard a war cry which continued famous for centuries afterwards. The German war cry preceding this period had been Kyrie eleison, Lord have mercy upon us, a pious invocation hardly in place with men who had little mercy upon their enemies. But now the cry of the warring factions became Hei Weif, Hei Weiblinge, softened in Italy into the Guelf, the Ghibelline, battle shouts which were long afterwards heard on the field of German war, and on that of Italy as well, for the factions of Germany became also the factions of this southern realm. So much for the origin of Guelf and Ghibelline, of which we may further say that a royal representative of the former party still exists in King Edward VII. Of England, who traces his descent from the German Welfs. And now to return to the siege of Weinsberg, to which Conrad returned after having disposed of the army of relief. The garrison still were far from being in a submissive mood, their defence being so obstinate and the siege so protracted, that the Emperor, incensed by their stubborn resistance, vowed that he would make their city a frightful example to all his foes, by subjecting its buildings to the brand, and its inhabitants to the sword. Fire and steel, he said, should sweep it from the face of the earth. Weinsberg at length was compelled to yield, and Conrad, hot with anger, determined that his cruel resolution should be carried out to the letter, the men being put to the sword, the city given to the flames. This harsh decision filled the citizens with terror and despair. A deputation was sent to the angry Emperor, humbly praying for pardon, but he continued inflexible, the utmost concession he would make being that the women might withdraw, as he did not war with them. As for the men, they had offended him beyond forgiveness, and the sword should be their lot. On further solicitation, he added to the concession a proviso that the women might take away with them all that they could carry of their most precious possessions, since he did not wish to throw them destitute upon the world. The obdurate Emperor was to experience an unexampled surprise. When the time fixed for the departure of the women arrived, and the city gates were thrown open for their exit, to the astonishment of Conrad and the admiration of the whole army, the first to appear was the Duchess, who, trembling under the weight, bore upon her shoulders Duke Welf, her husband. After her came a long line of other women, each bending beneath the heavy burden of her husband or some dear relative among the condemned citizens. Never had such a spectacle been seen. So affecting an instance of heroism was it, and so earnest and pathetic were the faces appealingly upturned to him, that the Emperor's astonishment quickly changed to admiration, and he declared that women like these had fairly earned their reward, and that each should keep the treasure she had borne. There were those around him with less respect for heroic deeds, who sought to induce him to keep his original resolution, but Conrad, who had it in him to be noble when not moved by passion, curtly silenced them with the remark, "An emperor keeps his word." He was so moved by the scene, indeed, that he not only spared the men, but the whole city, and the doom of sword and brand vowed against their homes was withdrawn through admiration of the noble act of the worthy wives of Weinsberg. A king in a quandary. From an old chronicle we extract the following story, which is at once curious and interesting, as a picture of mediaeval manners and customs, though to all seemingly largely legendary. Henry, the Bishop of Utrecht, was at sword's point with two lords, those of Emstel and Woerden, who hated him from the fact that a kinsman of theirs, Goswin by name, had been deposed from the same see, through the action of a general chapter. In reprisal, these lords, in alliance with the Count of Gebria, raided and laid waste the lands of the bishopric. Time and again they visited it with plundering bands, Henry manfully opposing them with his followers, but suffering much from their incursions. At length the affair ended in a peculiar compact, in which both sides agreed to submit their differences to the wager of war in a pitched battle, which was to be held on a certain day in the green meadows adjoining Utrecht. When the appointed day came, both sides assembled with their vassals, the lords full of hope, the bishop exhorting his followers to humble the arrogance of these plundering nobles. The Archbishop of Cologne was in the city of Utrecht at the time, having recently visited it. He, as warlike in disposition as the bishop himself, gave Henry a precious ring, saying to him, "My son, be courageous and confident, for this day, through the intercession of the holy confessor St. Martin, and through the virtue of this ring, thou shalt surely subdue the pride of thy adversaries, and obtain a renowned victory over them. In the meantime, while thou art seeking justice, I will faithfully defend this city with its priests and canons in thy behalf, and will offer up prayers to the Lord of hosts for thy success." Bishop Henry, his confidence increased by these words, led from the gates a band of fine and well-armed warriors to the sound of warlike trumpets, and marched to the field, where he drew them up before the bands of the hostile lords. Meanwhile tidings of this fray had been borne to William, King of the Romans, who felt it his duty to put an end to it, as such private warfare was forbidden by law. Hastily collecting all the knights and men-at-arms he could get together without delay, he marched with all speed to Utrecht, bent upon enforcing peace between the rival bands. As it happened, the army of the king reached the northern gate of the city just as the bishop's battalion had left the southern gate, the one party marching in as the other marched out. The archbishop, who had undertaken the defence of the city, and as yet knew nothing of this royal visit, after making an inspection of the city under his charge, gave orders to the porters to lock and bar all the gates and keep close guard thereon. King William was not long in learning that he was somewhat late, the bishop having left the city. He marched hastily to the southern gate to pursue him, but only to find that he was himself in custody, the gates being firmly locked and the keys missing. He waited a while impatiently. No keys were brought. Growing angry at this delay, he gave orders that the bolts and bars should be wrenched from the gates, and efforts to do this were begun. While this was going on, the archbishop was in deep affliction. He had just learned that the king was in Utrecht with an army, and imagined that he had come with hostile purpose, and had taken the city through the carelessness of the porters. Followed by his clergy, he hastened to where the king was trying to force a passage through the gates, and addressed him appealingly, reminding him that justice and equity were due from kings to subjects. "Your armed bands, I fear, have taken this city," he said, "and you have ordered the locks to be broken that you may expel the inhabitants, and replace them with persons favourable to your own interests. If you propose to act thus against justice and mercy, you injure me, your chancellor, and lessen your own honour. I exhort you, therefore, to restore me the city which you have unjustly taken, and relieve the inhabitants from violence." The king listened in silence and surprise to this harangue, which was much longer than we have given it. At its end he said, "Venerable pastor and bishop, you have much mistaken my errand in Utrecht. I come here in the cause of justice, not of violence. You know that it is the duty of kings to repress wars and punish the disturbers of peace. It is this that brings us here, to put an end to the private war which we learn is being waged. As it stands, we have not conquered the city, but it has conquered us. To convince you that no harm is meant to Bishop Henry and his good city of Utrecht, we will command our men to repair to their hostels, lay down their arms, and pass their time in festivity. But first the purpose for which we have come must be accomplished, and this private feud be brought to an end." That the worthy archbishop was delighted to hear these words need not be said. His fears had not been without sound warrant, for those were days in which kings were not to be trusted, and in which the cities maintained a degree of political independence that often proved inconvenient to the throne. As may be imagined, the keys were quickly forthcoming and the gates thrown open, the king being relieved from his involuntary detention and given an opportunity to bring the bishop's battle to an end. He was too late. It had already reached its end. While King William was striving to get out of the city, which he had got into with such ease, the fight in the green meadows between the bishops and the lords had been concluded, the warlike churchmen coming off the victor. Many of the lords' vassals had been killed, more put to flight, and themselves taken prisoner. At the vesper bell Henry entered the city with his captives, bound with ropes, and was met at the gates by the king and the archbishop. At the request of King William he pardoned and released his prisoners, on their promise to cease molesting his lands, and all ended in peace and goodwill. Courting by proxy. Frederick von Stauffen, known as the One-Eyed, being desirous of providing his son Frederick, afterwards the famous Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, with a wife, sent as envoy for that purpose a handsome young man named Johann von Würtemberg, whose attractions of face and manner had made him a general favourite. It was the beautiful daughter of Rudolf von Söringen who had been selected as a suitable bride for the future emperor, but when the handsome ambassador stated the purpose of his visit to the father, he was met by Rudolf with the joking remark, "Why don't you court the damsel for yourself?" The suggestion was much to the taste of the envoy. He took it seriously, made love for himself to the attractive Princess Anna, and won her love and the consent of her father, who had been greatly pleased with his handsome and lively visitor, and was quite ready to confirm in earnest what he had begun in jest. Frederick the One-Eyed still remained to deal with, but that worthy personage seems to have taken the affair as a good joke, and looked up another bride for his son, leaving to Johann the maiden he had won. This story has been treated as fabulous, but it is said to be well founded. It has been repeated in connection with other persons, notably in the case of Captain Miles Standish and John Alden, in which case the fair maiden herself is given the credit of admonishing the envoy to court for himself. It is very sure, however, that this latter story is a fable. It was probably founded on the one we have given. The Bishop's Wine Casks. Adalbert of Treves was a bandit chief of note, who, in the true fashion of the robber barons of mediaeval Germany, dwelt in a strong walled castle, which was garrisoned by a numerous band of men at arms, as fond of pillage as their leader, and equally ready to follow him on his plundering expeditions, and to defend his castle against his enemies. Our noble brigand paid particular heed to the domain of Peppo, Bishop of Treves, whose lands he honoured with his frequent unwelcome visits, despoiling lord and vassal alike, and hastening back from his raids to the shelter of his castle walls. This was not the most agreeable state of affairs for the worthy bishop, though how it was to be avoided did not clearly appear. It probably did not occur to him to apply to the Emperor, Henry II., the mediaeval German emperors having too much else on hand to leave them time to attend to matters of minor importance. Peppo therefore naturally turned to his own kinsmen, friends, and vassals, as those most likely to afford him aid. Bishop Peppo could wield sword and battle-axe with the best bishop, which is almost equivalent to saying with the best warrior, of his day, and did not fail to use, when occasion called, these carnal weapons. But something more than the battle-axes of himself and vassals was needed to break through the formidable walls of Adalbert's stronghold, which frowned defiance to the utmost force the bishop could muster. Force alone would not answer, that was evident. Stratagem was needed to give effect to brute strength. If some way could only be devised to get through the strong gates of the robber's stronghold, and reach him behind his bolts and bars, all might be well. Otherwise all was ill. In this dilemma a knightly vassal of the bishop, Tycho by name, undertook to find a passage into the castle of Adalbert, and to punish him for his pillaging. One day Tycho presented himself at the gates of a castle, knocked loudly thereon, and on the appearance of the guard, asked him for a sup of something to drink, being, as he said, overcome with thirst. He did not ask in vain. It is a pleasant illustration of the hospitality of that period to learn that the traveller's demand was unhesitatingly complied with at the gate of the bandit stronghold, a brimming cup of wine being brought for the refreshment of the thirsty wayfarer. "Thank your master for me," said Tycho, on returning the cup, "and tell him that I shall certainly repay him with some service for his good will." With this Tycho journeyed on, sought the bishopric, and told Peppo what he had done and what he proposed to do. After a full deliberation, a definite plan was agreed upon, which the cunning fellow proceeded to put into action. The plan was one which strongly reminds us of that adopted by the bandit chief in the Arabian story of the 40 Thieves, the chief difference being that here it was true men, not thieves, who were to be benefited. 30 wine casks of capacious size were prepared, and in each was placed, instead of its quota of wine, a stalwart warrior, fully armed with sword, shield, helmet, and cuirass. Each cask was then covered with a linen cloth, and ropes were fastened to its sides for the convenience of the carriers. This done, 60 other men were chosen as carriers, and dressed as peasants, though really they were trained soldiers, and each had a sword concealed in the cask he helped to carry. The preparations completed, Tycho, accompanied by a few knights, and by the 60 carriers and their casks, went his way to Adalbert's castle, and, as before, knocked loudly at its gates. The guard again appeared, and on seeing the strange procession, asked who they were, and for what they came. "I have come to repay your chief for the cup of wine he gave me," said Tycho. "I promised that he should be well rewarded for his good will, and am here for that purpose." The warder looked longingly at the array of stout casks, and hastened with the message to Adalbert, who, doubtless deeming that the gods were raining wine, for his one cup to be so amply returned, gave orders that the strangers should be admitted. Accordingly the gates were opened, and the wine-bearers and knights filed in. Reaching the castle hall, the casks were placed on the floor before Adalbert and his chief followers, Tycho begging him to accept them as a present in return for his former kindness. As to receive something for nothing was Adalbert's usual mode of life, he did not hesitate to accept the lordly present, and Tycho ordered the carriers to remove the coverings. In a very few seconds this was done, when out sprang the armed men, the porters seized their swords from the casks, and in a minute's time the surprised bandits found themselves sharply attacked. The stratagem proved a complete success. Adalbert and his men fell victims to their credulity, and the fortress was razed to the ground. The truth of this story we cannot vouch for. It bears too suspicious a resemblance to the Arabian tale to be lightly accepted as fact. But its antiquity is unquestionable, and it may be offered as a faithful picture of the conditions of those centuries of anarchy when every man's hand was for himself, and might was right. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Historical Tales, Volume 5, German. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 5, German, by Charles Morris. Chapter 11. Frederick Barbarossa and Milan. A proud old city was Milan, heavy with its weight of years, rich and powerful, arrogant and independent, the capital of Lombardy, and the lord of many of the Lombard cities. For some 20 centuries it had existed, and now had so grown in population, wealth, and importance, that it could almost lay claim to be the Rome of northern Italy. But its day of pride preceded not long that of its downfall, for a new emperor had come to the German throne, Frederick the Red-bearded, one of the ablest, noblest, and greatest of all that have filled the imperial chair. Not long had he been on the throne before, in the long-established fashion of German emperors, he began to interfere with affairs in Italy, and demanded from the Lombard cities recognition of his supremacy as Emperor of the West. He found some of them submissive, others not so. Milan received his commands with contempt, and his proud magistrates went so far as to tear the seal from the imperial edict and trample it under foot. In 1154 Frederick crossed the Alps and encamped on the Lombardian plain. Soon deputations from some of the cities came to him with complaints about the oppression of Milan, which had taken Lodi, Como, and other towns, and lorded it over them exasperatingly. Frederick bade the proud Milanese to answer these complaints, but in their arrogance they refused even to meet his envoys, and he resolved to punish them severely for their insolence. But the time was not yet. He had other matters to attend to. 4 years passed before he was able to devote some of his leisure to the Milanese. They had in the meantime managed to offend him still more seriously, having taken the town of Lodi and burnt it to the ground, for no other crime than it had yielded him allegiance. After him marched a powerful army nearly 120,000 strong, at the very sight of whose myriad of banners most of the Lombard cities submitted without a blow. Milan was besieged. Its resistance was by no means obstinate. The emperor's principal wish was to win it over to his side, and probably the authorities of the city were aware of his lenient disposition, for they held out no long time before his besieging multitude. All that the conqueror now demanded was that the proud municipality should humble itself before him, swear allegiance, and promise not to interfere with the freedom of the smaller cities. On the 6th of September a procession of nobles and churchmen defiled before him, barefooted and clad in tattered garments, the consuls and patricians with swords hanging from their necks, the others with ropes around their throats, and thus, with evidence of the deepest humility, they bore to the emperor the keys of the proud city. "You must now acknowledge that it is easier to conquer by obedience than with arms," he said. Then, exacting their oaths of allegiance, placing the imperial eagle upon the spire of the cathedral, and taking with him 300 hostages, he marched away with the confident belief that the defiant resistance of Milan was at length overcome. He did not know the Milanese. When, in the following year, he attempted to lay a tax upon them, they rose in insurrection, and attacked his representatives with such fury that they could scarcely save their lives. On an explanation being demanded, they refused to give any, and were so arrogantly defiant that the emperor pronounced their city outlawed, and wrathfully vowed that he would never place the crown upon his head again until he had utterly destroyed this errant nest of rebels. It was not to prove so easy a task. Frederick began by besieging Cremona, which was in alliance with Milan, and which resisted him so obstinately that it took him 7 months to reduce it to submission. In his anger, he razed the city to the ground, and scattered its inhabitants far and wide. Then came the siege of Milan, which was so vigorously defended that 3 years passed before starvation threw it into the emperor's hands. So virulent were the citizens that they several times tried to rid themselves of their imperial enemy by assassination. On one occasion, when Frederick was performing his morning devotions in a solitary spot upon the river Adda, a giant fellow attacked him and tried to throw him into the stream. The emperor's cries for help brought his attendants to the spot, and the assailant in his turn was thrown into the river. On another occasion an old misshapen man glided into the camp, bearing poisoned wares, which he sought to dispose of to the emperor. Frederick, fortunately, had been forewarned, and he had the would-be assassin seized and executed. It was in the spring of 1162 that the city yielded, hunger at length forcing it to capitulate. Now came the work of revenge. Frederick proceeded to put into execution the harsh vow he had made, after subjecting its inhabitants to the greatest humiliations which he could devise. For 3 days the consuls and chief men of the city, followed by the people, were obliged to parade before the imperial camp, barefooted and dressed in sackcloth, with tapers in their hands, and crosses, swords, and ropes about their necks. On the 3rd day more than 100 of the banners of the city were brought out and laid at the emperor's feet. Then, in sign of the most utter humiliation, the great banner of their pride, the carusium, a stately iron tree with iron leaves, drawn on a cart by 8 oxen, was brought out and bowed before the emperor. Frederick seized and tore down its fringe, while the whole people cast themselves on the ground, wailing and imploring mercy. The emperor was incensed beyond mercy, other than to grant them their lives. He ordered that a part of the wall should be thrown down, and rode through the breach into the city. Then, after deliberation, he granted the inhabitants their lives, but ordered their removal to 4 villages several miles away, where they were placed under the care of imperial functionaries. As for Milan, he decided that it should be levelled with the ground, and gave the right to do this, at their request, to the people of Lodi, Cremona, Pavia, and other cities which had formerly been oppressed by proud Milan. The city was first pillaged, and then given over to the hands of the Lombards, who, such was the diligence of hatred, are said to have done more in 6 days than hired workmen would have done in as many months. The walls and forts were torn down, the ditches filled up, and the once splendid city reduced to a frightful scene of ruin and desolation. Then, at a splendid banquet at Pavia, in the Easter festival, the triumphant emperor replaced the crown upon his head. His triumph was not to continue, nor the humiliation of Milan to remain permanent. Time brings its revenges, as the proud Frederick was to learn. For 5 years Milan lay in ruins, a home for owls and bats, a scene of desolation to make all observers weep. And then arrived its season of retribution. Frederick's downfall came from the hand of God, not of man. A frightful plague broke out in the ranks of the German army, then in Rome, carrying off nobles and men alike in such numbers that it looked as if the whole host might be laid in the grave. Thousands died, and the emperor was obliged to retire to Pavia with but a feeble remnant of his numerous army, nearly the whole of it having been swept away. In the following spring he was forced to leave Italy like a fugitive, secretly and in disguise, and came so nearly falling into the hands of his foes that he only escaped by one of his companions placing himself in his bed to be seized in his stead, while he fled under the cover of night. Immediately the humbled cities raised their heads. An alliance was formed between them, and they even ventured to conduct the Milanese back to their ruined homes. At once the work of rebuilding was begun. The ditches, walls, and towers were speedily restored, and then each man went to work on his own habitation. So great was the city that the work of destruction had been but partial. Most of the houses, all the churches, and portions of the walls remained, and by aid of the other cities Milan soon regained its old condition. In 1174 Frederick reappeared in Italy with a new army, and with hostile intentions against the revolted cities. The Lombards had built a new city in a locality surrounded by rivers and marshes, and had enclosed it with walls which they sought to make impregnable. This they named Alexandria, in honour of the Pope and in defiance of the emperor, and against this Frederick's first assault was made. For 7 months he besieged it, and then broke into the very heart of the place, through a subterranean passage which the Germans had excavated. To all appearance the city was lost, yet chance and courage saved it. The brave defenders attacked the Germans, who had appeared in the market-place. The tunnel, through great good fortune, fell in. and in the end the emperor was forced to raise the siege in such haste that he set fire to his own encampment in his precipitate retreat. On May 29, 1176, a decisive battle was fought at Lignano, in which Milan revenged itself on its too rigorous enemy. The Caruseium was placed in the middle of the Lombard army, surrounded by 300 youths who had sworn to defend it unto death, and by a body of 900 picked cavalry who had taken a similar oath. Early in the battle, one wing of the Lombard army wavered under the sharp attack of the Germans, and threw into confusion the Milanese ranks. Taking advantage of this, the emperor pressed towards their centre, seeking to gain the Caruseium, with the expectation that its capture would convert the disorder of the Lombards into a rout. On pushed the Germans until the sacred standard was reached, and its decorations torn down before the eyes of its sworn defenders. This indignity to the treasured emblem of their liberties gave renewed courage to the disordered band. Their ranks re-established, they charged upon the Germans with such furious valour as to drive them back in disorder, cut through their lines to the emperor's station, kill his standard-bearer by his side, and capture the imperial standard. Frederick, clad in a splendid suit of armour, rushed against them at the head of a band of chosen knights, but suddenly he was seen to fall from his horse and vanish under the hot press of struggling warriors that surged back and forth around the standard. This dire event spread instant terror through the German ranks. They broke and fled in disorder, followed by the death phalanx of the Caruseium, who cut them down in multitudes, and drove them back in complete disorder and defeat. For 2 days the emperor was mourned as slain, his unhappy wife even assuming the robes of widowhood, when suddenly he reappeared, and all was joy again. He had not been seriously hurt in his fall, and had, with a few friends, escaped in the tumult of the defeat, and under the protection of night made his way with difficulty back to Pavia. This defeat ended the efforts of Frederick against Milan, which had, through its triumph over the great emperor, regained all its old proud position and supremacy among the Lombard cities. The war ended with the battle of Lignano, a truce of 6 years being concluded between the hostile parties. For the ensuing 8 years Frederick was fully occupied in Germany, in wars with Henry the Lion, of the Guelph faction. At the end of that time he returned to Italy, where Milan, which he had sought so strenuously to humiliate and ruin, now became the seat of the greatest honour he could bestow. The occasion was that of the marriage of his son Henry to Constanza, the last heiress of Naples and Sicily of the royal Norman race. This ceremony took place in Milan, in which city the emperor caused the iron crown of the Lombards to be placed upon the head of his son and heir, and gave him away in marriage with the utmost pomp and festivity. Milan had won in its great contest for life and death. We may fitly conclude with the story of the death of the great Frederick, who, in accordance with the character of his life, died in harness. In his old age, having put an end to the wars in Germany and Italy, he headed a crusade to the Holy Land, from which he was never to return. It was the most interesting in many of its features of all the crusades, the leaders of the host being, in addition to Frederick Barbarossa, Richard Coeur de Lion of England, the hero of romance, the wise Philip Augustus of France, and various others of the leading potentates of Europe. It is with Frederick alone that we are concerned. In 1188 he set out, at the head of 150,000 trained soldiers, on what was destined to prove a disastrous expedition. Entering Hungary, he met with a friendly reception from Bela, its king. Reaching Belgrade, he held there a magnificent tournament, hanged all the robber Servians he could capture for their depredations upon his ranks, and advanced into Greek territory, where he punished the bad faith of the Emperor Isaac by plundering his country. Several cities were destroyed in revenge for the assassination of pilgrims and of sick and wounded German soldiers by their inhabitants. This done, Frederick advanced on Constantinople, whose emperor, to save his city from capture, hastened to place his whole fleet at the disposal of the Germans, glad to get rid of these truculent visitors at any price. Reaching Asia Minor, the troubles of the Crusaders began. They were assailed by the Turks, and had to cut their way forward at every step. Barbarossa had never shown himself a greater general. On one occasion, when hard pressed by the enemy, he concealed a chosen band of warriors in a large tent, the gift of the Queen of Hungary, while the rest of the army pretended to fly. The Turks entered the camp and began pillaging, when the ambushed knights broke upon them from the tent, the flying soldiers returned, and the confident enemy was disastrously defeated. But as the army advanced, its difficulties increased. A Turkish prisoner, who was made to act as a guide, being driven in chains before the army, led the Christians into the gorges of almost impassable mountains, sacrificing his life for his cause. Here, footsore and weary, and tormented by thirst and hunger, they were suddenly attacked by ambushed foes, stones being rolled upon them in the narrow gorges, and arrows and javelins poured down upon their disordered ranks. Peace was here offered them by the Turks if they would pay a large sum of money for their release. In reply, the indomitable emperor sent them a small silver coin, with the message that they might divide this among themselves. Then, pressing forward, he beat off the enemy and extricated his army from its dangerous situation. As they pushed on, the sufferings of the army increased. Water was not to be had, and many were forced to quench their thirst by drinking the blood of their horses. The army was now divided. Frederick, the son of the emperor, led half of it forward at a rapid march, defeated the Turks who sought to stop him, and fought his way into the city of Iconium. Here all the inhabitants were put to the sword, and the Crusaders gained an immense booty. Meanwhile the emperor, his soldiers almost worn out with hunger and fatigue, was surrounded with the army of the Sultan. He believed that his son was lost, and tears of anguish flowed from his eyes, while all around him wept in sympathy. Suddenly rising, he exclaimed, "Christ still lives! Christ conquers!" and putting himself at the head of his knights, he led them in a furious assault upon the Turks. The result was a complete victory, 10,000 of the enemy falling dead upon the field. Then the Christian army marched to Iconium, where they found relief from their hunger and weariness. After recruiting, they marched forward, and on June 10th, 1190, reached the little river Cydnus in Cilicia. Here the road and the bridge over the stream were so blocked up with beasts of burden that the progress of the army was greatly reduced. The bold old warrior, impatient to rejoin his son Frederick, who led the van, would not wait for the bridge to be cleared, but spurred his war-horse forward and plunged into the stream. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated the strength of the current. Despite the efforts of the noble animal, it was borne away by the swift stream, and when at length assistance reached the aged emperor, he was found to be already dead. Never was a man more mourned than was the valiant Barbarossa by his army, and by the Germans, on hearing of his death. His body was borne by the sorrowing soldiers to Antioch, where it was buried in the church of St. Peter. His fate was perhaps a fortunate one, for it prevented him from beholding the loss of the army, which was almost entirely destroyed by sickness at the city in which his body was entombed. His son Frederick died at the siege of Acre, or Ptolemais. As regards the Germans at home, they were not willing to believe that their great emperor could be dead. Their superstitious faith gave rise to legendary tales to the effect that the valiant Barbarossa was still alive, and would some day return to yield Germany again a dynasty of mighty sovereigns. The story went that the noble emperor lay asleep in a deep cleft of Kufhäuser Berg, on the golden meadow of Thuringia. Here, his head resting on his arm, he sits by a granite block, through which, in the lapse of time, his red beard has grown. Here he will sleep until the ravens no longer fly around the mountain, when he will awake to restore the golden age to the world. Another legend tells us that the great Barbarossa sits wrapped in deep slumber in the Untersberg, near Salzburg. His sleep will end when the dead pear tree on the Walserfeld, which has been cut down 3 times but ever grows anew, blossoms. Then will he come forth, hang his shield on the tree, and begin a tremendous battle, in which the whole world will join, and in whose end the good will overcome the wicked, and the reign of virtue return to the earth. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Historical Tales, Volume 5, German. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 5, German, by Charles Morris. Chapter 12. The Crusade of Frederick II. A remarkable career was that of Frederick II of Germany, grandson of the great Barbarossa, crowned in 1215 under the immediate auspices of the papacy, yet during all the remainder of his life in constant and bitter conflict with the popes. He was, we are told, of striking personal beauty, his form being of the greatest symmetry, his face unusually handsome, and marked by intelligence, benevolence, and nobility. Born in a rude age, his learning would have done honour to our own. Son of an era in which poetry was scarcely known, he cultivated the gay science, and was one of the earliest producers of the afterwards favourite form known as the sonnet. An emperor of Germany, nearly his whole life was spent in Sicily. Though ruler of a Christian realm, he lived surrounded by Saracens, studying diligently the Arabian learning, dwelling in what was almost a harem of Arabian beauties, and hesitating not to give expression to the most infidel sentiments. The leader of a crusade, he converted what was ordinarily a tragedy into a comedy, obtained possession of Jerusalem without striking a blow or shedding a drop of blood, and found himself excommunicated in the holy city which he had thus easily restored to Christendom. Altogether, we may repeat that the career of Frederick II was an extraordinary one, and amply worthy our attention. The young monarch had grown up in Sicily, of which charming island he became guardian after the death of his mother Constanza. He was crowned at Aix-la-Chapelle, having defeated his rival Otho IV., but spent the greater part of his life in the south, holding his pleasure-loving court at Naples and Palermo, where he surrounded himself with all the refinements of life then possessed by the Saracens, but of which the Christians of Europe were lamentably deficient. It was in 1220 that Frederick returned from Germany to Italy, leaving his northern kingdom in the hands of the Archbishop of Cologne as regent. At Rome he received the imperial crown from the hands of the Pope, and his first wife dying, married Yolinda de Lusignan, daughter of John, ex-king of Jerusalem, in right of whom he claimed the kingdom of the East. Shortly afterwards a new pope came to the papal chair, the gloomy Gregory IX., whose first act was to order a crusade, which he desired the emperor to lead. Despite the fact that he had married the heiress of Jerusalem, Frederick was very reluctant to seek an enforcement of his claim upon the Holy City. He had pledged himself, when crowned at Aix-la-Chapelle, and afterwards on his coronation at Rome, to undertake a crusade, but Honorius III., the pope at that time, readily granted him delay. Such was not the case with Gregory, who sternly insisted on an immediate compliance with his pledge, and whose rigid sense of decorum was scandalized by the frivolities of the emperor, no less than was his religious austerity by Frederick's open intercourse with the Sicilian Saracens. The old contest between emperor and pope threatened to be opened again with all its former virulence. It was deferred for a time by Frederick, who, after exhausting all excuses for delay, at length yielded to the exhortations of the Pope, and set sail for the Holy Land. The crusade thus entered upon proved, however, to be simply a farce. In 3 days the fleet returned, Frederick pleading illness as his excuse, and the whole expedition came to an end. Gregory was no longer to be trifled with. He declared that the illness was but a pretext, that Frederick had openly broken his word to the Church, and at once proceeded to launch upon the emperor the thunders of the papacy, in a bull of excommunication. Frederick treated this fulmination with contempt, and appealed from the Pope to Christendom, accusing Rome of avarice, and declaring that her envoys were marching in all directions, not to preach the word of God, but to extort money from the people. The primitive Church, he said, founded on poverty and simplicity, brought forth numberless saints. The Romans are now rolling in wealth. What wonder that the walls of the Church are undermined to the base, and threaten utter ruin? For this saying, the Pope launched against him a more tremendous excommunication. In return, the partisans of Frederick in Rome, raising an insurrection, expelled the Pope from that city. And now the free-thinking emperor, to convince the world that he was not trifling with his word, set sail of his own accord for the East, with as numerous an army as he was able to raise. A remarkable state of affairs followed, justifying us in speaking of this crusade as a comedy, in contrast with the tragic character of those which had preceded it. Frederick had shrewdly prepared for success by negotiations through his Saracen friends with the Sultan of Egypt. On reaching the Holy Land, he was received with joy by the German knights and pilgrims there assembled, but the clergy and the Knight Templars and Hospitallers carefully kept aloof from him, for Gregory had despatched a swift-sailing ship to Palestine, giving orders that no intercourse should be held with the imperial enemy of the Church. It was certainly a strange spectacle for a man under the ban of the Church to be the leader in an expedition to recover the Holy City. Its progress was as strange as its inception. Had Frederick been the leader of a Mohammedan army to recover Jerusalem from the Christians, his camp could have been little more crowded with infidel delegates. He wore a Saracen dress. He discussed questions of philosophy with Saracen visitors. He received presents of elephants and of dancing girls from his friend the Sultan, to whom he appealed, "Out of your goodness and your friendship for me, surrender to me Jerusalem as it is, that I may be able to lift up my head among the kings of Christendom." Kamel, the Sultan, consented, agreeing to deliver up Jerusalem and its adjacent territory to the emperor, on the sole condition that Mohammedan pilgrims might have the privilege of visiting a mosque within the city. These terms Frederick gladly accepted, and soon after marched into the Holy City at the head of his armed followers, not unarmed, as in the case of Coeur de Lion, took possession of it with formal ceremony, allowing the Mohammedan population to withdraw in peace, and repeopled the city with Christians, A.D. 1229. He found himself in the presence of an extraordinary condition of affairs. The excommunication against him was not only maintained, but the Pope actually went so far as to place Jerusalem and the Holy Sepulchre under interdict. So far did the virulence of priestly antipathy go, that the Templars even plotted against Frederick's life. Emissaries sent by them gave secret information to the Sultan of where he might easily capture the emperor. The Sultan, with a noble friendliness, sent the letter to Frederick, cautioning him to beware of his foes. The break between emperor and pope had now reached its highest pitch of hostility. Frederick proclaimed his signal success to Europe. Gregory retorted with bitter accusations. The emperor, he said, had presented to the Sultan of Babylon the sword given him for the defense of the faith. He had permitted the Koran to be preached in the Holy Temple itself. He had even bound himself to join the Saracens in case a Christian army should attempt to cleanse the city and temple from Mohammedan defilements. In addition to these charges, accusations of murder and other crimes were circulated against him, and a false report of his death was industriously circulated. Frederick found it necessary to return home without delay. He crowned himself at Jerusalem, as no ecclesiastic could be found who would perform the ceremony, and then set sail for Italy, leaving Richard, his master of the horse, in charge of affairs in Palestine. Reaching Italy, he soon brought his affairs into order. He had under his command an army of 30,000 Saracen soldiers, with whom it was impossible for his enemies to tamper. A bitter recrimination took place with the Pope, in which the emperor managed to bring the general sentiment of Europe to his side, offering to convict Gregory of himself entering into negotiations with the infidels. Gregory, finding that he was getting the worst of the controversy with his powerful and alert enemy, now prudently gave way, having a horror of the shedding of blood. Peace was made in 1230, the excommunication removed from the emperor, and for 9 years the conflict between him and the papacy was at an end. We have told the story of Frederick's crusade, but the remainder of his life is of sufficient interest to be given in epitome. In his government of Sicily he showed himself strikingly in advance of the political opinions of his period. He enacted a system of wise laws, instituted representative parliaments, asserted the principle of equal rights and equal duties, and the supremacy of the law over high and low alike. All religions were tolerated, Jews and Mohammedans having equal freedom of worship with Christians. All the serfs of his domain were emancipated, private war was forbidden, commerce was regulated, cheap justice for the poor was instituted, markets and fairs were established, large libraries collected, and other progressive institutions organized. He established menageries for the study of natural history, founded in Naples a great university, patronized medical study, provided cheap schools, aided the development of the arts, and in every respect displayed a remarkable public spirit and political foresight. Yet splendid as was his career of development in secular affairs, his private life, as well as his public conduct, was stained with flagrant faults, and there was much in his doings that was frowned upon by the Pope. New quarrels arose, new wars broke out, the emperor was again excommunicated, the unfortunate closing years of Frederick's career began. Again there were appeals to Christendom. Again Frederick's Saracens marched through Italy. Such was their success that the Pope only escaped by death from falling into the hands of his foe. But with a new Pope the old quarrel was resumed, Innocent IV flying to France to get out of reach of the emperor's hands, and desperately combating him from this haven of refuge. The incessant conflict at length bowed down the spirit of the emperor, now growing old. His good fortune began to desert him. In 1249 his son Enzio, whom he had made king of Sicily, and who was the most chivalrous and handsome of his children, was taken prisoner by the Bolognese, who refused to accept ransom for him, although his father offered in return for his freedom a silver ring equal in circumference to their city. In the following year his long-tried friend and counsellor, Peter de Vincius, who had been the most trusted man in the Empire, was accused of having joined the papal party, and of attempting to poison the emperor. He offered Frederick a beverage, which he, growing suspicious, did not drink, but had it administered to a criminal, who instantly expired. Whether Peter was guilty or not, his seeming defection was a sore blow to his imperial patron. "Alas!" moaned Frederick, "I am abandoned by my most faithful friends. Peter, the friend of my heart, on whom I leaned for support, has deserted me and sought my destruction. Whom can I trust? My days are henceforth doomed to pass in sorrow and suspicion." His days were near their end. Not long after the events narrated, while again in the field at the head of a fresh army of Saracens, he was suddenly seized with a mortal illness at Firenzuola, and died there on the 13th of December, 1250, becoming reconciled with the Church on his death-bed. He was buried at Palermo. Thus died one of the most intellectual, progressive, free-thinking, and pleasure-loving emperors of Germany, after a long reign over a realm in which he seldom appeared, and an almost incessant period of warfare against the head of a church of which he was supposed to be the imperial protector. 7 crowns were his, those of the kingdom of Germany and the Roman Empire, the iron diadem of Lombardy, and those of Burgundy, Sicily, Sardinia, and Jerusalem. But of all the realms under his rule, the smiling lands of Sicily and southern Italy were most to his liking, and the scene of his most constant abode. Charming palaces were built by him at Naples, Palermo, Messina, and several other places, and in these he surrounded himself with the noblest bards and the most beautiful women of the empire, and by all that was attractive in the art, science, and poetry of his times. Moorish dancing girls and the arts and learning of the East abounded in his court. The Sultan Kamel presented him with a rare tent, in which, by means of artfully contrived mechanism, the movements of the heavenly bodies were represented. Michael Scott, his astrologer, translated Aristotle's History of Animals. Frederick studied ornithology, on which he wrote a treatise, and possessed a menagerie of rare animals, including a giraffe and other strange creatures. The popular dialect of Italy owed much to him, being elevated into a written language by his use of it in his love sonnets. Of the poems written by himself, his son Enzio, and his friends, several have been preserved, while his chancellor, Peter de Vincius, is said to have originated the sonnet. We have already spoken of his reforms in his southern kingdom. It was his purpose to introduce similar reforms into the government of Germany, abolishing the feudal system, and creating a centralized and organized state, with a well-regulated system of finance. But ideas such as these were much too far in advance of the age. State and church alike opposed them, and Frederick's intelligent views did not long survive him. History must have its evolution, political systems their growth, and the development of institutions has never been much hastened or checked by any man's whip or curb. In 1781, when the tomb of Frederick was opened, centuries after his death, the institutions he had advocated were but in process of being adopted in Europe. The body of the great emperor was found within the mausoleum, wrapped in embroidered robes, the feet booted and spurred, the imperial crown on its head, in its hand the ball and sceptre, on its finger a costly emerald. For 5 centuries and more Frederick had slept in state, awaiting the verdict of time on the ideas in defense of which his life had been passed in battle. The verdict had been given, the ideas had grown into institutions, time had vouchsafed the far-seeing emperor his revenge. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Historical Tales, Volume 5, German. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 5, German, by Charles Morris. Chapter 13 The Fall of the Ghibellines. The death of Frederick II. in 1250 was followed by a series of misfortunes to his descendants so tragical as to form a story full of pathetic interest. His son Enzio, a man of remarkable beauty and valour, celebrated as a Minnesinger, and of unusual intellectual qualities, had been taken prisoner, as we have already told, by the Bolognese, and condemned by them to perpetual imprisonment, despite the prayers of his father and the rich ransom offered. For 22 years he continued a tenant of a dungeon, and in this gloomy scene of death in life survived all the sons and grandsons of his father, every one of whom perished by poison, the sword, or the axe of the executioner. It is this dread story of the fate of the Hohenstaufen imperial house which we have now to tell. No sooner had Frederick expired than the enemies of his house arose on every side. Conrad IV., his eldest son and successor, found Germany so filled with his foes that he was forced to take refuge in Italy, where his half-brother, Manfred, Prince of Taranto, ceded to him the sovereignty of the Italian realm, and lent him his aid to secure it. The royal brothers captured Capua and Naples, where Conrad signalized his success by placing a bridle in the mouth of an antique colossal horse's head, the emblem of the city. This insult made the inhabitants his implacable foes. His success was but temporary. He died suddenly, as also did his younger brother Henry, poisoned by his half-brother Manfred, who succeeded to the kingship of the south. But with the Guelphs in power in Germany, and the Pope his bitter foe in Italy, he was utterly unable to establish his claim, and was forced to cede all Lower Italy, except Taranto, to the Pontiff. But a new and less implacable Pope being elected, the fortunes of Manfred suddenly changed, and he was unanimously proclaimed king at Palermo in 1258. But the misfortunes of his house were to pursue him to the end. In northern Italy the Guelphs were everywhere triumphant. Ezzelino, one of Frederick's ablest generals, was defeated, wounded, and taken prisoner. He soon after died. His brother Alberich was cruelly murdered, being dragged to death at a horse's tail. The other Ghibelline chiefs were similarly butchered, the horrible scenes of bloodshed so working on the feelings of the susceptible Italians that many of them did penance at the grave of Alberich, arrayed in sackcloth. From this circumstance arose the sect of the Flagellants, who ran through the streets lamenting, praying, and wounding themselves with thongs, as an atonement for the sins of the world. In southern Italy, Manfred for a while was successful. In 1259 he married Helena, the daughter of Michael of Cyprus and Aetolia, a maiden of 17 years, and famed far and wide for her loveliness. So beautiful were the bridal pair, and such were the attractions of their court, which, as in Frederick's time, was the favourite resort of distinguished poets and lovely women, that a bard of the time declared, "Paradise has once more appeared upon earth." Manfred, like his father and his brother Enzio, was a poet, being classed among the Minnesingers. His marriage gave him the alliance of Greece, and the marriage of Constance, his daughter by a former wife, to Peter of Aragon, gained him the friendship of Spain. Strengthened by these alliances, he was able to send aid to the Ghibellines in Lombardy, who again became victorious. The Guelphs, alarmed at Manfred's growing power, now raised a Frenchman to the papal throne, who induced Charles of Anjou, the brother of the French monarch, to strike for the crown of southern Italy. Charles, a gloomy, cold-blooded, and cruel prince, gladly accepted the Pope's suggestions, and, followed by a powerful body of French knights and soldiers of fortune, set sail for Naples in 1266. Manfred had unluckily lost the whole of his fleet in a storm, and was not able to oppose this threatening invasion, which landed in Italy in his despite. Nor was he more fortunate with his land army. The clergy, in the interest of the Guelph faction, tampered with his soldiers and sowed treason in his camp. No sooner had Charles landed than a mountain pass entrusted to the defence of Riccardo di Casseta was treacherously abandoned, and the French army allowed to advance unmolested as far as Benevento, where the two armies met. In the battle that followed, Manfred defended himself gallantly, but despite all his efforts was worsted, and threw himself desperately into the thick of the fight, where he fell covered with wounds. The bigoted victor refused him honourable burial on the score of heresy, but the French soldiers, nobler hearted than their leader, and touched by the beauty and valour of their unfortunate opponent, cast each of them a stone upon his body, which was thus buried under a mound which the natives still know as the Rock of Roses. The wife and children of Manfred met with a pitiable fate. On learning of the sad death of her husband, Helena sought safety in flight, with her daughter Beatrice and her 3 infant sons, Henry, Frederick, and Anselino, but she was betrayed to Charles, who threw her into a dungeon, in which she soon languished and died. Of her children, her daughter Beatrice was afterwards rescued by Peter of Aragon, who exchanged for her a son of Charles of Anjou, whom he held prisoner. But the 3 boys were given over to the cruellest fate. Immured in a narrow dungeon, and loaded with chains, they remained thus half naked, ill-fed, and untaught for the period of 31 years. Not until 1297 were they released from their chains, and allowed to be visited by a priest and a physician. Charles of Anjou, meanwhile, filled with the spirit of cruelty and ambition, sought to destroy every vestige of the Hohenstaufen rule in southern Italy, the scene of Frederick's long and lustrous reign. The death of Manfred had not extinguished all the princes of Frederick's house. There remained another, Conradin, son of Conrad IV., Duke of Swabia, a youthful prince to whom had descended some of the intellectual powers of his noted grandsire. He had an inseparable friend, Frederick, son of the Margrave of Baden, of his own age, and, like him, enthusiastic and imaginative, their ardent fancies finding vent in song. One of Conradin's ballads is still extant. As the young prince grew older, the seclusion to which he was subjected by his guardian, Meinhard, Count von Goetz, became so irksome to him that he gladly accepted a proposal from the Italian Ghibellines to put himself at their head. In 1267 he set out in company with Frederick, and with a following of some 10,000 men, and crossed the Alps to Lombardy, where he met with a warm welcome at Verona by the Ghibelline chiefs. Treachery accompanied him, however, in the presence of his guardian Meinhard and Louis of Bavaria, who persuaded him to part with his German possessions for a low price, and then deserted him, followed by the greater part of the Germans. Conradin was left with but 3,000 men. The Italians proved more faithful. Verona raised him an army. Pisa supplied him a large fleet. The Moors of Luceria took up arms in his cause. Even Rome rose in his favour, and drove out the Pope, who retreated to Viterbo. For the time being, the Ghibelline cause was in the ascendant. Conradin marched unopposed to Rome, at whose gates he was met by a procession of beautiful girls bearing flowers and instruments of music, who conducted him to the capital. His success on land was matched by a success at sea, his fleet gaining a signal victory over that of the French, and burning a great number of their ships. So far all had gone well with the youthful heir of the Hohenstaufens. Henceforth all was to go ill. Conradin marched from Rome to Lower Italy, where he encountered the French army, under Charles, at Skurkola, drove them back, and broke into their camp. Assured of victory, the Germans grew careless, dispersing through the camp in search of booty, while some of them even refreshed themselves by bathing. While thus engaged, the French reserve, who had watched their movements, suddenly fell upon them and completely put them to rout. Conradin and Frederick, after fighting bravely, owed their escape to the fleetness of their steeds. They reached the sea at Astura, boarded a vessel, and were about setting sail for Pisa, when they were betrayed into the hands of their pursuers, taken prisoners, and carried back to Charles of Anjou. They had fallen into fatal hands. Charles was not the man to consider justice or honour in dealing with a Hohenstaufen. He treated Conradin as a rebel against himself, under the claim that he was the only legitimate king, and sentenced both the princes, then but 16 years of age, to be publicly beheaded in the market-place at Naples. Conradin was playing at chess in prison, when the news of this unjust sentence was brought to him. He calmly listened to it, with the courage native to his race. On October 22nd, 1268, he, with Frederick and his other companions, was conducted to the scaffold erected in the market-place, passing through a throng of which even the French contingent looked on the spectacle with indignation. So greatly were they wrought up, indeed, by the outrage, that Robert, Earl of Flanders, Charles's son-in-law, drew his sword and cut down the officer commissioned to read in public the sentence of death. "Wretch!" he cried, as he dealt the blow, "how darest thou condemn such a great and excellent knight?" Conradin met his fate with unyielding courage, saying, in his address to the people, "I cite my judge before the highest tribunal. My blood, shed on this spot, shall cry to heaven for vengeance. Nor do I esteem my Swabians and Bavarians, my Germans, so low as not to trust that this stain on the honour of the German nation will be washed out by them in French blood." Then, throwing his glove to the ground, he charged him who should raise it to bear it to Peter, King of Aragon, to whom, as his nearest relative, he bequeathed all his claims. The glove was raised by Henry, Truchsess von Waldberg, who found in it the seal-ring of the unfortunate wearer. Thenceforth he bore in his arms the 3 black lions of the Staufen. In a minute more the fatal axe of the executioner descended, and the head of the last heir of the Hohenstaufens rolled upon the scaffold. His friend Frederick followed him to death, nor was the bloodthirsty Charles satisfied until almost every Ghibelline in his hands had fallen by the hand of the executioner. Enzio, the unfortunate son of Frederick, who was held prisoner by the Bolognese, was involved in the fate of his unhappy nephew. On learning of the arrival of Conradin in Italy, he made an effort to escape from prison, which would have been successful but for an unlucky accident. He had arranged to conceal himself in a cask, which was to be borne out of the prison by his friends, but by an unfortunate chance one of his long golden locks fell out of the air-hole which had been made in the side of the cask, and revealed the stratagem to his keepers. During his earlier imprisonment Enzio had been allowed some alleviation, his friends being permitted to visit him and solace him in his seclusion, but after this effort to escape, he was closely confined, some say in an iron cage, until his death in 1272. Thus ended the royal race of the Hohenstaufen, a race marked by unusual personal beauty, rich poetical genius, and brilliant warlike achievements, and during whose period of power the mediaeval age and its institutions attained their highest development. As for the ruthless Charles of Anjou, he retained Apulia, but lost his possessions in Sicily through an event which has become famous as the Sicilian Vespers. The insolence and outrages of the French had so exasperated the Sicilians that on the night of March 30th, 1282, a general insurrection broke out in this island, the French being everywhere assassinated. Constance, the granddaughter of their old ruler, and Peter of Aragon, her husband, were proclaimed their sovereigns by the Sicilians, and Charles, the son of Charles of Anjou, fell into their hands. Constance was generous to the captive prince, and on hearing him remark that he was happy to die on a Friday, the day on which Christ suffered, she replied, "For love of him who suffered on this day, I will grant thee thy life." He was afterwards exchanged for Beatrice, the daughter of the unhappy Helena, whose sons, the last princes of the Hohenstaufen race, died in the prison in which they had lived since infancy. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Historical Tales, Volume 5, German. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 5, German, by Charles Morris. Chapter 14. The Tribunal of the Holy Feme. The ideas of law and order in medieval Germany were by no means what we now understand by those terms. The injustice of the strong and the suffering of the weak were the rule, and men of noble lineage did not hesitate to turn their castles into dens of thieves. The title robber baron, which many of them bore, sufficiently indicates their mode of life, and turbulence and outrage prevailed throughout the land. But wrong did not flourish with complete impunity. Right had not entirely vanished. Justice still held its sword, and at times struck swift and deadly blows that filled with terror the wrongdoer, and gave some assurance of protection to those too weak for self-defence. It was no unusual circumstance to behold, perhaps in the vicinity of some baronial castle, perhaps near some town or manorial residence, a group of peasants gazing upwards with awed but triumphant eyes, the spectacle that attracted their attention being the body of a man hanging from the limb of a tree above their heads. Such might have been supposed to be some act of private vengeance or bold outrage, but the exulting lookers-on knew better, for they recognized the body, perhaps as that of the robber baron of the neighbouring castle, perhaps that of some other bold defier of law and justice, while in the ground below the corpse appeared an object that told a tale of deep meaning to their experienced eyes. This was a knife, thrust to the hilt in the earth. As they gazed upon it they muttered the mysterious words, Fem Gericht, and quickly dispersed, none daring to touch the corpse or disturb the significant signal of the vengeance of the executioners. But as they walked away they would converse in low tones of a dread secret tribunal, which held its mysterious meetings in remote places, caverns of the earth, or the depths of the forests, at the dread hour of midnight, its members being sworn by frightful oaths to utter secrecy. Before these dark tribunals were judged, present or absent, the wrongdoers of the land, and the sentence of the secret Feme once given, there was no longer safety for the condemned. The agents of vengeance would be put upon his track, while the secret of his death sentence was carefully kept from his ears. The end was sure to be a sudden seizure, a rope to the nearest tree, a writhing body, the signal knife of the executioners of the Feme, silence and mystery. Such was the visible outcome of the workings of this dreaded court, of whose sessions and secrets the common people of the land had exaggerated conceptions, but whose sudden and silent deeds in the interest of justice went far to repress crime in that lawless age. We have seen the completion of the sentence. Let us attend a session of this mysterious court. Seeking the Famic Tribunal, we do not find ourselves in a midnight forest, nor in a dimly lighted cavern or mysterious vault, as peasant traditions would tell us, but in the hall of some ancient castle, or on a hill-top under the shade of lime-trees, and with an open view of the country for miles around. Here, on the seat of justice, presides the Graf or Count of the district, before him the sword, the symbol of supreme justice, its handle in the form of a cross, while beside it lies the Vöd or cord, the sign of his power of life or death. Around him are seated the Schöffen, or ministers of justice, bareheaded and without weapons, in complete silence, none being permitted to speak except when called upon in the due course of proceedings. The court being solemnly opened, the person cited to appear before it steps forward, unarmed, and accompanied by 2 sureties, if he has any. The complaint against him is stated by the judge, and he is called upon to clear himself by oath taken on the cross of the sword. If he takes it, he is free. He shall then, says an ancient work, take a farthing piece, throw it at the feet of the court, turn round, and go his way. Whoever attacks or touches him has then, which all free men know, broken the king's peace. This was the ancient custom, but in later times witnesses were examined, and the proceedings were more in conformity with those of modern courts. If sentence of death was passed, the criminal was hanged at once on the nearest tree. The minor punishments were exile and fine. If the defendant refused to appear, after being 3 times cited, the sentence of the fame was pronounced against him, a dreadful sentence, ending in, "And I hereby curse his flesh and his blood, and may his body never receive burial, but may it be borne away by the wind, and may the ravens and crows and wild birds of prey consume and destroy him. And I adjudge his neck to the rope, and his body to be devoured by the birds and beasts of the air, sea, and land. But his soul I commend to our dear Lord, if he will receive it." These words spoken, the judge cast forth the rope beyond the limits of the court, and wrote the name of the condemned in the book of blood, calling on the princes and nobles of the land, and all the inhabitants of the empire, to aid in fulfilling this sentence upon the criminal, without regard to relationship or any ties of kindred or affection whatever. The condemned man was now left to the work of the ministers of justice, the Schöffen of the court. Whoever should shelter or even warn him was himself to be brought before the tribunal. The members of the court were bound by a terrible oath, to be enforced by death, not to reveal the sentence of the holy Fame, except to one of the initiated, and not to warn the culprit, even if he was a father or a brother. Wherever the condemned was found, whether in a house, a street, the high road, or the forest, he was seized and hanged to the nearest tree or post, if the servants of the court could lay hands on him. As a sign that he was executed by the holy Fame, and not slain by robbers, nothing was taken from his body, and the knife was thrust into the ground beneath him. We may further say that any criminal taken in the act by the Famic officers of justice did not need to be brought before the court, but might be hanged on the spot, with the ordinary indications that he was a victim to the secret tribunal. A citation to appear before the Fame was executed by 2 Schöffen, who bore the letter of the presiding count to the accused. If they could not reach him because he was living in a city or fortress which they could not safely enter, they were authorized to execute their mission otherwise. They might approach the castle in the night, stick the letter, enclosing a farthing piece, in the panel of the castle gate, cut off 3 chips from the gate as evidence to the count that they had fulfilled their mission, and call out to the sentinel on leaving that they had deposited there a letter for his lord. If the accused had no regular dwelling place and could not be met, he was summoned at 4 different crossroads, where was left at the east, west, north, and south points a summons, each containing the significant farthing coin. It must not be supposed that the administration of justice in Germany was confined to this Famic court. There were open courts of justice throughout the land, but what were known as Freistuhls, or free courts, were confined to the Duchy of Westphalia. Some of the sessions of these courts were open, some closed, the Fame constituting their secret tribunal. Though complaints might be brought and persons cited to appear from every part of Germany, a free court could only be held on Westphalian ground, on the red earth, as it was entitled. Even the emperor could not establish a free court outside of Westphalia. When the Emperor Wenceslas tried to establish one in Bohemia, the counts of the empire decreed that any one who should take part in it would incur the penalty of death. The members of these courts consisted of Schöffen, nominated by the Graf, or presiding judge, and composed of ordinary members and the Wissenden or Witan, the higher membership. The initiation of these members was a singular and impressive ceremony. It could only take place upon the red earth, or within the boundaries of Westphalia. Bareheaded and ungirt, the candidate was conducted before the tribunal, and strictly questioned as to his qualifications to membership. He must be free-born, of Teutonic ancestry, and clear of any accusation of crime. This settled, a deep and solemn oath of fidelity was administered, and the candidate, swearing by the holy law to guard the secrets of the holy fame from wife and child, father and mother, sister and brother, fire and water, every creature on whom rain falls or sun shines, everything between earth and heaven, to tell to the tribunal all offences known to him, and not to be deterred therefrom by love or hate, gold, silver, or precious stones. He was now entrusted with the very ancient password and secret grip or other sign of the order, by which the members could readily recognize each other wherever meeting, and was warned of the frightful penalty incurred by those who should reveal the secrets of the fame. This penalty was that the criminal should have his eyes bound and be cast upon the earth, his tongue torn out through the back of his neck, and his body hanged 7 times higher than ordinary criminals. In the history of the court there is no instance known of the oath of initiation being broken. For further security of the secrets of the fame, no mercy was given to strangers found within the limits of the court. All such intruders were immediately hung. The number of the Schöffen, or members of the free courts, was very great. In the 14th century it exceeded 100,000. Persons of all ranks joined them, princes desiring their ministers, cities their magistrates, to apply for membership. The Emperor was the supreme presiding officer, and under him his deputy, the Stadtholder of the Duchy of Westphalia, while the local courts, of which there were 1 or more in each district of the duchy, were under the jurisdiction of the Grafs, or counts of their districts. The Feme could consider criminal actions of the greatest diversity, cases of mere slander or defamation of character being sometimes brought before it. Any violation of the 10 Commandments was within its jurisdiction. It particularly devoted itself to secret crimes, such as magic, witchcraft, or poisoning. Its agents of justice were bound to make constant circuits night and day, with the privilege, as we have said, if they caught a thief or murderer in the act, or obtained his confession, to hang him at once on the nearest tree, with the knife as signal of their commission. Of the origin of this strange court we have no certain knowledge. Tradition ascribes it to Charlemagne, but that needs confirmation. It seems rather to have been an outgrowth of an old Saxon system, which also left its marks in the systems of justice of Saxon England, where existed customs not unlike those of the Holy Fame. Mighty was the power of these secret courts, and striking the traditions to which they had given rise, based upon their alleged nocturnal assemblies, their secret signs and solemn oaths, their mysterious customs, and the implacable persistency with which their sentences sought the criminal, pursuing him for years, and in whatever corner of the empire he might take refuge, while there were none to call its ministers of justice to account for their acts if the terrible knife had been left as evidence of their authority. Such an association, composed of thousands of men of all classes, from the highest to the lowest, for common freemen, mechanics, and citizens shared the honour of membership with knights and even princes, bound together by a band of inviolable secrecy, and its edicts carried out so mysteriously and ruthlessly, could not but attain to a terrible power, and produce a remarkable effect upon the imagination of the people. The prince or knight who easily escaped the judgment of the imperial court, and from behind his fortified walls defied even the emperor himself, trembled when in the silence of the night he heard the voices of the Freischiffen at the gate of his castle, and when the free count summoned him to appear at the ancient Malplatz or plain under the lime tree, or on the bank of a rivulet upon that dreaded soil, the Westphalian or red ground. And that the power of those free courts was not exaggerated by the mere imagination excited by terror, nor in reality by any means insignificant, is proved by 100 undeniable examples, supported by records and testimonies, that numerous princes, counts, knights, and wealthy citizens were seized by these Schöffen of the secret tribunal, and in execution of its sentence perished by their hands. An institution so mysterious and widespread as this could not exist without some degree of abuse of power. Unworthy persons would attain membership who would use their authority for the purpose of private vengeance. This occasional injustice of the Fehmic tribunal became more frequent as time went on, and by the end of the 15th century many complaints arose against the free courts, particularly among the clergy. Civilization was increasing, and political institutions becoming more developed, in Germany, the lords of the land grew restive under the subjection of their people to the acts of a secret and strange tribunal, no longer supported by imperial power. Alliances of princes, nobles, and citizens were made against the Westphalian courts, and their power finally ceased without any formal decree of abrogation. In the 16th century the Feme still possessed much strength; in the 17th it had grown much weaker; in the 18th only a few traces of it remained. At Gemen in Münster the secret tribunal was only finally extinguished by a decree of the French legislature in 1811. Even to the present day there are peasants who have taken the oath of the Schöffen, whose secrecy they persistently maintain, and who meet annually at the site of some of the old free courts. The principal signs of the order are indicated by the letters SSGG, signifying Stock, Stein, Gras, Grein, stick, stone, grass, tears, though no one has been able to trace the mysterious meaning these words convey as symbols of the mystic power of the ancient Fem Gericht. End of Chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Historical Tales, Volume 5, German. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 5, German, by Charles Morris. Chapter 15. William Tell and the Swiss Patriots. In the year of our Lord 1307, writes an ancient chronicler, there dwelt a pious countryman in Unterwald, beyond the Kernwald, whose name was Henry of Melchthal, a wise, prudent, honest man, well to do, and in good esteem among his country folk; moreover, a firm supporter of the liberties of his country and of its adhesion to the Holy Roman Empire, on which account Beриnger von Landenberg, the governor over the whole of Unterwald, was his enemy. This Melchthaler had some very fine oxen, and on account of some trifling misdemeanour committed by his son, Arnold of Melchthal, the governor sent his servant to seize the finest pair of oxen by way of punishment, and in case old Henry of Melchthal said anything against it, he was to say that it was the governor's opinion that the peasants should draw the plough themselves. The servant fulfilled his lord's commands, but as he unharnessed the oxen, Arnold, the son of the countryman, fell into a rage, and striking him with a stick on the hand, broke one of his fingers. Upon this Arnold fled for fear of his life, up the country towards Uri, where he kept himself long secret in the country where Conrad of Baumgarten from Alzelen lay hid for having killed the governor of Wolfenschieß, who had insulted his wife, with a blow of his axe. The servant meanwhile complained to his lord, by whose order old Melchthal's eyes were torn out. This tyrannical action rendered the governor highly unpopular, and Arnold, on learning how his good father had been treated, laid his wrongs secretly before trusty people in Uri, and awaited a fit opportunity for avenging his father's misfortune. Such was the prologue to the tragic events which we have now to tell, events whose outcome was the freedom of Switzerland, and the formation of that vigorous Swiss confederacy which has maintained itself until the present day in the midst of the powerful and warlike nations which have surrounded it. The prologue given, we must proceed with the main scenes of the drama, which quickly followed. As the story goes, Arnold allied himself with two other patriots, Werner Stauffacher and Walter Fürst, bold and earnest men, the three meeting regularly at night to talk over the wrongs of their country, and consider how best to right them. Of the first named of these men we are told that he was stirred to rebellion by the tyranny of Gessler, governor of Uri, a man who forms one of the leading characters of our drama. The rule of Gessler extended over the country of Schwyz, where, in the town of Steinen, in a handsome house, lived Werner Stauffacher. As the governor passed one day through this town, he was pleasantly greeted by Werner, who was standing before his door. "To whom does this house belong?" asked Gessler. Werner, fearing that some evil purpose lay behind this question, cautiously replied, "My lord, the house belongs to my sovereign lord the king, and is your and my fief." "I will not allow peasants to build houses without my consent," returned Gessler, angered at this shrewd reply, "or to live in freedom as if they were their own masters. I will teach you better than to resist my authority." So saying, he rode on, leaving Werner greatly disturbed by his threatening words. he returned into his house with heavy brow and such evidence of discomposure that his wife eagerly questioned him. Learning what the Governor had said, the good lady shared his disturbance, and said, "My dear Werner, you know that many of the country folk complain of the Governor's tyranny. In my opinion it would be well for some of you, who can trust one another, to meet in secret and take counsel how to throw off his wanton power." This advice seemed so judicious to Werner that he sought his friend Walter Fürst, and arranged with him and Arnold that they should meet and consider what steps to take, their place of meeting being at Rötli, a small meadow in a lonely situation, closed in on the land side by high rocks, and opening on the lake of Lucerne. Others joined them in their patriotic purpose, and on the night of the Wednesday before Martinmas, in the year 1307, each of the three led to the place of meeting 10 others, all as resolute and liberty-loving as themselves. These 33 good and true men thus assembled at the midnight hour in the meadow of Rötli, united in a solemn oath that they would devote their lives and strength to the freeing of their country from its oppressors. They fixed the first day of the coming year for the beginning of their work, and then returned to their homes, where they kept the strictest secrecy, occupying themselves in housing their cattle for the winter, and in other rural labours, with no indication that they cherished deeper designs. During this interval of secrecy another event, of a nature highly exasperating to the Swiss, is said to have happened. It is true that modern critics declare the story of this event to be solely a legend, and that nothing of the kind ever took place. However that be, it has ever since remained one of the most attractive of popular tales, and the verdict of the critics shall not deter us from telling again this oft-repeated and always welcome story. We have named 2 of the many tyrannical governors of Switzerland, the deputies there of Albert of Austria, then Emperor of Germany, whose purpose was to abolish the privileges of the Swiss and subject the free communes to his arbitrary rule. The second named of these, Gessler, governor of Uri and Schwyz, whose threats had driven Werner to conspiracy, occupied a fortress in Uri, which he had built as a place of safety in case of revolt, and a centre of tyranny. Uri's prison he called this fortress, an insult to the people of Uri, which roused their indignation. Perceiving their sullenness, Gessler resolved to give them a salutary lesson of his power and their helplessness. On St. Jacob's Day he had a pole erected in the market-place at Altdorf, under the lime-trees there growing, and directed that his hat should be placed on its top. This done, the command was issued that all who passed through the market-place should bow and kneel to his hat as to the king himself, blows and confiscation of property to be the lot of all who refused. A guard was placed around the pole, whose duty was to take note of every man who should fail to do homage to the governor's hat. On the Sunday following, a peasant of Uri, William Tell by name, who, as we are told, was one of the 33 sworn confederates, passed several times through the market-place at Altdorf without bowing or bending the knee to Gessler's hat. This was reported to the governor, who summoned Tell to his presence and haughtily asked him why he had dared to disobey his command. "My dear lord," answered Tell submissively, "I beg you to pardon me, for it was done through ignorance and not out of contempt. If I were clever I should not be called Tell. I pray your mercy it shall not happen again." The name Tell signifies dull or stupid, a meaning in consonance with his speech, though not with his character. Yet stupid or bright, he had the reputation of being the best archer in the country, and Gessler, knowing this, determined on a singular punishment for his fault. Tell had beautiful children whom he dearly loved. The governor sent for these, and asked him, "Which of your children do you love the best?" "My lord, they are all alike to me," answered Tell. "If that be so," said Gessler, "then, as I hear that you are a famous marksman, you shall prove your skill in my presence by shooting an apple off the head of one of your children. But take good care to hit the apple, for if your first shot miss, you shall lose your life." "For God's sake, do not ask me to do this," cried Tell, in horror. "It would be unnatural to shoot at my own dear child. I would rather die than do it." "Unless you do it, you or your child shall die," answered the governor harshly. Tell, seeing that Gessler was resolute in his cruel project, and that the trial must be made or worse might come, reluctantly agreed to it. He took his crossbow and 2 arrows, one of which he placed in the bow, the other he stuck behind in his collar. The governor meanwhile had selected the child for the trial, a boy of not more than 6 years of age, whom he ordered to be placed at the proper distance, and himself selected an apple and placed it on the child's head. Tell viewed these preparations with startled eyes, while praying inwardly to God to shield his dear child from harm. Then, bidding the boy to stand firm and not be frightened, as his father would do his best not to harm him, he raised the perilous bow. The legend deals too briefly with this story. It fails to picture the scene in the market-place, but there, we may be sure, in addition to Gessler and his guards, were most of the people of Uri, their hearts burning with sympathy for their countrymen and hatred of the tyrant, their feelings almost wrought up to the point of attacking Gessler and his guards, and daring death in defence of their liberties. There also we may behold in fancy the brave child, scarcely old enough to appreciate the magnitude of his peril, but looking with simple faith into the kind eyes of his father, who stands firm of frame but trembling in heart before him, the death-dealing bow in his hand. In a minute more the bow is bent. Tell's unerring eye glances along the shaft, the string twangs sharply, the arrow speeds through the air, and the apple, pierced through its centre, is borne from the head of the boy, who leaps forward with a glad cry of triumph, while the unnerved father, with tears of joy in his eyes, flings the bow to the ground and clasps his child to his heart. "By my faith, Tell, that is a wonderful shot!" cried the astonished governor. "Men have not belied you. But why have you stuck another arrow in your collar?" "That is the custom among marksmen," Tell hesitatingly answered. "Come, man, speak the truth openly and without fear," said Gessler, who noted Tell's hesitancy. "Your life is safe, but I am not satisfied with your answer." "Then," said Tell, regaining his courage, "if you would have the truth, it is this. If I had struck my child with the first arrow, the other was intended for you, and with that I should not have missed my mark." The governor started at these bold words, and his brow clouded with anger. "I promised you your life," he exclaimed, "and I will keep my word. But as you cherish evil intentions against me, I shall make sure that you cannot carry them out. You are not safe to leave at large, and shall be taken to a place where you can never again behold the sun or the moon." Turning to his guards, he bade them seize the bold marksman, bind his hands, and take him in a boat across the lake to his castle at Küsnacht, where he should do penance for his evil intentions by spending the remainder of his life in a dark dungeon. The people dared not interfere with his harsh sentence. The guards were too many and too well armed. Tell was seized, bound, and hurried to the lakeside, Gessler accompanying. The water reached, he was placed in a boat, his crossbow being also brought and laid beside the steersman. As if with purpose to make sure of the disposal of his threatening enemy, Gessler also entered the boat, which was pushed off and rowed across the lake towards Brunnen, from which place the prisoner was to be taken overland to the governor's fortress. Before they were halfway across the lake, however, a sudden and violent storm arose, tossing the boat so frightfully that Gessler and all with him were filled with mortal fear. "My lord," cried one of the trembling rowers to the governor, "we will all go to the bottom unless something is done, for there is not a man among us fit to manage a boat in this storm. But Tell here is a skilful boatman, and it would be wise to use him in our sore need." "Can you bring us out of this peril?" asked Gessler, who was no less alarmed than his crew. "If you can, I will release you from your bonds." "I trust, with God's help, that I can safely bring you ashore," answered Tell. By Gessler's order, his bonds were then removed, and he stepped aft and took the helm, guiding the boat through the storm with the skill of a trained mariner. He had, however, another object in view, and had no intention to let the tyrannical governor bind his free limbs again. He bade the men to row carefully until they reached a certain rock, which appeared on the lakeside at no great distance, telling them that he hoped to land them behind its shelter. As they drew near the spot indicated, he turned the helm so that the boat struck violently against the rock, and then, seizing the crossbow which lay beside him, he sprang nimbly ashore and thrust the boat with his foot back into the tossing waves. The rock on which he landed is, says the chronicler, still known as Tell's Rock, and a small chapel has been built upon it. The story goes on to tell us that the governor and his rowers, after great danger, finally succeeded in reaching the shore at Brunnen, at which point they took horse and rode through the district of Schwyz, their route leading through a narrow passage between the rocks, the only way by which they could reach Küsnacht from that quarter. On they went, the angry governor swearing vengeance against Tell, and laying plans with his followers how the runaway should be seized. The deepest dungeon at Küsnacht, he vowed, should be his lot. He little dreamed what ears heard his fulminations, and what deadly peril threatened him. On leaving the boat, Tell had run quickly forward to the passage or hollow way through which he knew that Gessler must pass on his way to the castle. Here Hidden behind the high bank that bordered the road, he waited, crossbow in hand, and the arrow which he had designed for the Governor's life in the string, for the coming of his mortal foe. Gessler came, still talking of his plans to seize Tell, and without a dream of danger, for the pass was silent and seemed deserted, but suddenly to his ears came the twang of the bow he had heard before that day. Through the air once more winged its way a steel-barbed shaft, the heart of a tyrant, not an apple on a child's head, now its mark. In an instant more Gessler fell from his horse, pierced by Tell's fatal shaft, and breathed his last before the eyes of his terrified servants. On that spot, the chronicler concludes, was built a holy chapel, which is standing to this day. Such is the far-framed story of William Tell. How much truth and how much mere tradition there is in it is not easy to say. The feat of shooting an apple from a person's head is told of others before Tell's time, and that it ever happened is far from sure. But at the same time it is possible that the story of Tell, in its main features, may be founded on fact. Tradition is rarely all fable. We are now done with William Tell, and must return to the doings of the three confederates to whom fame ascribes the origin of the liberty of Switzerland. In the morning of January 1st, 1308, the date they had fixed for their work to begin, as Landenberg was leaving his castle to attend mass at Saanen, he was met by 20 of the mountaineers of Unterwald, who, as was their custom, brought him a New Year's gift of calves, goats, sheep, fowls, and hares. Much pleased with the present, he asked the men to take the animals into the castle court, and went on his way towards Saanen. But no sooner had the 20 men passed through the gates than a horn was loudly blown, and instantly each of them drew from beneath his doublet a steel blade, which he fixed upon the end of his staff. At the sound of the horn 30 other men rushed from a neighbouring wood, and made for the open gates. In a very few minutes they joined their comrades in the castle, which was quickly theirs, the garrison being overpowered. Landenberg fled in haste on hearing the tumult, but was pursued and taken. But as the confederates had agreed with each other to shed no blood, they suffered this arch-villain to depart, after making him swear to leave Switzerland and never return to it. The news of the revolt spread rapidly through the mountains, and so well had the confederates laid their plans, that several other castles were taken by stratagem before the alarm could be given. Their governors were sent beyond the borders. Day by day news was brought to the headquarters of the patriots on Lake Lucerne of success in varying parts of the country, and on Sunday, the 7th of January, a week from the first outbreak, the leading men of that part of Switzerland met and pledged themselves to their ancient oath of confederacy. In a week's time they had driven out the Austrians and set their country free. It must be admitted that there is no contemporary proof of this story, though the Swiss accept it as authentic history, and it has not been disproved. The chief peril to the new confederacy lay with Albert of Austria, the dispossessed lord of the land, but the patriotic Swiss found themselves unexpectedly relieved from the execution of his threats of vengeance. His harshness and despotic severity had made him enemies alike among people and nobles, and when, in the spring of 1308, he sought the borders of Switzerland with the purpose of reducing and punishing the insurgents, his career was brought to a sudden and violent end. A conspiracy had been formed against him by his nephew, the Duke of Swabia, and others who accompanied him in this journey. On the 1st of May they reached the Reuss River at Windisch, and as the Emperor entered the boat to be ferried across, the conspirators pushed into it after him, leaving no room for his attendants. Reaching the opposite shore, they remounted their steeds and rode on while the boat returned for the others. Their route lay through the vast cornfields at the base of the hills whose highest summit was crowned by the great castle of Habsburg. They had gone some distance when John of Swabia suddenly rushed upon the Emperor and buried his lance in his neck, exclaiming, "Such is the reward of injustice!" Immediately 2 others rode upon him, Rudolf of Balm stabbing him with his dagger, while Walter of Eschenbach clove his head in twain with his sword. This bloody work done, the conspirators spurred rapidly away, leaving the dying Emperor to breathe his last, with his head supported in the lap of a poor woman, who had witnessed the murder and hurried to the spot. The deed of blood saved Switzerland from the vengeance which the Emperor had designed. The mountaineers were given time to cement the government they had so hastily formed, and which was to last for centuries thereafter, despite the efforts of ambitious potentates to reduce the Swiss once more to subjection and rob them of the liberty they so dearly loved. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Historical Tales, Volume 5, German. Historical Tales, Volume 5, German, by Charles Morris. Chapter 16 The Black Death and the Flagellants. The middle of the 14th century was a period of extraordinary terror and disaster to Europe. Numerous portents, which sadly frightened the people, were followed by a pestilence which threatened to turn the continent into an unpeopled wilderness. For year after year there were signs in the sky, on the earth, in the air, all indicative, as men thought, of some terrible coming event. In 1337 a great comet appeared in the heavens, its far-extending tail sowing deep dread in the minds of the ignorant masses. During the 3 succeeding years the land was visited by enormous flying armies of locusts, which descended in myriads upon the fields, and left the shadow of famine in their track. In 1348 came an earthquake of such frightful violence that many men deemed the end of the world to be presaged. Its devastations were widely spread. Cyprus, Greece, and Italy were terribly visited, and it extended through the Alpine valleys as far as Basel. Mountains sank into the earth. In Carinthia 30 villages and the tower of Villach were ruined. The air grew thick and stifling. There were dense and frightful fogs. Wine fermented in the casks. Fiery meteors appeared in the skies. A gigantic pillar of flame was seen by hundreds descending upon the roof of the Pope's palace at Avignon. In 1356 came another earthquake, which destroyed almost the whole of Basel. What with famine, flood, fog, locust swarms, earthquakes, and the like, it is not surprising that many men deemed the cup of the world's sins to be full, and the end of the kingdom of man to be at hand. An event followed that seemed to confirm this belief. A pestilence broke out of such frightful virulence that it appeared indeed as if man was to be swept from the earth. Men died in hundreds, in thousands, in myriads, until, in places, there were scarcely enough living to bury the dead, and these so maddened with fright that dwellings, villages, towns were deserted by all who were able to fly, the dying and dead being left their sole inhabitants. It was the pestilence called the Black Death, the most terrible visitation that Europe has ever known. This deadly disease came from Asia. It is said to have originated in China, spreading over the great continent westwardly, and descending in all its destructive virulence upon Europe, which continent it swept as with the besom of destruction. The disease appears to have been a very malignant type of what is known as the plague, a form of pestilence which has several times returned, though never with such virulence as on that occasion. It began with great lassitude of the body, and rapid swellings of the glands of the groin and armpits, which soon became large boils. Then followed, as a fatal symptom, large black or deep blue spots over the body, from which came the name of Black Death. Some of the victims became sleepy and stupid, others were incessantly restless. The tongue and throat grew black, the lungs exhaled a noisome odour, an insatiable thirst was produced. Death came in 2 or 3 days, sometimes on the very day of seizure. Medical aid was of no avail. Doctors and relatives fled in terror from what they deemed a fatally contagious disease, and the stricken were left to die alone. Villages and towns were in many places utterly deserted, no living things being left, for the disease was as fatal to dogs, cats, and swine as to men. There is reason to believe that this and other less destructive visitations of plague were due to the action of some of those bacterial organisms which are now known to have so much to do with infectious diseases. This particular pestilence breeder seemed to have flourished in filth, and the streets of the cities of Europe of that day formed a richly fertile soil for its growth. Men prayed to God for relief, instead of cleaning their highways and byways, and relief came not. Such was its character, what were its ravages? Never before or since has a pestilence brought such desolation. Men died by millions. At Basel it found 14,000 victims, at Strasbourg and Erfurt 16,000. In the other cities of Germany it flourished in like proportion. In Osnabrück only 7 married couples remained unseparated by death. Of the Franciscan Minorites of Germany 125,000 died. Outside of Germany the fury of the pestilence was still worse. From east to west, from north to south, Europe was desolated. The mortality in Asia was fearful. In China there are said to have been 13 million victims to the scourge, in the rest of Asia 24 millions. The extreme west was no less frightfully visited. London lost 100,000 of its population; in all England a number estimated at from one third to one half the entire population, then probably numbering from 3 to 5 millions, were swept into the grave. If we take Europe as a whole, it is believed that fully a fourth of its inhabitants were carried away by this terrible scourge. For 2 years the pestilence raged, 1348 and 1349. It broke out again in 1361 62, and once more in 1369. The mortality caused by the plague was only one of its disturbing consequences. The bonds of society were loosened, natural affection seemed to vanish, friend deserted friend, mothers even fled from their children. Demoralization showed itself in many instances in reckless debauchery. An interesting example remains to us in Boccaccio's Decameron, whose stories were told by a group of pleasure lovers who had fled from plague-stricken Florence. In many localities the hatred of the Jews by the people led to frightful excesses of persecution against them, they being accused by their enemies of poisoning the wells. From Bern, where the city councils gave orders for the massacre, it spread over the whole of Switzerland and Germany, many thousands being murdered. At Mayence it is said that 12,000 Jews were massacred. At Strasbourg 2,000 were burned in one pile. Even the orders of the emperor failed to put an end to the slaughter. All the Jews who could take refuge in Poland, where they found a protector in Casimir, who, like a second Ahasuerus, extended his aid to them from love for Esther, a beautiful Jewess. From that day to this Poland has swarmed with Jews. This persecution was discountenanced by Pope Clement VI. in 2 bulls, in the first of which he ordered that the Jews should not be made the victims of groundless charges, or injured in person or property without the sentence of a lawful judge. The second affirmed the innocence of the Jews in the persecution then going on, and ordered the bishops to excommunicate all those who should continue it. Of the beneficial results of the religious excitement may be named the earnest labors of the Order of the Beguines, an association of women for the purpose of attending the sick and dying, which had long been in existence, but was particularly active and useful during this period. We may also name the Beghards and Lollards, whose extravagances were to some extent outgrowths of earnest piety, and their lives strongly contrasted with the levity and luxury of the higher ecclesiastics. These societies of poor and mendicant penitents were greatly increased by the religious excitement of the time, which also gave special vitality to another sect, the Flagellants, which, as mentioned in a former article, first arose in 1260 during the excesses of bloodshed of the Guelphs of northern Italy, and thence spread over Europe. After a period of decadence they broke out afresh in 1349 as a consequence of the deadly pestilence. The members of this sect, seeing no hope of relief for human action, turned to God as their only refuge, and deemed it necessary to propitiate the Deity by extraordinary sacrifices and self-tortures. The flame of fanaticism, once started, spread rapidly and widely. Hundreds of men, and even boys, marched in companies through the roads and streets, carrying heavy torches, scourging their naked shoulders with knotted whips, which were often loaded with lead or iron, singing penitential hymns, parading in bands which bore banners and were distinguished by white hats with red crosses. Women as well as men took part in these fanatical exercises, marching about half naked, whipping each other frightfully, flinging themselves on the earth in the most public places of the towns, and scourging their bare backs and shoulders till the blood flowed. Entering the churches, they would prostrate themselves on the pavement, with their arms extended in the form of a cross, chanting their rude hymns. Of these hymns we may quote the following example: "Now is the holy pilgrimage, Christ rode into Jerusalem, and in his hand he bore a cross. May Christ to us be gracious, our pilgrimage is good and right." The Flagellants did not content themselves with these public manifestations of self-sacrifice. They formed a regular religious order, with officers and laws, and property in common. At night, before sleeping, each indicated to his brothers by gestures the sins which weighed most heavily on his conscience, not a word being spoken until absolution was granted by one of them in the following form: "For their dear sakes who torture bore, rise, brother, go, and sin no more." Had this been all, they might have been left to their own devices, but they went farther. The day of judgment, they declared, was at hand. A letter had been addressed from Jerusalem by the Creator to his sinning creatures, and it was their mission to spread this through Europe. They preached, confessed, and forgave sins, declared that the blood shed in their flagellations had a share with the blood of Christ in atoning for sin, that their penances were a substitute for the sacraments of the Church, and that the absolution granted by the clergy was of no avail. They taught that all men were brothers and equal in the sight of God, and upbraided the priests for their pride and luxury. These doctrines and the extravagances of the Flagellants alarmed the Pope, Clement VI., who launched against the enthusiasts a bull of excommunication, and ordered their persecution as heretics. This course at first roused their enthusiasm to frenzy. Some of them even pretended to be the Messiah, one of these being burnt as a heretic at Erfurt. Gradually, however, as the plague died away, and the occasion for this fanatical outburst vanished, the enthusiasm of the Flagellants went with it, and they sunk from sight. In 1414 a troop of them reappeared in Thuringia and Lower Saxony, and even surpassed their predecessors in wildness of extravagance. With the dying out of this manifestation, this strange mania of the Middle Ages vanished, probably checked by the growing intelligence of mankind. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Historical Tales, Volume 5, German. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 5, German, by Charles Morris. Chapter 17. The Swiss at Moorgarten. On a sunny autumn morning in the far-off year 1315, a gallant band of horsemen wound slowly up the Swiss mountains, their forest of spears and lances glittering in the ruddy beams of the new-risen sun, and extending down the hillside as far as the eye could reach. In the vanguard rode the flower of the army, a noble cavalcade of knights, clad in complete armour, and including nearly the whole of the ancient nobility of Austria. At the head of this group rode Duke Leopold, the brother of Frederick of Austria, and one of the bravest knights and ablest generals of the realm. Following the van came a second division, composed of the inferior leaders and the rank and file of the army. Switzerland was to be severely punished, and to be reduced again to the condition from which 7 years before it had broken away. Such was the dictum of the Austrian magnates. With the army came Landenberg, the oppressive governor who had been set free on his oath never to return to Switzerland. He was returning in defiance of his vow. With it are also said to have been several of the family of Gessler, the tyrant who fell beneath Tell's avenging arrow. The birds of prey were flying back, eager to fatten on the body of slain liberty in Switzerland. Up the mountains wound the serried band, proud in their panoply, confident of easy victory, their voices ringing out in laughter and disdain as they spoke of the swift vengeance that was about to fall on the heads of the horde of rebel mountaineers. The Duke was as gay and confident as any of his followers, as he proudly bestrode his noble war-horse, and led the way up the mountain slopes towards the district of Schwyz, the headquarters of the base-born insurgents. He would trample the insolent boors under his feet, he said, and had provided himself with an abundant supply of ropes with which to hang the leaders of the rebels, whom he counted on soon having in his power. All was silent about them as they rode forward. The sun shone brilliantly. It seemed like a pleasure excursion on which they were bound. "The locusts have crawled to their holes," said the Duke laughingly. "We will have to stir them out with the points of our lances." "The poor fools fancied that liberty was to be won by driving out one governor and shooting another," answered a noble knight. "They will find that the eagle of Hapsburg does not loose its hold so easily." Their conversation ceased as they found themselves at the entrance to a pass, through which the road up the mountains wound, a narrow avenue, wedged in between hills and lakeside. The silence continued unbroken around the rugged scene as the cavalry pushed in close ranks through the pass, filling it as they advanced from side to side. They pushed forward. Beyond this pass of Moorgarten they would find open land again, and the villages of the rebellious peasantry. Here all was solitude, and a stillness that was almost depressing. Suddenly the stillness was broken. From the rugged cliffs which bordered the pass came a loud shout of defiance. But more alarming still was the sound of descending rocks, which came plunging down the mountain-side, and in an instant fell with a sickening thud on the mail-clad and crowded ranks below. Under their weight the iron helmets of the knights cracked like so many nutshells, heads were crushed into shapeless masses, and dozens of men, a moment before full of life, hope, and ambition, were hurled in death to the ground. Down still plunged the rocks, loosened by busy hands above, sent on their errand of death down the steep declivities, hurling destruction upon the dense masses below. Escape was impossible. The pass was filled with horsemen. It would take time to open an avenue of flight, and still those death-dealing rocks came down, smashing the strongest armor like pasteboard, strewing the pass with dead and bleeding bodies. And now the horses, terrified, wounded, mad with pain and alarm, began to plunge and rear, trebling the confusion and terror, crushing fallen riders under their hoofs, adding their quota to the sum of death and dismay. Many of them rushed wildly into the lake which bordered one side of the pass, carrying their riders to a watery death. In a few minutes' time that trim and soldierly array, filled with hope of easy victory and disdain of its foes, was converted into a mob of maddened horses and frightened men, while the rocky pass beneath their feet was strewn thickly with the dying and the dead. Yet all this had been done by 50 men, 50 banished patriots, who had hastened back on learning that their country was in danger, and stationing themselves among the cliffs above the pass, had loosened and sent rolling downwards the stones and huge fragments of rock which lay plentifully there. While the 50 returned exiles were thus at work on the height of Morgarten, the army of the Swiss, 1,300 in number, was posted on the summit of the Sattel mountain opposite, waiting its opportunity. The time for action had come. The Austrian cavalry of the vanguard was in a state of frightful confusion and dismay, and now the mountaineers descended the steep hill slopes like an avalanche, and precipitated themselves on the flank of the invading force, dealing death with their halberds and iron-pointed clubs until the pass ran blood. On every side the Austrian cavalry fell. Escape was next to impossible, resistance next to useless. Confined in that narrow passage, confused, terrified, their ranks broken by the rearing and plunging horses, knights and men-at-arms falling with every blow from their vigorous assailants, it seemed as if the whole army would be annihilated, and not a man escape to tell the tale. Numbers of gallant knights, the flower of the Austrian nobility, fell under those vengeful clubs. Numbers were drowned in the lake. A halberd thrust revenged Switzerland on Landenberg, who had come back to his doom. 2 of the Gesslers were slain. Death held high carnival in that proud array which had vowed to reduce the free-spirited mountaineers to servitude. Such as could fled in all haste. The van of the army which had passed beyond those death-dealing rocks, the rear which had not yet come up, broke and fled in a panic of fear. Duke Leopold narrowly escaped from the vengeance of the mountaineers, whom he had held in such contempt. Instead of using the ropes he had brought with him to hang their chiefs, he fled at full speed from the victors, who were now pursuing the scattered fragments of the army, and slaying the fugitives in scores. With difficulty the proud Duke escaped, owing his safety to a peasant who guided him through narrow ravines and passes as far as Winterthur, which he at length reached in a state of the utmost dejection and fatigue. The gallantly arrayed army which he had that morning led, with blare of trumpets and glitter of spears, with high hope and proud assurance of victory up the mountain slopes, was now in great part a gory heap in the rocky passes, the remainder a scattered host of wearied and wounded fugitives. Switzerland had won its freedom. The day before, the Swiss confederates, apprised of the approach of the Austrians, had come together, 400 men from Uri, 300 from Unterwald, the remainder from Schwyz. They owed their success to Rodolphus Reden, a venerable patriot, so old and infirm that he could scarcely walk, yet with such reputation for skill and prudence in war that the warriors halted at his door in their march, and eagerly asked his advice. "Our grand aim, my sons," said he, "as we are so inferior in numbers, must be to prevent Duke Leopold from gaining any advantage by his superior force." He then advised them to occupy the Morgarten and Sattel heights, and fall on the Austrians when entangled in the pass, cutting their force in two, and assailing it right and left. They obeyed him implicitly, with what success we have seen. The 50 men who had so efficiently begun the fray had been banished from Schwyz through some dispute, but on learning their country's danger, had hastily returned to sacrifice their lives, if need be, for their native land. Thus a strong and well-appointed army, fully disciplined and led by warriors famed for courage and warlike deeds, was annihilated by a small band of peasants, few of whom had ever struck a blow in war, but who were animated by the highest spirit of patriotism and love of liberty, and welcomed death rather than a return to their old state of slavery and oppression. The short space of an hour and a half did the work. Austria was defeated, and Switzerland was free. End of Chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Historical Tales, Volume 5, German. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 5, German, by Charles Morris. Chapter 18. A Mad Emperor. If genius to madness is allied, the same may be said of eccentricity, and certainly Wenceslas, Emperor of Germany and King of Bohemia, had an eccentricity that approached the vagaries of the insane. The oldest son of Charles IV., he was brought up in pomp and luxury, and was so addicted to sensual gratification that he left the empire largely to take care of itself, while he gave his time to the pleasures of the bottle and the chase. Born to the throne, he was crowned King of Bohemia when but 3 years of age, was elected King of the Romans at 15, and 2 years afterwards, in 1378, became Emperor of Germany, when still but a boy, with regard for nothing but riot and rude frolic. So far as affairs of state were concerned, the volatile youth either totally neglected them, or treated them with a ridicule that was worse than neglect. Drunk 2/3 of his time, he now dismissed the most serious matters with a rude jest, now met his counsellors with brutal fits of rage. The Germans deemed him a fool, and were not far amiss in their opinion, but as he did not meddle with them, except in holding an occasional useless diet at Nuremberg, they did not meddle with him. The Bohemians, among whom he lived, his residence being at Prague, found his rule much more of a burden. They were exposed to his savage caprices, and regarded him as a brutal and senseless tyrant. That there was method in his madness, the following anecdote will sufficiently show. Former kings had invested the Bohemian nobles with possessions which he, moved by cupidity, determined to have back. This is the method he took to obtain them. All the nobles of the land were invited to meet him at Willimau, where he received them in a black tent, which opened on one side into a white, and on the other into a red one. Into this tent of ominous hue the waiting nobles were admitted, one at a time, and were here received by the Emperor, who peremptorily bade them declare what lands they held as gifts from the crown. Those who gave the information asked, and agreed to cede these lands back to the crown, were led into the white tent, where an ample feast awaited them. Those who refused were dismissed with frowns into the red tent, where they found awaiting them the headsman's fatal block and axe. The hapless guests were instantly seized and beheaded. This ghastly jest, if such it may be considered, proceeded for some time from before the nobles still waiting learned what was going on. When at length a whisper of the frightful mystery of the red tent was borne to their ears, there were no longer any candidates for its favours. The Emperor found them eagerly willing to give up the ceded lands, and all that remained found their way to the white tent and the feast. The Emperor's next act of arbitrary tyranny was directed against the Jews. One of that people had ridiculed the sacrament, in consequence of which 3,000 Jews of Prague were massacred by the populace of that city. Wenceslas, instead of punishing the murderers, as justice would have seemed to have demanded, solaced his easy conscience by punishing the victims, declaring all debts owed by Christians to Jews to be null and void. His next act of injustice and cruelty was perpetrated in 1393, and arose from a dispute between the crown and the church. One of the royal chamberlains had caused 2 priests to be executed on the accusation of committing a flagrant crime. This action was resented by the Archbishop of Prague, who declared that it was an encroachment upon the prerogative of the Church, which alone had the right to punish an ecclesiastic. He, therefore, excommunicated the chamberlain. This action of the daring churchman threw the Emperor into such a paroxysm of rage that the Archbishop, knowing well the man he had to deal with, took to flight, saving his neck at the expense of his dignity. The furious Wenceslas, finding that the chief offender had escaped, vented his wrath on the subordinates, several of whom were seized. One of them, the Dean, moved by indignation, dealt the Emperor so heavy a blow on the head with his sword-knot as to bring the blood. It does not appear that he was made to suffer for his boldness, but 2 of the lower ecclesiastics, John of Nepomuk and Puchnik, were put to the rack to make them confess facts learned by them in the confessional. They persistently refused to answer. Wenceslas, infuriated by their obstinacy, himself seized a torch and applied it to their limbs to make them speak. They were silent. The affair ended in his ordering John of Nepomuk to be flung headlong during the night from the great bridge over the Moldau into the stream. A statue now marks the spot where this act of tyranny was performed. The final result of the Emperor's cruelty was one which he could not have foreseen. He had made a saint of Nepomuk. The Church, appreciating the courageous devotion of the murdered ecclesiastic to his duty in keeping inviolate the secrets of the confessional, canonized him as a martyr and made him the patron saint of Bohemia. Puchnik escaped with his life, and eventually with more than his life. The tyrant's wrath was followed by remorse, a feeling apparently which rarely troubled his soul, and he sought to atone for his cruelty to one churchman by loading the other with benefits. But his mad fury changed to as mad a benevolence, and he managed to make a jest of his gratuity. Puchnik was led into the royal treasury, and the Emperor himself, thrusting his royal hands into his hoards of gold, filled the pockets and even the boots of the late sufferer with the precious coin. This done, Puchnik attempted to depart, but in vain. He found himself nailed to the floor, so weighed down with gold that he was unable to stir. Before he could move he had to disgorge much of his new-gained wealth, a proceeding to which churchmen in that age do not seem to have been greatly given. Doubtless the remorseful Wenceslas beheld this process with a grim smile of royal humour on his lips. The Emperor had a brother, Sigismund by name, a man not of any high degree of wisdom, but devoid of his wild and immoderate temper. Brandenburg was his inheritance, though he had married the daughter of the King of Hungary and Poland, and hoped to succeed to those countries. There was a third brother, John, surnamed von Görlitz. Sigismund was by no means blind to his brother's folly, or to the ruin in which it threatened to involve his family and his own future prospects. This last exploit stirred him to action. Concerting with some other princes of the empire, he suddenly seized Wenceslas, carried him to Austria, and imprisoned him in the castle of Wildberg in that country. A fair disposal, this, of a man who was scarcely fit to run at large, most reasonable persons would say, but all did not think so. John von Görlitz, the younger brother of the Emperor, fearing public scandal from such a transaction, induced the princes who held him to set him free. It proved a fatal display of kindness and family affection for himself. The imperial captive was no sooner free than, concealing the wrath which he felt at his incarceration, he invited to a banquet certain Bohemian nobles who had aided in it. They came, trusting to the fact that the tiger's claws seemed sheathed. They had no sooner arrived than the claws were displayed. They were all seized by the Emperor's order and beheaded. Then the dissimulating madmen turned on his benevolent brother John, who had taken control of affairs in Bohemia during his imprisonment, and poisoned him. It was a new proof of the old adage, "It is never safe to warm a frozen adder." The restoration of Wenceslas was followed by other acts of folly. In the following year, 1395, he sold to John Galcazzo Visconti of Milan the dignity of a duke in Lombardy, a transaction which exposed him to general contempt. At a later date he visited Paris, and here, in a drunken frolic, he played into the hands of the King of France by ceding Genoa to that country, and by recognizing the anti-pope at Avignon instead of Boniface IX. At Rome. These acts filled the cup of his folly. The princes of the empire resolved to depose him. A council was called, before which he was cited to appear. He refused to come, and was formally deposed, Rupert of the Palatinate being elected in his stead. 10 years afterwards, in 1410, Rupert died, and Sigismund became Emperor of Germany. Meanwhile Wenceslas remained King of Bohemia in spite of his brother Sigismund, who sought to oust him from this throne also. He took him prisoner indeed, but trusted him to the Austrians, who at once set him free, and the Bohemians replaced him on the throne. Some years afterwards, war continuing, Wenceslas sought to get rid of his brother Sigismund in the same manner as he had disposed of his brother John, by poison. He was successful in having it administered to Sigismund and his ally Albert of Austria in their camp before Tsuയം. Albert died, but Sigismund was saved by a rude treatment which seems to have been in vogue in that day. He was suspended by the feet for 24 hours, so that the poison ran out of his mouth. The later events in the life of Wenceslas have to do with the most famous era in the history of Bohemia, the Reformation in that country, and the stories of John Huss and Ziska. The fate of Huss is well known. Summoned before the council at Constance, and promised a safe conduct by the Emperor Sigismund, he went, only to find the Emperor faithless to his word, and himself condemned and burnt as a heretic. This base act of treachery was destined to bring a bloody retribution. It infuriated the reformers in Bohemia, who, after brooding for several years over their wrongs, broke out into an insurrection of revenge. The leader of this outbreak was an officer of experience named John Ziska, a man who had lost one eye in childhood, and who bitterly hated the priesthood for a wrong done to one of his sisters. The martyrdom of Huss threw him into such deep and silent dejection that one day the king, in whose court he was, asked him why he was so sad. "Huss is burnt, and we have not yet avenged him," replied Ziska. "I can do nothing in that direction," said Wenceslas, adding carelessly, "You might attempt it yourself." This was spoken as a jest, but Ziska took it in deadly earnest. He, aided by his friends, roused the people, greatly to the alarm of the king, who ordered the citizens to bring their arms to the royal castle of Vyšehrad, which commanded the city of Prague. Ziska heard the command and obeyed it in his own way. The arms were brought, but they came in the hands of the citizens, who marched in long files to the fortress, and drew themselves up before the king, Ziska at their head. "My gracious and mighty sovereign, here we are," said the bold leader. "We await your commands. Against what enemy are we to fight?" Wenceslas looked at those dense groups of armed and resolute men, and concluded that his purpose of disarming them would not work. Assuming a cheerful countenance, he bade them return home and keep the peace. They obeyed, so far as returning home was concerned. In other matters they had learned their power, and were bent on exerting it. Nicholas of Husinec, Huss's former lord, and Ziska's seconder in this outbreak, was banished from the city by the king. He went, but took 40,000 men with him, who assembled on a mountain which was afterwards known by the biblical name of Mount Tabor. Here several hundred tables were spread for the celebration of the Lord's Supper, July 22nd, 1419. Wenceslas, in attempting to put a summary end to the disturbance in the city, quickly made bad worse. He deposed the Hussite city council in the Neustadt, the locality of greatest disturbance, and replaced it by a new one in his own interests. This action filled Prague with indignation, which was redoubled when the new council sent 2 clamorous Hussites to prison. On the 30th of July, Ziska led a strong body of his partisans through the streets to the council house, and sternly demanded that the prisoners should be set free. The councillors hesitated, a fatal hesitation. A stone was flung from one of the windows. Instantly the mob stormed the building, rushed into the council room, and seized the councillors, 13 of whom, Germans by birth, were flung out of the windows. They were received on the pikes of the furious mob below, and the whole of them murdered. This act of violence was quickly followed by others. The dwelling of a priest, supposed to have been that of the seducer of Ziska's sister, was destroyed, and its owner hanged. The Carthusian monks were dragged through the streets crowned with thorns, and other outrages perpetrated against the opponents of the party of reform. A few days afterwards the career of Wenceslas, once Emperor of Germany, now King of Bohemia, came to an abrupt end. On August 16th he suddenly died, by apoplexy, say some historians, while others say that he was suffocated in his palace by his own attendants. The latter would seem a fitting end for a man whose life had been marked by so many acts of tyrannous violence, some of them little short of insanity. Whatever its cause, his death removed the last restraint from the mob. On the following day every church and monastery in Prague was assailed and plundered, their pictures were destroyed, and the robes of the priests were converted into flags and dresses. Many of these buildings are said to have been splendidly decorated, and the royal palace, which was also destroyed, had been adorned by Wenceslas and his father with the richest treasures of art. We are told that on the walls of a garden belonging to the palace the whole of the Bible was written. While the work of destruction went on, a priest formed an altar in the street of 3 tubs, covered by a broad table-top, from which all day long he dispensed the sacrament in both forms. The excesses of this outbreak soon frightened the wealthier citizens, who dreaded an assault upon their wealth, and in company with Sophia, the widow of Wenceslas, they sent a deputation to the emperor asking him to make peace. He replied by swearing to take a fearful revenge on the insurgents. The insurrection continued despite this action of the nobles and the threats of the emperor. Ziska, finding the citizens too moderate, invited into the city the peasants, who were armed with flails, and committed many excesses. Forced by the moderate party to leave the city, Ziska led his new adherents to Mount Tabor, which he fortified and prepared to defend. They called themselves the people of God, and styled their Catholic opponents Moabites, Amalekites, etc., declaring that it was their duty to extirpate them. Their leader entitled himself John Ziske of the Cup, captain in the hope of God of the Taborites. But having brought the story of the Emperor Wenceslas to an end, we must stop at this point. The after life of John Ziske was of such stir and interest, and so filled with striking events, that we shall deal with it by itself in a sequel to the present story. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Historical Tales, Volume 5, German. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 5, German, by Charles Morris. Chapter 19. Sempach and Arnold Winkelried. 70 years had passed since the battle of Morgarten, through which freedom came to the lands of the Swiss. Throughout that long period Austria had let the liberty-loving mountaineers alone, deterred by the frightful lesson taught them in the Bloody Pass. In the interval the confederacy had grown more extensive. The towns of Bern, Zürich, Soleure, and Zug had joined it, and now several other towns and villages, incensed by the oppression and avarice of their Austrian masters, threw off the foreign yoke and allied themselves to the Swiss confederacy. It was time for the Austrians to be moving if they would retain any possessions in the Alpine realm of rocks. Duke Leopold of Austria, a successor to the Leopold who had learned so well at Morgarten how the Swiss could strike for liberty, and as bold and arrogant as he, grew incensed at the mountaineers for taking into their alliance several towns which were subject to him, and vowed not only to chastise these rebels, but to subdue the whole country and put an end to their insolent confederacy. His feeling was shared by the Austrian nobles, 167 of whom joined in his warlike scheme, and agreed to aid him in putting down the defiant mountaineers. War resolved upon, the Austrians laid a shrewd plan to fill the Swiss confederates with terror in advance of their approach. Letters declaring war were sent to the Confederate Assembly by 20 distinct expresses, with the hope that this rapid succession of threats would overwhelm them with fear. The separate nobles followed with their declarations. On St. John's Day a messenger arrived from Würtemberg, bearing 15 declarations of war. Hardly had these letters been read when 9 more arrived, sent by John Ulrich of Fürth and 8 other nobles. Others quickly followed. It fairly rained declarations of war. The members of the Assembly had barely time to read one batch of threatening fulminations before another arrived. Letters from the lords of Thurn came after those named, followed by a batch from the nobles of Schaffhausen. This seemed surely enough, but on the following day the rain continued, 8 successive messengers arriving, who bore no less than 43 declarations of war. It seemed as if the whole north was about to descend in a cyclone of banners and spears upon the mountain land. The Assembly sat breathless under this torrent of threats. Had their hearts been open to the invasion of terror, they must surely have been overwhelmed, and have waited in the supineness of fear for the coming of their foes. But the hearts of the Swiss were not of that kind. They were too full of courage and patriotism to leave room for dismay. Instead of awaiting their enemies with dread, a burning impatience animated their souls. If liberty or death were the alternatives, the sooner the conflict began, the more to their liking it would be. The cry of war resounded through the country, and everywhere, in valley and on mountain, by lakeside and by glacier's rim, the din of hostile preparation might have been heard, as the patriots arranged their affairs and forged and sharpened their weapons for the coming fray. Far too impatient were they to wait for the coming of Leopold and his army. There were Austrian nobles and Austrian castles within their land. No sooner was the term of the armistice at an end than the armed peasantry swarmed about these strongholds, and many a fortress, long the seat of oppression, was taken and levelled with the ground. The war cry of Leopold and the nobles had inspired a different feeling from that counted upon. It was not long before Duke Leopold appeared, at the head of a large and well-appointed force, and attended by many distinguished knights and nobles. He marched into the mountain region, and advanced upon Sempach, one of the revolted towns, resolved, he said, to punish its citizens with a rod of iron for their daring rebellion. On the 9th of July, 1386, the Austrian cavalry, several thousands in number, reached the vicinity of Sempach, having distanced the foot soldiers in the impatient haste of their advance. Here they found the weak array of the Swiss gathered on the surrounding heights, and as eager as themselves for the fray. It was a small force, no stronger than that of Morgarten, comprising only about 1,400 poorly armed men. Some carried halberds, some shorter weapons, while some among them, instead of a shield, had only a small board fastened to the left arm. It seemed like madness for such a band to dare contend with the thousands of well-equipped invaders, but courage and patriotism go far to replace numbers, as that day was to show. Leopold looked upon his handful of foes, and decided that it would be folly to wait for the footmen to arrive. Surely his host of nobles and knights, with their followers, would soon sweep these peasants, like so many locusts, from their path. Yet he remembered the confusion into which the cavalry had been thrown at Morgarten, and deeming that horsemen were ill suited to an engagement on those wooded hillsides, he ordered the entire force to dismount and attack on foot. The plan adopted was that the dismounted knights and soldiers should join their ranks as closely as possible, until their front presented an unbroken wall of iron, and thus arrayed should charge the enemy spear in hand. Leaving their attendants in charge of their horses, the serried column of footmen prepared to advance, confident of sweeping their foes to death before their closely knit line of spears. Yet this plan of battle was not without its critics. The Baron of Hasenburg, a veteran soldier, looked on it with disfavour, as contrasted with the position of vantage occupied by the Swiss, and cautioned the Duke and his nobles against undue assurance. "Pride never served any good purpose in peace or war," he said. "We had much better wait until the infantry come up." This prudent advice was received with shouts of derision by the nobles, some of whom cried out insultingly, "Der Hasenburg hat ein Hasenherz." Hasenburg has a hare's heart, a play upon the Baron's name. Certain nobles, however, who had not quite lost their prudence, tried to persuade the Duke to keep in the rear as the true position for a leader. He smiled proudly in reply, and exclaimed with impatience, "What! Shall Leopold be a mere looker-on, and calmly behold his knights die around him in his own cause? Never! Here on my native soil with you I will conquer or perish with my people." So saying, he placed himself at the head of the troops. And now the decisive moment was at hand. The Swiss had kept to the heights, while their enemy continued mounted, not venturing to face such a body of cavalry on level ground. But when they saw them forming as foot soldiers, they left the hills and marched to the plain below. Soon the unequal forces confronted each other, the Swiss, as was their custom, falling upon their knees and praying for God's aid to their cause, the Austrians fastening their helmets and preparing for the fray. The Duke even took the occasion to give the honour of knighthood to several young warriors. The day was a hot and close one, the season being that of harvest, and the sun pouring down its unclouded and burning rays upon the combatants. This sultriness was a marked advantage to the lightly dressed mountaineers as compared with the armour-clad knights, to whom the heat was very oppressive. The battle was begun by the Swiss, who, on rising from their knees, flung themselves with impetuous valour on the dense line of spears that confronted them. Their courage and fury were in vain. Not a man in the Austrian line wavered. They stood like a rock against which the waves of the Swiss dashed only to be hurled back in death. The men of Lucerne in particular fought with an almost blind rage, seeking to force a path through that steel-pointed forest of spears, and falling rapidly before the triumphant foe. Numbers of the mountaineers lay dead or wounded. The line of spears seemed impenetrable. The Swiss began to waver. The enemy, seeing this, advanced the flanks of his line so as to form a half-moon shape, with the purpose of enclosing the small body of Swiss within a circle of spears. It looked for the moment as if the struggle were at an end, the mountaineers foiled and defeated, the fetters again ready to be locked upon the limbs of free Switzerland. But such was not to be. There was a man in that small band of patriots who had the courage to accept certain death for his country, one of those rare souls who appear from time to time in the centuries, and win undying fame by an act of self-martyrdom. Arnold of Winkelried was his name, a name which history is not likely soon to forget, for by an impulse of the noblest devotion this brave patriot saved the liberties of his native land. Seeing that there was but one hope for the Swiss, and that death must be the lot of him who gave them that hope, he exclaimed to his comrades in a voice of thunder, "Faithful and beloved confederates, I will open a passage to freedom and victory. Protect my wife and children." With these words he rushed from his ranks, flung himself upon the enemy's steel-pointed line, and seized with his extended arms as many of the hostile spears as he was able to grasp, burying them in his body and sinking dead to the ground. His comrades lost not a second in availing themselves of this act of heroic devotion. Darting forward, they rushed over the body of the martyr to liberty into the breach he had made, forced others of the spears aside, and for the first time since the fray began reached the Austrians with their weapons. A hasty and ineffective effort was made to close the breach. It only added to the confusion which the sudden assault had caused. The line of hurrying knights became crowded and disordered. The furious Swiss broke through in increasing numbers. Overcome with the heat, many of the knights fell from exhaustion and died without a wound, suffocated in their armour. Others fell below the blows of the Swiss. The line of spears, so recently intact, was now broken and pierced at a dozen points, and the revengeful mountaineers were dealing death upon their terrified and feebly resisting foes. The chief banner of the host had twice sunk and been raised again, and was drooping a third time, when Ulrich, a knight of Audiobook, seized and lifted it, defending it desperately till a mortal blow laid him low. "Save Austria! Rescue!" he faltered with his dying breath. Duke Leopold, who was pushing through the confused throng, heard him and caught the banner from his dying hand. Again it waved aloft, but now crimsoned with the blood of its defender. The Swiss, determined to capture it, pressed upon its princely bearer, surrounded him, cut down on every side the warriors who sought to defend him and the standard. "Since so many nobles and knights have ended their days in my cause, let me honourably follow them," cried the despairing Duke, and in a moment he rushed into the midst of the hostile ranks, vanishing from the eyes of his attendants. Blows rained on his iron mail. In the pressure of the crowd he fell to the earth. While seeking to raise himself again in his heavy armour, he cried, in his helpless plight, to a Swiss soldier, who had approached him with raised weapon, "I am the Prince of Austria." The man either heard not his words, or took no heed of princes. The weapon descended with a mortal blow. Duke Leopold of Austria was dead. The body of the slain duke was found by a knight, Martin Malterer, who bore the banner of Freiburg. On recognizing him, he stood like one petrified, let the banner fall from his hand, and then threw himself on the body of the prince, that it might not be trampled under foot by the contending forces. In this position he soon received his own death wound. By this time the state of the Austrians was pitiable. The signal for retreat was given, and in utter terror and dismay they fled for their horses. Alas, too late! The attendants, seeing the condition of their masters, and filled with equal terror, had mounted the horses and were already in full flight. Nothing remained for the knights, oppressed with their heavy armour, exhausted with thirst and fatigue, half suffocated with the scorching heat, assailed on every side by the light-armed and nimble Swiss, but to sell their lives as dearly as possible. In a short time more all was at an end. The last of the Austrians fell. On that fatal field there had met their death, at the hands of the small body of Swiss, no less than 656 knights, barons, and counts, together with thousands of their men-at-arms. Thus ended the battle of Sempach, with its signal victory to the Swiss, one of the most striking which history records, if we consider the great disproportion in numbers, and in warlike experience and military equipment of the combatants. It secured to Switzerland the liberty for which they had so valiantly struck at Morgarten 70 years before. But all Switzerland was not yet free, and more blows were needed to win its full liberty. The battle of Neufels in 1388 added to the width of the free zone. In this the peasants of Glarus rolled stones on the Austrian squadrons, and set fire to the bridges over which they fled, 2,500 of the enemy, including a great number of nobles, being slain. In the same year the peasants of Valais defeated the Earl of Savoy at Visp, putting 4,000 of his men to the sword. The citizens of St. Gall, infuriated by the tyranny of the governor of the province of Schwendi, broke into insurrection, attacked the castle of Schwendi, and burned it to the ground. The governor escaped. All the castles in the vicinity were similarly dealt with, and the whole district set free. Shortly after 1400, the citizens of St. Gall joined with the peasants against their abbot, who ruled them with a hand of iron. The Swabian cities were asked to decide the dispute, and decided that cities could only confederate with cities, not with peasants, thus leaving the Appenzellers to their fate. At this decision the herdsmen rose in arms, defeated abbot and citizens both, and set their country free, all the neighbouring peasantry joining their band of liberty. A few years later the people of this region joined the confederation, which now included nearly the whole of the Alpine country, and was strong enough to maintain its liberty for centuries thereafter. It was not again subdued until the legions of Napoleon trod over its mountain paths. End of chapter 19.